A platinum-haired maidservant lifts her skirt and bows to the person in front of her. I will be working as a maid here starting today. My name is Lewis. I look forward to working with you. Miss Ironia, a sharp asterisk whoosh, sounds out as if something has just been suddenly pulled off. It turns out she just pulled down the tablecloth, her facial expression when meeting. Louis seems quite surprised. This blonde girl is none other than the current maid. Ironia, she suddenly turns around and grins delightfully, thinking to herself, finally, this day has come. I have waited so long for this. The original female lead has also returned, Louis says, looking a bit flustered. Miss Ironia, I heard that you have been working as a maid here for a long time. Now, and that is why you are the only maid currently working in this mansion. Hearing Louis say this, Ironia falls into deep thought, thinking to herself, she always says that. I have heard this exact greeting for the 7th time now. I guess I can encourage her a little. After thinking, she smiles and says, nice to meet you. The work is a bit hard, but I am sure you will do great. Saying this, Ironia reaches out and pats Louis' shoulder to encourage her. She looks a bit shy and replies, Miss Irene. Then she quickly turns to leave, thinking to herself that today is the day she must hand over her duties to Louis, and it is also the day she submits her resignation letter, which she carries with her and escapes from this game, a reverse harem game. Called Love Phobia, I suddenly transmigrated into the game while playing it. Currently, the place where I am staying is the mansion of the Lavrenty family, a prestigious noble family. They own Nox, the power that rules the Mafia and controls all underworld rules. In a dangerous place like this, the female lead, Lise, after receiving a recommendation letter from someone in the underworld, becomes a maidservant working at the Lavrenty mansion. The main story revolves around the 3 young masters of this mansion, and my role here is simply an NPC. I am also an employee at the mansion, just like Louis. But every time the game is booted up without fail, I smile and say, good morning, Lise. I always say the same lines like a mannequin. Oh, and of course I also have a special role. The system suddenly appears and displays, system, do you want to save your progress? Select yes or no. The reason the system appears and asks this question is because I am a save point. The player can save the game by talking to me. The moment Louis turns to leave, my bright face is replaced by a haggard look of exhaustion, even though I do not want to. But that is the default setting I am forced to follow in this game. When I was first dragged into this game, I thought I would be able to return to the real world soon. I want to give up everything and quickly go back to the real world. But how many times have I gone through this already? I used to think all I have to do is connect the player with the real male lead of the game. The reason Love Phobia is a cruel reverse harem game is because when the player reaches the ending, there are always many people who must die, or the male lead of the game must love you. After that, even you are devastated. All endings are like that. In a game like this, there is usually a hidden male lead. I thought all I need to do is get them together. But no matter how many times I go through this, I still cannot find a single clue about that hidden character. The game restarts from the beginning once again after the ending of the 6th run. That is right, this is my 7th life in this game. During my regressions in this game, I always quietly observe both love and death in the endings of Louis and the male leads. Actually, I do not just stand and watch, but also help everything progress towards the game's endings. But the result is terrible. Everything just repeats itself as if I am being played with. Every time I see an ending, I am brought back to this place on the very first day. No matter what I do or what kind of ending I witness, there is still no way to escape this game. If that is the case, I will withdraw from here and live my own life. The main characters can do whatever they want. I quit. I mean, after all, the new maid Lewis is here. After finishing her thoughts, Ironia murmurs to herself, I am sure they will be very sad to see me go, but they will soon forget me and fall in love with Louis because that is how the game is set up. Saying this, Ironia approaches and knocks on the room's door. A cold, blonde young man asks, who is it? She replies, it is me, Ironia, young master. He quickly responds, oh, Iron, come in. Hearing his words, she quickly opens the door and steps inside. What greets her eyes are the 3 young masters of the Lavrenty family. Otis Lavrenty gently asks first, hello, Ironia, today you folded my napkin into a tulip shape, but did you not like the rose napkin I folded for you before? Seeing Otis makes her instinctively recall his cold and ruthless image from her past life, and she cannot help but think, he is the 2nd son of the Lavrenty family, possessing a friendly face and a warm smile, but the moment he holds a weapon, he becomes a completely different person. He is also the leader of Nox. Archibald Lavrenty smiles and asks, "What brings you here, Iron? Do you want something?" Seeing the smile on his lips sends a shiver down her spine as she thinks. The eldest son of the Lavrenty family is everyone's standard gentleman, but behind that deceitful appearance, he is the magnificent leader of Nox and someone who does not hesitate to kill to achieve his goals. Rodion Lavrenty waves and grins. "No, Archibald, Iron is here to see me. Think about it. Iron, you are here to see me, right?" She continues to think to herself upon seeing his innocent-looking face. The youngest son of the Lavrenty family possesses a boyish face and a friendly smile, but he is a dangerous character who cannot hide the scent of blood on him. Unlike his brothers who act elegantly, whenever Rodion bites someone with his teeth, he will not let go until that person stops breathing. On the surface, they are a happy family with great genes, but the truth is they are dangerous people, being the very foundation of the Mafia. And now I will no longer need to look at their handsome faces. Finishing her thoughts, Ironia replies in a serious tone, "I am here to see young Master Aben." Hearing her words, he, the winner, is extremely delighted. Meanwhile, the two losers, Otis and Rodion, are terribly disappointed. Saying so, she walks over to his desk and places the letter on it. Seeing this, he asks with a bit of curiosity, "What is this?" She replies seriously, "This is my resignation letter. I want to leave this mansion." Hearing Aronia's words, all three of them are extremely shocked. Seeing this, she falls into deep thought. The moment I see Aben's surprised face, I suddenly recall the final ending scene. I witnessed in the dead. Ending of Lewis and Archibald. Archibald chases Lewis, who betrayed him and fled. At that time, he takes step after step toward Lewis while coldly asking, "How ridiculous! Do you really think you can escape from me?" Lise, terrified, asks Aben, "Why is there blood on you?" At that moment, he approaches and gently caresses her hair, then hugs her tightly and whispers, "Ha, Louis, if you stay with me, I promise to give you a peaceful life. All I want is you, but I guess that is not enough for you." Saying this, Archibald suddenly stabs her with something, making her utterly shocked. Next, he growls and whispers, "I love you, Louis." By choosing death together like this, Archibald binds Louis to him forever, even though this scene is horrifying with a touch of sentimentality. That is exactly what happened. Just as she finishes her thoughts, Aben raises his voice. "How ridiculous! Do you really think you can leave me?" Hearing his words, Iron is so astounded that she does not even notice him tearing her resignation letter as she thinks to herself, "Why is he saying that line from that ending to me?" Seeing Archibald's cold glare staring at her makes Ironia deeply confused as she thinks, I just want to resign, so why are they overreacting like this?" He coldly offers, "I will pretend this never happened." Ironia confidently asserts, "No matter what you say, I still want to leave." He sighs softly and says, "It seems you will not listen to anything I say." "But I will not repeat myself," she immediately objects. But Otis suddenly approaches and places a hand on her shoulder to stop him. "Archibald, stop! You are making Ironia uncomfortable." She quickly turns her head to look at him and thinks, Otis Lavrenty, the second son of the Lavrenty family, always wears a warm smile on his face. But now, the way he looks at me with those cold eyes makes him seem like a completely different person. In my 7 lives in this game, I have never seen him this cold and calm. Just as she finishes her thoughts, he asks, "Iron, do you really want to leave this place?" Sweating, she replies, "Yes, I have made up my mind." Gently holding her hand, Otis speaks, "I see, if you have already decided, then it will be very difficult to change it." Ironia's eyes suddenly widen. Looking utterly shocked, it turns out Otis is gently kissing the back of her hand and softly murmuring, "Then please take me with you." Hearing these words from him makes her extremely flustered, and she quickly asks, "What? You know I cannot do that." As she speaks, she uses her hands to push him away. He suddenly clenches his fists, lowers his head, and murmurs, "Ironia, I will give you anything you want." He suddenly raises his head and smiles as he continues, "You also do not have to work anymore. All you have to do is drink tea with me once a day, just like that every day while the scent of Madeleine cakes fills the air. You can also wake up late every morning and live in this luxurious, rose-filled mansion, and we can have a beautiful garden, with a fountain, of course. Oh, it would be wonderful to have a stable in the mansion as well. I am sure you would love horseback riding. You can spend your day like that and then enjoy dinner prepared by top-tier chefs." Gently lifting her chin, Otis asks, "What do you think, Irene? Isn't that wonderful?" Archibald suddenly calls out to Otis, startling him slightly. Aben approaches, grabs his hand, and scolds, "That is enough, step aside." Then he turns to look at her and advises, "Iron, you should just ignore the nonsense Otis says. He does not even have the money to talk like that." Otis lets out a soft sigh and furrows his brows upon hearing this. Ha, is that what you think? That I do not have the money to do those things? He scoffs loudly. To be honest, it is nothing compared to what you have. Having said this, the two lock eyes, neither smiling nor speaking. Seeing this scene, Ironia cannot help but sigh in exasperation, thinking to herself, can you two please stop wasting time and just agree to let me resign? I feel like I am being lured in. Aben suddenly calls out to Iron, then asks in confusion, did I do something wrong to you? Or did the other servants do something? I thought you would be happy here, so why? She replies in a low voice, it is not like that. It is just that I want to open a small cafe with the money I saved, he asks back in shock. You want to start a business with just that meager amount of money? She smiles and replies, yes, that is what I want. I have always dreamed of spending my days in a small cafe that I decorate myself. Rodion clenches his fists and screams while trembling, how ridiculous! Then he suddenly acts like a puppy with drooping ears, whimpering as he asks, do you really want to leave us just for those things? You know I cannot leave. Bet if you aren't there to wake me up, I can't even imagine mornings without you. Please reconsider. Ironia suddenly places her hand on Rodion's face, then smiles gently and speaks. You will be fine, young Master Rodion. You will slowly get used to not having me around. Young Master Rodion, I believe you can do it. Blushing with embarrassment, he calls out to Ren, then suddenly hugs her tightly and weeps. This is why you can't abandon me. I won't let you go anywhere. Ironia cannot help but think helplessly. Nowadays everyone is looking for a job, so why is it so hard for me to resign? Otis immediately reaches out and grabs his hair, then coldly scolds, Rodion, let go of her right now. You are making Ironia uncomfortable. Hearing this, he quickly protests. Hey, no way, I am not doing that. He doesn't think that way at all. She secretly agrees in her heart. Sorry, Rodion, but Otis is right this time. Nudging Rodion with his elbow, Otis sneers. Just ignore what he says. The important thing right now is your resignation letter. If that is your dream, you don't need to go far to achieve it. Hearing this, Ironia is a bit confused and asks, what do you mean? Otis immediately turns his head and asks him, am I right, Aben? Smiling brightly, he suggests, yes. We can ask the butler about integrating a small cafe into the mansion so you don't have to leave. Hearing his words makes her feel utterly helpless. She thinks, oh my God, even you, Archibald. Otis immediately leans forward and says with squinted eyes, see, heard that, Irene? We can run that cafe together. She mutters, what? On Earth? No. Oh, Rodion interrupts loudly. I want to do it too, Ren, let me join you too. Hearing this, Otis glares coldly and says, Rodion, that is enough. Seeing this, he flinches in fear, then rubs his face and whines, I only want to find coffee beans for your cafe. Don't you like that? Archibald suddenly speaks up, Rodion, I need you to go to Delton. Our territory is under attack. Hearing this, he immediately turns around, glares, and growls. Has the southern faction lost their minds? While adjusting his cuffs, Otis smiles with squinted eyes and says, normally those people wouldn't dare attack us. Someone must have incited them. How tragic. Archibald speaks up again. I'm sorry, Rodion, but you have to come along too. He asks in surprise, what? Stepping closer to her, Otis smiles smugly and says, so Ironia, you will have to decorate your cafe with me then. She glances at him and thinks, now is not the time. I don't want to have any relations with the Mafia and witness bloodshed in front of my eyes ever again. After thinking, she declines seriously. I am sorry, but I still do not wish to change my decision. I will leave the mansion. Hearing this, Otis quickly tries to dissuade her. Ironia, please reconsider. Rodion hurriedly adds, that's right, there is still plenty of time. Explains in a serious tone, I don't just want to open a cafe, I also want to date. But there is a rule that dating is forbidden in this mansion, which means I must leave. Otis rests his chin on his hand and asks skeptically, a rule? No dating here? Rodion frowns and adds, I didn't even know such a rule existed. Oh, didn't you set that rule, Archibald? Ironia quickly confirms, that is correct. You established that rule after two servants who were dating stole some items. Otis immediately remembers this. He quickly turns to Rodion and says, I remember now. When things went south, the two of them started accusing each other. Smiling brightly, he continues, that's right, they were so hilarious. They acted like they loved each other so much, but then turned around to blame each other while begging for forgiveness. They were truly foolish. Even animals are more reliable. It was a pathetic sight. Anyone there would say the same. Archibald coldly reminds them, that is enough. Are those bastards even worth mentioning? He then turns to her and says, Ironia, if that rule bothers you, you should have told me about it. Taking steps toward her, Otis asks, but Archibald, that rule only applies to the servants, not to us, right? Gently raising her hand, he slowly kneels down and asks, So, Arania, if that is what you want, what do you think about dating and entering into marriage with me? Hearing this sudden confession from Otis leaves Arania utterly stunned. She stands frozen for a moment before asking in confusion, "Huh, marrying you?" Hearing her question, Otis immediately flirts. "Iron, think carefully about that proposal. Isn't that the fastest way to achieve what you want? There are many people out there in arranged marriages who still end up in love. Don't you think we could be like that?" Hearing his words makes her eyes widen in surprise. Just as he continues speaking and wonders how beautiful their future baby will be, she immediately covers his mouth, catching him slightly off guard. Blushing with embarrassment, Ironia says, "Young Master Otis, you shouldn't joke about such things." He looks at her affectionately and asks, "What if I am not joking? I always tell you the truth." Rodion clenches his fists and reminds him angrily, "Otis, you should know when." Stop, don't you see that?" She doesn't like it. He glares at Rodion and growls, "It seems you love to bark when you don't know jack shit. Don't interfere." Rodion snaps back, "If I were Ren, I would slap you right in the face for spewing such nonsense." Ironia suddenly warns, "Young masters, if you two continue to argue like this, I will go pack my bags immediately." Rodion quickly grabs her hand and begs in a low voice, "Ren, I am sorry. We didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. You will accept the apology I offer on behalf of my brother, right?" Otis really doesn't know when to stop. He snaps back furiously, "You bastard," Rodion asks softly, "But Nee, do you really want a date?" Blushing with embarrassment, he looks at her for a moment and suggests in a low voice, "Instead of dating, why don't you stay with me and we can raise some pets together? We can live happily ever after with cats and dogs." Ironia replies seriously, "Young Master Rodion, I prefer humans to animals, and I don't want to spend my life cleaning up piles of fur." He grips her hand tightly and pleads, "Okay, if you don't like animals, we don't need to have any pets. I don't want you to work hard. You know what? All I need is you, Ren. Do you want anything as a replacement? I will give you whatever you want. Just tell me. What is it that you want?" Hearing his question, Ironia immediately thinks, "I want to get out of here. That is exactly what I want right now." Archibald suddenly reminds him, "Rodion, calm down and let go of her hand. You are being rude to your potential future sister-in-law. A premarital relationship is indeed an attractive proposal. I have never thought about dating anyone, but if that is what you want, do you want to date me?" Ironia quickly declines, "Of course not." Archibald smiles and asks back, "Why not?" She replies in confusion, "Oh," before screaming loudly in her head, "I don't want to date any of you. You are mafiosi. Just pay me my severance pay and I will leave immediately." Then she lets out a soft sigh and thinks, "Damn it, I can't say that out loud. Can I?" After thinking, Ironia speaks up, "I appreciate the young master's proposals, but it is far too much for me to accept." Hearing her words, Archibald says with some doubt, "Too much. But you deserve it. Do you not like us? If that is not the case, then choose one of us." Her face darkens as she laments in her thoughts, I just dug my own grave." After thinking, Ironia says, "I don't." Before she can finish her sentence, Lewis suddenly bursts through the door, beaming as she asks, "May I come in, young masters?" Hearing her voice, Ironia immediately turns her head to look back and thinks, Lewis, perfect timing. She beams cheerfully and introduces herself. "My name is Lewis Open. I came here with a recommendation letter from Mr. Ren Maynor, and I would like to discuss my salary with you. I am very, very glad that you are all here, if you are not busy." Before she can finish her sentence, something makes her eyes widen in shock. Grabbing her hand, Ironia thinks to herself, "I shouldn't do this to Lise, but I have a brilliant idea." After thinking, she turns around and announces clearly, "I choose her. She is the only one I choose." Hearing Aronia's words, Lewis is incredibly surprised and thinks, "She chose me. I am always scolded for being clumsy at work and everyone always calls me a troublemaker. But now someone is actually choosing me." After thinking, her face flushes red as she says, "I am truly happy that you chose me. I won't let you down." Sweating in panic, Ironia says, "Miss Lewis, please calm down first." Then she cannot help but wonder. In her thoughts, what kind of idea do you have after saying that? Otis suddenly speaks, "How ridiculous. Ironia, I know you aren't attracted to her. Is it love at first sight or something?" Archibald frowns in confusion and says, "And honestly, I don't believe it at all. Didn't you just meet her for the first time today?" Rodion adds angrily, "I agree with that. Aben, what does she have that we don't? Archibald, we should fire that maidservant immediately." Lewis begs in panic, "Wait, I have a massive debt to pay. If you kick me out, I will have nowhere else to go." Pointing straight at her face, Rodion asks in annoyance, "You said your name is Lewis Open. Why haven't you paid your debt yet?" She stammers, "Actually, I just..." He suddenly leans over close to her ear and growls, "Do you want me to give you a way to reduce your debt? You just need to join the organization, work seriously and hard, monitor traitors, and torture them. You will make a huge profit. Just like that, if you only have to work like this for a year." Hearing his words, Lewis is extremely terrified and shouts, "Stop!" Then she quickly covers her ears, lets out a scream, and says with tears in her eyes, "I won't do that, I can't." Seeing this, Ironia quickly hugs her and soothes, "Calm down, Lewis." Whimpering, she says, "I'm so scared, Miss Ironia." Seeing this scene, Rodion feels utter disgust and mutters, "That's barely anything." After that, he glares and asks, "Why are you crying when I only showed you a way to settle your debt? Archibald, can I kick her ass out?" Coldly sneering, he replies, "Sure, but first adjust that pathetic, weak mindset of hers." Ironia is stunned, thinking to herself, "I can't believe it. They loved her so many times, so why can they be so cold to her now? Calm down. Miss Lewis will be in danger if I don't do something right now. If that happens, my plan will be ruined." After thinking, Ironia warns loudly, "Listen carefully. If anything happens to Miss Lees, I will die along with her." Hearing this, Otis breaks into a cold sweat and explains in a low voice, "Ah, we are just joking, Aaron." Rodion suddenly places his hands behind his head, clears his throat, and says, "Ah, he's right. Do you really think we would do that?" Archibald puts his hand to his mouth, feigns a cough, and adds, "I think our joke went a bit too far. We wouldn't do that. It was just a joke. I apologize for what happened, but I still cannot hire you." Hearing this, Lewis asks in panic, "What? Why?" Archibald replies casually, "I do not like your silver hair color." Otis casually continues, "You look weak." Rodion sneers and adds, "And I hate noisy people," Lewis asserts tremblingly. "Then I will dye my hair, become stronger, and I will be quieter, so please do not kick me out." Archibald frowns and adds, "I am sorry, but we already have enough servants. We aren't even recruiting more staff, so I do not understand why you are here." Lewis clutches the hem of her clothes and answers in embarrassment, I have a recommendation letter from Lady Henrietta." Otis sneers slightly and says, "Ha, how does someone busy with her love life have spare time to do this? It seems Mother is quite free." Rodion asks eagerly, "What about me? Did Mother say anything about me?" Lise waves her hands and replies, "Oh, if you are talking about Lady Edith, she didn't say anything." Hearing her words, he immediately. She pulls a long face and replies in a low voice, "I understand." Archibald covers his face with his hand, sighs, and says, "Otis, if your mother recommended her, we cannot kick her out." Lewis tightly clasps her hands together and asks timidly, "Then can I work here?" He quickly turns his face away and replies, "I guess so." Hearing his words makes her extremely happy, and she loudly declares, "I will do my absolute best." Hearing this, Ironia lets out a sigh of relief and thinks, "I am glad they didn't kick Lewis out." She smiles brightly and says, "Thank you." After thinking, she clears her throat slightly and says, "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now." Archibald quickly speaks up to stop her. "Wait, Iron, we are not done talking about you." She asks in confusion, "Is there still something else?" "I already told you that I am leaving. What else is there, especially since you already found a replacement? Why won't you let me go then?" "You have already found a replacement." After speaking, she suddenly thinks to herself, "Perhaps because I have taken care of them since I got here, I understand why they are so stubborn." But while Ironia is still deeply lost in thought, Lewis suddenly asks, "Wait, Miss Ironia, are you really preparing to leave? Why are you leaving after protecting me? I haven't even had the chance to repay you yet. I won't let you go." Her face turns pale as she says, "Let go of me first." Seeing her unwell expression, Lewis asks with great concern, Are you okay?" She thinks listlessly, "I think I am about to go through another rebirth." After thinking, Ironia gasps for air and says with determination, "Miss Lewis, I have made up my mind." Archibald suddenly asks, "Iron, have you found a place to stay after leaving the mansion?" Hearing this, Otis cannot help but call out to Archibald in panic. Rodion loudly chimes in, "What the hell are you talking about?" Ironia replies in a serious tone, "Currently, I plan to stay at an inn near the capital." Raising a finger, Aben suggests, "Then could you delay your resignation just a bit? We need some time to arrange things, just 1 month. During that time, if you can train Louis, I will double your salary." She hastily grabs Ironia's hand and pleads earnestly, "That's right, can you stay here a bit longer?" She hums and replies, "I guess I can." Then she suddenly holds up 3 fingers and says, "Triple the salary. If you accept, I will stay here for another month." Saying this, she thinks to herself in delight that she is ready to use that money after all. Archibald smiles and says, "Excellent, let's make a new contract. If there is anything else you want, don't hesitate to say it." Hearing him mention the money matter reminds Otis of something, so he asks, "Speaking of salary, didn't you say you came here to discuss your salary, Miss Lewis?" She replies, Yes, I want to change my salary receiving bank." Archibald nods and adds, "Then we can discuss further. I want to apologize to you again for our rude behavior earlier." Louis smiles radiantly and replies, "It's nothing at all, I will try to work." Hard, he smiles with squinted eyes and says, "Very well. I hope you can learn a lot from iron. You too may leave." "Now," she replies cheerfully, "Yes, sir. All right, Miss Ironia, let's go." While walking out with Louis, she instinctively turns her head back to look and catches a glimpse of the gloomy expression on Archibald's face. Placing his hand on the map on the table, he says, "Well, we have settled one major issue. Now let's deal with the rest of the matters. Rodion, take care of those bastards in Delton who invaded our territory. Otis, contact various inns to prevent her from finding lodging." Rodion shrugs slightly and says, "Fine by me, going out will make me feel better. I'm feeling a bit restless anyway. Dealing with those pests in Delton will relieve some stress." Hearing this, Otis mocks him with a smile. "Rodion, don't go venting your anger somewhere, okay?" He quickly points his finger straight at Otis's face and replies with a sly grin, "You are the one who should control your emotions when talking to those innkeepers. You will kill anyone if they judge you, wouldn't you?" He rubs his chin and adds, "Why worry? I'm always an elegant gentleman, unlike someone else." Hearing this, Rodion clenches his fists and asks through gritted teeth, "Is that so?" Archibald suddenly scolds them, "Stop it. You two should watch your words, especially you, Otis. Be careful with how you speak. If we cannot change Iron's mind, we will make it impossible for her to leave the mansion." Opening the door, Rodon replies, "Understood." Otis quickly turns his head and says with a smile, "I'll do as you say." After the two leave, Aben rests his chin on his hand and mutters to himself, wondering how he can't believe Rehafen sent a new maid here. They have been quiet for a long time, so why now? Having said that, he picks up a bell, rings it a few times, and thinks, "It's best if I find out what they are up to." The butler quickly enters and bows respectfully, asking, "You called for me, master?" Aben coldly gives the order. "Ammer, go to Renan immediately and find out what is going on there." He nods and replies, "Yes, sir, I will go right away." He smiles sinisterly and thinks, "I will make them realize that all of their plans will fail." In a certain mansion, a brown-haired woman stirs her teacup with a spoon and says, "Perhaps the children are starting to make their move." A blonde woman grins and says, "I wonder if the gift I sent them will affect them. I can't wait any longer." The brown-haired woman continues, "They will not sit still so easily, but perhaps they have taken the bait." A woman in a red dress sitting high up coldly chimes in, "Let's wait and see what they can do." Louis clasps her hands together, looks at Aronia with sparkling eyes, and asks, "What do you want me to do today?" She rests her chin on her hand and contemplates, thinking, "This is an important matter. In the original game, the endings with Rodion or Archibald can be changed later depending on the choices. But if you choose the ending with Otis, there is no way to change it until the game ends." After thinking, Ironia smiles and assigns the quest, "Please thoroughly clean young Master Rodion's room," and "I will clean young Master Otis's room." Turning around to leave, Lise gives a thumbs-up, winks, and says, "Sure, leave it to me." Seeing Louis happily running off to work while singing makes Irene feel genuinely happy, and she thinks, "Previously, Lise always had to suffer from the mistakes in this game, so I want to guide her to a happier path. If possible, the rule I have in this life is to not interfere in the ending anymore." After thinking, she knocks on the door a few times and says, "Young Master Otis, it is me, Ironia." He quickly replies, "Come in." "Oh dear, look at the time. I'm not properly dressed right now, so my apologies." Holding some logs in her arms, Irene smiles and replies, "Please don't be, young master. This is your room, so feel free to make yourself comfortable. I will burn some firewood so you won't feel cold." Otis smiles with squinted eyes and says, "That's great." At this moment, the fireplace is already lit up by the firewood added by Aronia. He takes steps toward her and calls out, "Ironia." She quickly turns to look at him and asks, "Yes, do you need something, young Master Otis?" He suddenly grabs her hand and asks, "I want to ask you that question once more. Archibald and Rodion are two light bulbs that are too big and get in our way, but it doesn't matter. Now I want to hear your real answer. Are you sure I'm not the one you want to date?" Ironia blushes slightly and can't help but feel confused, thinking, he is acting too strange. In this event, Otis is always quiet and only sits by my bed. Frowning, she gently pushes him away and says, "Please don't get too close." Then she continues to think, "But why does he seem normal now?" Otis suddenly cries tearfully and says, "I was just joking. I only wanted to tease you a bit. Since we won't see each other again in the future, just thinking about not having you makes me sad." Ironia says with some suspicion, "You still seem very happy even if that is true." He asks back in surprise, "Is that so?" Then he smiles and replies, "Probably because I finished my work faster than expected. It is interesting to watch their final regret." Then Otis suddenly reaches his hands toward her neck and says in a cold voice, "If they hadn't made a foolish choice back then, perhaps they wouldn't have died in such a meaningless and regretful way. Don't you think so?" Hearing him say this, she thinks to herself, is he trying to scare me to make me change my mind? From one perspective, that actually suits his personality. Suddenly, Lewis bursts through the door and says with a bright smile, "Miss Aranea, I have finished." Seeing Otis trying to harm Aranea, she screams, "Young Master Otis, what on earth are you doing?" Seeing her appearance here makes Aranea wonder, Lise, but isn't she in the event with Rodion? If she is here, which ending is she aiming for? Just as she finishes thinking, Lewis suddenly blocks the way in front of her and says loudly, "Please stop. I don't know what Miss Aranea did wrong, but catching and throwing her into the fireplace is too terrible of a punishment." Otis's face darkens and he questions angrily, "What the hell are you talking about?" She replies loudly, "I saw everything." Aranea sighs softly and says, "Miss Lewis, that's not how it is." Otis immediately reassures, "It's fine, I'm on your side." He suddenly flashes a smirk. Lewis turns her head to look at her and says, "So Miss Aranea, you just need." He suddenly interrupts, "Not only did you barge into the master's room without knocking, but you also stand here accusing me of attempted murder. Aren't you afraid of death?" She replies in embarrassment, "Oh, I." He gently lifts her chin and asks coldly, "What happened to the girl who just screamed in my face? If you still want to stay at the mansion after receiving the punishment, I won't stop you. But if you are afraid, Aranea will take your place and receive the punishment for you." Lewis answers seriously, "No, I will accept the punishment. I am the one who made you upset." Aranea calls out anxiously, "Miss Lewis?" Otis turns to look at her and says, "You heard that, Aranea, now you can leave." Sweating, Lewis adds, "Miss Aranea, everything will be fine. Just trust me and wait for me outside." Just as she walks, Aranea thinks deeply, I know she is the female lead, but will she be okay? Otis is acting very strange, and the route to the ending is also bugged. I hope he doesn't do anything dangerous. Suddenly, someone's arm touches her shoulder and pulls her close. Thinking it is a stranger, it turns out to be Aben. He clicks his tongue softly and calls out, "Iron." She can't help but ask, "Young Master Aben, what are you doing here?" He smiles gently and replies, "Someone was so noisy that they shook this entire villa." She suddenly reaches her hand near his collar and says, "Excuse me for a moment, your tie is messy. It seems you ran here in a great hurry." Archibald laughs upon hearing this and replies, "I was indeed in quite a hurry. I was very worried about you, and I also have a question for you. Will you answer me honestly?" She asks blankly in return. Young Master Aben asks again, "Do you really love Miss Lise?" She replies in a serious voice, "Young Master Aben, love is indeed a strange emotion. It makes me act very impulsively without thinking. It even makes me threaten you right in front of them. Is it very strange when I love someone?" Archibald suddenly touches her neck, looks at her earnestly, and replies, "No, it's not strange. I am just sad because you don't love me." Aranea cannot help but think suspiciously, this is not the reaction a supporting character should have. Is this trying to redirect his interest? To Lewis, is it a subconscious defense mechanism? Aben suddenly calls Arenea's name. While trying to push him away, she thinks furthermore about Aben's matter. After thinking, she replies, "I'm just wondering why you said that to me." Having said that, she thinks again, no matter the circumstances, I should cut off my connection with Aben. He says with some sadness, "Based on your reaction, it seems I was talking nonsense. Irene, you always seem to know everything. Don't you think always being confident is important? So is that why whatever you say to me, I have no choice but to believe you? What will you do if I am depressed? Will you continue to believe in me?" She smiles and replies, "Of course." Then she thinks to herself, after all, this is the last time, so saying this won't hurt. She smiles warmly at him and continues, "If you say so, I will always trust you, Aben, even if the next life repeats." Right now, at the garden of the mansion, Lewis suddenly sees a blue rose and cannot help but exclaim, "Look, Miss Aranea, it's only the beginning of spring, yet the flowers are already in full bloom like this. It must be because someone's power of love made them bloom." Aranea narrows her eyes slightly and thinks, even if this is a game world, it doesn't matter, the laws of nature cannot be ignored. After thinking, she suddenly asks, "Do you know something, Miss Lewis?" She replies in panic, "I don't," while gently cradling the rose. The blue on her hand. She secretly thinks that the mark shows this blue rose was pasted on. Lise also tried her best, so she lets it slide. After thinking, she continues, "I don't know whose love helped these beautiful flowers bloom." Lewis clenches her fists and smiles brightly, thinking, Lady Aranea is completely interested in it. It's a success, second young master. Not long before that, in Otis's room, he crosses his arms, frowns in confusion, and asks, "How can you two get so close on your first meeting? The irony I know is not that kind of person. Damn it. If she were someone who understood romance, then if I had tried harder, I could have made her fall in love with me." Saying this, Otis covers his face with his hand. He looks extremely dejected. Seeing this, Lewis widens her eyes, looks at him, and hesitantly asks, "Second young master, are you in love with Lady Aranea?" He sneers and replies, "If not, there's no reason for me to be jealous of you." Hearing his words makes her extremely excited as she thinks, "What should I do? Isn't this one-sided love?" He sadly continues, "But Aranea doesn't have any feelings for me." She eagerly encourages him, "But no one knows for sure, right?" "No. One knows the future. I will help the two of you get together." Representing Love, Lise is ready. Otis frowns and asks back, "Are you really planning to help the person who threatened you before?" She seriously asserts, "If I help you, second young master, you won't have any reason to kick me out anymore. Besides, this is a love story, so I can't. Just ignore it." Having said that, she immediately imagines the scene of the two of them being affectionate, making her extremely excited as she secretly thinks, becoming Cupid and helping them get together, it feels like a dream come true. Otis smiles faintly and replies, "Fine, from now on, take care of my room and tell me everything related to Aranea. Also, I have a task for you tomorrow." Lewis puts her hands on her cheeks and says excitedly, "I didn't expect the rose I prepared yesterday to work on this romance. It really is a dream come true." Aranea suddenly calls out, "Lewis, let's go." She widens her eyes and asks in surprise, "Aren't you going to look a bit more?" Aranea calmly replies, "They are beautiful, but we have a mountain of work to do today." Turning her head back, Lewis says, "What a pity. I wanted to go into that garden to take a closer look." Hearing this, she quickly reassures her, "Don't worry, we'll get to take care of that garden soon. I've worked here for 70 years. I've been hearing about this place during my 10 years of working here." She can't help but feel suspicious, thinking, "It seems she didn't say that earlier, or did I hear it wrong?" After thinking, she suddenly remembers Aranea's years of work and exclaims, If you've been here for 10 years, does that mean you started working here at 15? She immediately confirms, "Yes, that's right." Hearing this, Lewis asks happily, "If I work like that, I won't make mistakes anymore, right?" She smiles, thinking, "Too bad before that I saw how the question ended, so I wonder what will happen next." Smiling broadly, she asks, "By then, will I be close to the young masters like Lady Aranea?" She asks doubtfully, "Like me?" Hearing her question, Lewis is a bit surprised and quickly explains, "Don't you know? The young masters treat Aranea very well, right?" She bows her head in thought, thinking, "This time I didn't doubt that the three Lavrenty brothers started treating me well. Is there a connection?" Instead of Lewis, they focus on me. Could it be because of the accident back then? Because Lise is the main character of this game. She continues, "I'm not too surprised by this." Aranea completely ignores her words and continues to ponder. "That's impossible. This game starts when Lewis arrives at this mansion, and I have never deviated from my quest." She doesn't know what she saw that makes Lee's face suddenly turn dark as she screams in panic. "Oh my goodness." A servant suddenly screams upon seeing Rodion severely injured and unconscious. "It's the third young master. Doctor, call a doctor quickly. Don't just stand there like fools. Bring some bandages here." Who did this? Aranea is extremely panicked, thinking, "This has never happened before. Rodion, I have never seen him injured before." Lewis quickly runs over and calls out loudly, "Young Master Rodion?" Looking at him, she is confused, thinking, "What is going on? Think carefully, this is just an event for Lewis to take care of Rodion. I must help them both." After thinking, Aranea immediately gives instructions. "First, quickly go to the second floor." Suddenly, someone interrupts her. Whether in the past or now, this mansion is still so noisy. In front of the mansion's entrance is a flashy red carriage. The person from earlier suddenly mocks, "Guests arrive, but no one comes to greet them. The mansion is in such chaos, yet you dare to call yourselves knocks." It turns out the person who just spoke is a very elegant-looking lady. In her hand, she holds a tobacco pipe. Seeing her enter, the group of servants says in unison, "Lady Veronica." Seeing this, Aranea immediately bows in greeting. Veronica now enters the main hall and sits grandly on a chair. Resting her chin on her hand, she says coldly, "Don't worry about me, just do what you need to do. It looks much more urgent than hosting me." Looking at Aranea, she secretly thinks, "Just as I thought, that child is the leader of the servants. So that girl is the one whom Archibald gave power on par with the head maid. Let's see if Henrietta's words carry any weight, should we begin?" After thinking, Veronica calls out to the red-haired male servant in front of her, "Hey boy, is this how you have been treating guests all this time? I am more than ready to have you severely punished, but before that happens, I will give you a chance to explain. He explains in a low voice, yes, it's because you didn't give prior notice that you were coming here. Hearing this, she crosses her arms and frowns, questioning, am I the one who has to notify you before coming to this mansion? As servants, you must know how to be more flexible. These servants are truly incompetent. How can I not worry about my nephews? Then, don't you think so? Ironia, she bows her head in silence, thinks for a moment, and then speaks. I apologize, Lady Veronica. She smiles slyly to reassure her. What did you even do, Ironia? It's those fellows who knew but still failed to host me that are the real problem. Then she turns to scold the group of servants. What are you doing? Kneel, or do you need me to slice your stubborn necks thin so you can bow to me? Hearing this, Ironia and the group of servants immediately kneel and apologize to her. Veronica pretends to be surprised and asks, Oh my, Ironia, why are you down there? Sweating, she replies, because I am the one responsible. Here, she looks at her and gently continues, You are an exception. My lovely nephews like you very much. Come drink tea with me. Hearing this, Ironia quickly steps in front of her and asks in a low voice, Lady Veronica, didn't you come here to meet the young masters? Gently touching the tip of her pipe, she replies, That's not too important. If I stay here and play with you, those kids will come on their own. I simply want to check on the child I sent to the mansion. It's not worth talking about right now. But it is indeed a relief that Louis takes great care of my children. After all, Henrietta even went so far as to write a recommendation letter for her. If my nephews had handed Knox over to me and lived comfortably, no one would have suffered this much. Why are these servants so slow? Do you need a bullet through your head to return to the real world? Hearing this, Ironia can't help but ponder, thinking, she is using the silence of this atmosphere to threaten the servants. Trembling, the red-haired male servant puts down the teacup and stammers, I apologize for the delay. She thinks that is Lady Veronica's way. She asks with a cold laugh, I'm not sure if the tea suits your taste. She continues to think, therefore I can't stop her. While observing Ironia's movements, Veronica secretly thinks, she only lets the tea touch her lips without drinking it. What a waste for her to be just a servant. She smiles and answers, it has a very gentle aroma. Hearing this, she continues, of course I went through a lot of trouble to get this tea. Will you respect me and drink it all? Hearing her request surprises her greatly. She then lowers her head, feeling uneasy, and thinks, wait, didn't this happen before? Somehow I feel this is a bit familiar. Veronica suddenly asks, what are you doing? Aren't you going to drink more? Lifting the teacup, Ironia secretly thinks, a captivating rose fragrance lingers. I've smelled this somewhere before. Right when she is about to drink the tea, someone suddenly steps forward to stop her action and says, I thought you were talking about something important, but you are using something on my person. Seeing Archibald appear, she calls out, eldest young master. Seeing this, Veronica smiles sinisterly, thinking, Henrietta, it seems your prediction is wrong. After everything, perhaps things are getting more and more interesting. After thinking, she smiles broadly and says, Archibald, it seems we have a misunderstanding. I only wanted to enjoy tea with this child, nothing else. Putting down the teacup, Archibald coldly replies, why? Of course, but you know there is more to this tea than that, right? I have no idea if poison or something was put in the tea. Then, without saying a word, he pours the tea out of the cup right in front of Veronica, taking her completely by surprise. When the tea in the cup is almost completely poured out, he lets go, letting the teacup fall straight to the ground and shatter. Seeing this, she immediately stands up and screams in a furious rage, Archibald, what do you think you are doing? Are you trying to humiliate me? He coldly replies, didn't you start this first, Aunt? Why did you use a paralyzing scent on a worker of Lavrenty? Veronica suddenly sits down and plays innocent. I was just joking a bit, you really have no sense of humor when we were kicked out. Of Riffin, you weren't blind either. Archibald sighs softly and says, you took a large sum of money and ran away. Now you're trying to take Aronia away. She arrogantly justifies, that's not true, that is just the money I was supposed to receive. Can't I share it with my people? Everyone wants a useful person by their side, don't tell me you have something going on with this maid. Archibald laughs coldly and replies, if you don't respect those under you, how can you lead? She arrogantly continues, then that's strange. In my eyes, it looks like you are trying to protect the one you love. Louis wrings out a bloody towel and says, truly, there is not a single day of peace. Having wrung it out, she walks towards the bed. I was almost kicked out if I hadn't come quickly. The young master's wounds have also been bandaged. Rodion lies on the bed with a slightly scowling face. At this moment, Louis walks over to the bedside and takes his hand. Even so, even if you are lying, Seeing you okay makes me worry less. Then she suddenly smiles radiantly. Don't worry, you are just faking your illness. I will definitely keep. Before she can finish her sentence, he throws the pillow straight at her face. His face turns bright red with embarrassment and shyness. Shut up. Lewis is not angry at all but takes his hand once more. Oh, my young master, why are you so shy? Puppies often fake being sick too. Rodion becomes so embarrassed that he gets angry. What do you mean, am I some kind of monster? Lewis quickly protests. That's not a bad word. Rodion scowls. Why do you have to interfere if it hadn't been you from the very beginning? As he speaks, his hand squeezes the blanket. Then Ironia would be with me right now. Suspicious of Ironia and not knowing what she is thinking, she suddenly stands up and screams, Is it Lady Ironia, could it be? As she speaks, her eyes narrow. You wanted Lady Ironia to take care of you, so you fake being sick, right? Rodion's face turns red as if his secret has been exposed. He still wants to argue. What, how dare you speak so carelessly? Like an experienced person, Lewis bows her head slightly. It's fine. If it were me, I would do the same. Hearing this, Rodion's face goes blank. Lewis looks happy with life. Even though Lady Ironia is a girl, I still think she is very cool. She is truly wonderful. She can do even the smallest things. It would be great to be as perfect as Lady Ironia. As she speaks, she imagines Ironia's haughty beauty. When I know she can wake you up while you're sleeping. Hearing this, Rodion suddenly shouts, Wait, how do you know that? He asks suspiciously. Lewis snaps out of it. Of course, it's because Lady Ironia told me. Rodion gets excited. Ironia told you about me? Lewis says confidently, Yes. Since I will take care of everything from now on, just tell me if you need anything. After she finishes, his face sours again, making her unable to understand. Rodion rolls up the blanket and turns away. Fine, go away, I want to be alone, so leave quickly. Lewis cannot help but feel annoyed. If another maid comes in here, they will know you are faking being sick. Rodion says indifferently. So what? Calling Lise here would be better. Lewis puts hands on hips and says, Miss Ironia will realize even faster. With that, one of her hands grabs his blanket while the other pokes his back, saying, If you are faking an injury, even in here, you should at least pretend it hurts slightly. Rodion angrily brushes her hand away. I am not lying, half of it is the truth, She knows nothing at all. Lise sees that force doesn't work, so she resorts to a gentle tone. When I was small, I saw this a lot, so I got used to it. Because of the creditor, my father was always injured. Rodion calms down. Thus, before he can finish talking about her previous debt, a panicked scream outside calls out Archibald's name. At the same time, both of them turn to look at the door. Rodion seems to realize something, his face scowling as he thinks, come to think of it, it seems she is here. With that personality, I don't think she will shut her mouth and leave. Anyway, what could have made her this angry? Just as he thinks, outside, Veronica and Archibald are indeed arguing. To understand this clearly, we should go back a few minutes. At this moment, Veronica is still smoking a cigarette and says, All right, let's pretend what you say is true. To protect the workers in the mansion, you spoke to me like that. Archibald's deep, warm voice rings out. If Aunt came here just to joke around like that, please go back, because I am not as free as others. His words make her angrily slam the table and stand up. Now you look down on me? Do you think you can be who you are today without me? Before becoming your aunt, I was Knox's advisor. She steps forward and points at his chest. He who doesn't even hold back his power when showing off to others. Iron, sitting nearby and witnessing the fight between the two, feels her heart race. Something terrible will happen if things continue like this. Thinking so, she immediately stands up, steps between them, and tries to mediate. Lady Veronica, please calm down. Before she can finish her sentence, she aggressively pushes her hard, continuously yelling, Who do you think you are to interfere? Don't stop me. Archibald quickly catches her. He looks at Ironia, his anger rising. In the midst of the tension, a gunshot rings out from behind. It is Otis. At this moment, everyone turns to look at him, including Lady Veronica. Otis sneers. The person we need to meet is not in the garden. The mansion is in chaos, and so many things are hitting my nerves. It's better to eliminate all of them, right, Aunt? When she sees him, her face grows slightly anxious. Otis, you are still just like your mother, aren't you? He feels unhappy when she mentions his mother. Aunt knows very well that more than just one or two people disappeared after saying that. Right after that, he flashes an enigmatic smile. So, are you trying to slow down to protect your advisor? She calms down, a smile playing on her lips. A child cannot keep it even if I am the one who gave it, yet he still speaks up for himself. I must say that not everyone. Before she can finish, another gunshot rings out, shooting dead the attendant next to her. Seeing this scene, her expression immediately shifts, turning scowling. Otis, if your mother hears about this, even a woman busy with her romance will pay attention to it. Over here, the pungent smell of blood surges straight up Iron's nose, making it hard for her to breathe. I must stop this before things get worse. But my breath, noticing her discomfort, Archibald thoughtfully hands her a handkerchief. Ironia, take this. Use it if you cannot breathe in this atmosphere. She timidly takes the handkerchief embroidered with gold thread. Thank you, young master. Archibald gently reminds her, ordinary people cannot bear this scene, so be careful. First, let's leave this matter to Otis. Just as he turns his head to look, her body begins to stagger. Archibald turns his head and she has already collapsed. Everything happens too fast for Archibald to react. He can only scream, Ironia. Lady Veronica gently strokes her chin and says maliciously, it's just a maid fainting, yet the atmosphere here is so strange. Don't you think you're overreacting? At this moment, Iron lies motionless on the ground, thinking, even though I am only pretending to faint to calm things down, if my nose is truly stuffed and my sense of smell is paralyzed, it will be very dangerous. Dangerous? With Veronica targeting me like this, perhaps the rumors about the young masters highly valuing my abilities and my resignation letter will be revealed to LP by her, even if Lise has no ulterior motive. Principally, everything at Laventy will be reported through letter exchanges with Lise, but right now is just a prediction. There is still no info. Aramation yet just a normal inquiry. If it is not Louis, there must be another character who is a spy. Thinking of this, the highly suspicious images of Miriam and Joseph suddenly flash in her mind. Iron secretly resolves that she must find that person. Suddenly, Aben speaks up and asks, Aunt, is there something wrong? Seeing this, Lady Veronica begins to explain, the olfactory paralyzing agent is like burying my tobacco. It's not a matter of just 1 or 2 days. Of course, for ordinary people. Saying this, she walks over to Iron's side, looking dangerous as she asks, will it cause instant death? I wonder. After hearing these words and looking at the pitiful, motionless Iron, Archibald cannot help but worry. For an ordinary person like Ironia, her body has no immunity to poison. Damn it, so Aunt even prepared an olfactory paralyzing agent. In that poisoned cup of tea, he lowers his head, thinking, I cannot let myself do whatever she wants. The current priority is to make Aunt lose interest in Ironia. If we wait too long, the antidote will lose its effect. After careful consideration, Archibald winks to signal Otis. Otis understands the hint and quickly nods in response. At this moment, Archibald speaks up. I thought Aunt heard some news and came here, but after all, is it just for a maid? Otis, standing nearby, immediately chimes in, indeed, and I even have to clean up the corpse. Archibald pretends to show pity, saying, Otis, go call the butler. She is also a maid who has worked here for a long time. We cannot just leave her like this. But the brother's acting is seen through by Lady Veronica. She looks at him coldly, thinking, I know you are trying to make me lose interest in that girl, but it is too late. Archibald suddenly calls out loudly, Aunt! The atmosphere instantly turns gloomy. Archibald continues in a cold voice, the reason I forgive Aunt for making things difficult for the maids. Working here is because Aunt did not threaten their lives, not because that maid is special, or because I dislike Aunt. As he speaks, he steps closer to her, passionately stating, and above all, harming those who work for the Laventy family. At this moment, Aben throws Lady Veronica a sharp, cold look and growls, Aunt, you have crossed the line today. Seeing this, Lady Veronica bluntly replies, Ha, if you cannot say. As she speaks, she thinks, even though this kid is trying to act fine, his inside is actually burning like fire. Ironia, I also feel sorry for her, but it is too late. It has been a while, so waking her up will be quite difficult. Then she suddenly turns to the maid next to her. Hey, give it to me. Despite acting calm, Lady Veronica is starting to worry, wondering if she should begin. Seeing a mysterious letter being handed over, Archibald asks in surprise, What is this? Lady Veronica immediately answers him, A gift from Henrietta to you. Before leaving, she intentionally reminds him, Read it and send my regards to Henrietta, please, because I will be busy for a while. As the burden on Aben is lifted, he covers his face and sighs. But very quickly, Archibald urgently orders the servants, Quick, open all the doors, clean this place, and find the antidote immediately. Receiving the order, everyone bustles about, whispering to one another, The eldest young master requested it, hurry up. While everyone is in chaos, Iron also slowly opens. Her eyes, seeing this, a maid screams in surprise, You are awake. Aben immediately runs over, tightly hugging her to his chest, repeatedly calling out, Ironia, Ironia. At this moment, Iron's weak body is fully held in Aben's arms. She stammers out each word, Young. Young master, fortunately, the poison has not fully spread through my body. It will be very difficult, but please listen to me. We in this mansion. Just at this moment, a loud voice calls out. Rodion and Lewis run over in a hurry. Miss Ironia. As soon as she sees Iron, Lewis begins to sob. You cannot be like this. I still have so many things I want to do with Ironia. Rodion steps forward, tightly holding her hand, and asks anxiously, Lee, do you recognize me? Do your hands have any feeling? Are you dizzy? Although her breath is quite weak, Iron still tries to ask about Rodion. Aren't you injured, young master? Seeing her like this, Rodion becomes even more worried, tightly holding her hand as he says, Now that doesn't matter anymore. In this state, who should be worrying about whom? Saying this, he angrily curses, That old witch, I must teach her a lesson. Lewis, standing nearby, urgently says, First, let's take her to be treated first. Suddenly, Rodion snaps loudly at Lewis. Even if you look at her, don't you know? Just inhaling a tiny bit of the olfactory paralyzing agent is enough to stiffen the body. After that, you can't even breathe. Hearing him say that, Lewis replies in shock, You are lying. Miss Ironia cannot die like this. Rodion seems to have completely lost his cool as he tightly grabs her shoulders, saying urgently, Of course, I will absolutely not let her die like this. Looking at the agonizing Iron lying in his arms, Aben's heart burns with anxiety, thinking that, as Rodion said, Ironia is finding it harder and harder to breathe. There is not much time left. When will the antidote arrive? At this critical juncture, the butler timely runs over, holding a vial of antidote. Young master, I have it, young master. Lewis immediately takes the vial, saying, Let me do it. Lewis, trembling, feeds the medicine to Iron while gently saying, Miss Iron, the antidote is here. But as soon as the medicine is poured into her mouth, Iron vomits it all out. Lise calls out in extreme anxiety, Please, I beg you, please drink it. What should we do? She cannot drink it. Seeing the situation worsening, Archibald quickly grabs the antidote vial, thinking if we delay any further, there will be no way left. I cannot let this happen. Ironia, I cannot lose you. Then he presses his lips against Iron's, attempting to pass the medicine into her mouth. While Archibald is desperately trying to save Iron, she drifts into a familiar space. She wonders in a daze, this place again, the place where I can return to the past. At this moment, she also gradually realizes that she must have completely fainted afterward. Why did things turn out like this? Iron rubs her temples helplessly, thinking, I thought that once I decided, I could leave the young masters and the mansion behind. Just like that, I could leave. Of course, because I am stagnant in this place. While Iron is lost in her messy thoughts, a blinding beam of light suddenly shines directly on her. Seeing the scene before her, Iron thinks in shock, I only want to find that person before I leave, standing opposite her. At this moment is a young boy. Seeing that boy tightly hugging her to his chest, Iron cannot help but feel a pang of sorrow, the treatment she received in this deserted mansion. The one who saved her from death, her small hope. Even though I do not remember that person's name or face, I always remind myself to find them and say thank you. And just like that, Iron gradually steps into the world where she can search for the truth she has long awaited. At this moment, Iron focuses on looking forward, thinking, back then, he was still too young to be a servant. The probability of him being one of the 3 young masters is higher. Archibald was always busy with successor training, and it couldn't be Rodion because he was always monitored by Edith. Monitored, looking at the familiar figure. In front of her, Iron mentally confirms, if so, then the last person. Otis is sitting gloomily at a tea table in the garden. The servants see him and start gossiping. The second young master has been sitting here all day again, probably waiting for Lady Henrietta to arrive. There is no way she is coming today. How pitiful. The young master also knows she has guests right now. While they are engrossed in conversation, Iron gently carries a basket of cakes and glides past. The surrounding atmosphere is extremely gloomy. He lowers his head, whispering to himself, I hear everything, idiots, I know everything. His mind involuntarily recalls the times he eagerly ran to find his mother. Mother, the flowers in the greenhouse have all bloomed. It would be wonderful if we could look at them together. In response to his excitement, his mother only said casually, Oh dear, is it already blooming season? How wonderful. But I am busy right now, let's do it another day. Whenever he remembers this scene, Otis always feels so self-pitying that he breaks down. While he is immersed in grief, someone places a basket of cakes on the table. Otis, carrying a glint of hope, looks up and asks, Mother, But when he sees the person standing in front of him, he yells angrily, "Who? Who are you? This is where my mother and I drink." "T, go away quickly." Iron still stands silently, evaluating him. This light hair color is a bit different, which confuses me slightly. But seeing this fierce and stubborn attitude, it must be him. If it's not Otis, then it is Lewis. Then she proactively greets him, looking at him. Looks a bit pale. "Young master, did you perhaps come here to cry?" Receiving this unexpected question, Otis immediately pushes her away and yells, "What are you saying? How dare a mere maid be so insolent? Who do you think you are to pity me?" Seeing this, Iron asks, "Young master, do you not like me worrying about you?" Otis clutches the tablecloth tightly and replies sadly, "That is right. After all, you will only think my mother abandoned me." But Iron firmly rebuts, "If you think I am pitying you, you are mistaken. Pity is for the unfortunate. If that were really the case, would I not be more pathetic than you? Of course, even if you live in a wealthy mansion, you will still encounter misfortune." Hearing her words, Otis gets extremely flustered and asks back, "What do you mean by that? Are you joking with me? Who do you think I am anyway?" Iron slowly reaches out her hand to comfort him. Anyone who sees someone standing in the rain without an umbrella would worry about them, regardless of whether they are cold or not. If you keep coming here looking so sad, it would be strange for me not to worry about you. Worrying about those who are unhappy is only natural." At her words, Otis's mind goes into disarray. Iron calmly places her hand on his and asks, "Isn't that right?" Being suddenly treated with such tenderness makes Otis feel a bit shy. He quickly buries his face in the table and says, "I don't know anymore, just do whatever you want." Receiving Otis's consent, Iron takes each item out of the basket while asking caringly, "The weather is beautiful today, yet you are just sitting here." Otis remains sprawled on the table, coldly replying, "Why do you care?" Suddenly, a single sentence from Iron makes Otis snap awake. "The flowers are all in full bloom." Otis finally lifts his face to look at her. Iron looks around the garden and says gently, "It is indeed a beautiful greenhouse, but if no one looks at them, it will be very sad." She then takes the cakes out of the basket and says cheerfully, "Of course, thanks to that, I can enjoy these sweets. If you would like, do you want to taste a piece of this cake?" Hearing this, Otis looks at her with a surprised gaze. Although he is already swayed a little, he still resolutely refuses. "No, I do not need it." Seeing this, Iron wonders why. "This lemon madeleine cake is made by the top chef here, so it is very sweet and delicious." But Otis remains stubborn and replies, "I do not like it." Iron does not say anything more and simply focuses on enjoying the delicious lemon cake. Seeing this, Otis turns away and deliberately changes the subject, asking, "Where is the madeleine cake?" Looking at him, Iron is highly pleased, thinking to herself, "Kids this age usually love desserts. Can you really resist?" Iron still tries to persuade him. "Do you want to try a bite?" Otis acts annoyed and replies, "I told you I do not need it. I do not like eating with my hands like you. It's so dirty." Although she is criticized, Iron is quite amused, thinking, "Yes, keep it up, that is so like Otis." She then washes her hands with water and suggests, "Then I have a way for you." Seeing her strange actions, Otis asks, "What are you doing all of a sudden?" While wiping her hands, Iron says softly, "I cannot bring you a knife and fork right now, so let me feed you." Witnessing this, Otis's cheeks instantly flush red. Iron still gently calls, "Here you go." Otis flatly refuses, I do not need it." He excitedly stands up and yells, "I said I do not need it." Then Otis runs away in embarrassment, leaving Iron standing there dazed. Calling after him, "Wait, wait, young master." While running, Otis questions himself, "What is happening to me? Why is my heart beating so fast? It is just a cake." Otis silently looks at the blue paper rose in his hand. Suddenly, his hand is grabbed. Aben calls his name, "Otis, Otis." He asks curiously, "What are you thinking about so blankly? You did not even notice you got a paper cut." Only then does he notice the wound on his hand and lets out an ah. Arkabin carefully reminds him, "The doctor said Ironia will recover soon. Do not worry too much." Otis clutches his head blankly, thinking of her. He sighs and replies, "I hope so." The three of them sit and discuss. "But how should we reply? I have read our stepmother's letter. The postponement period for the successor is about to end. Did you two know? Only about 3 months left. The moment we sent the 3 powerful mothers of Lavrenty to El Ben, they were already displeased with us. Before the postponement period ends, they will force us to satisfy them by any means." Otis lets out a sigh and continues, "Now I understand why Aunt suddenly came to bother us." Rodion also adds with concern, "But that old weasel is also angry now." Aben coughs lightly to remind them. "Stepmother said," to the surprise of Rodion, even Otis is shocked. He says he has to get married right now. Both of them exclaim in shock, "Get married? What marriage?" Rodion clumsily tries to confirm, "Brother, did I hear that wrong? What do you mean by marriage?" Otis tries to advise him, "Do not even think about it. What is wrong with that woman? Just refuse her." Archibald pulls out a piece of black paper and confesses, "I want to do that too. Look at this, you two. To my 3 little ones. You are already old but still refuse to marry. The fact that you have not found your partners troubles me greatly. I have found many good candidates, so Aben, please choose first. I have hired a professional painter, so please send me your portrait. Sincerely, Henrietta Laverty." Next, Aben puts the letter down and speaks frankly. "She has started talking about marriage. If I want to refuse, I must have a proper reason. So I will pretend to go along with her wishes first." Rodion scratches his head helplessly and asks, "Are you serious, brother?" Archibald admits, "I also need to know what she is planning." Rodion objects, "But what if you really have to get married? I do not like that." Archibald proposes, "First, should I make her pay for touching our people?" Otis estimates, "There is no need to go to El Ben alone right now." Archibald leans forward and says, "I have prepared the carriage. The rest is up to you two." Otis seriously replies, "When it is ready, I will go." Aben also warns them beforehand, "Remember to send those precious things properly." Rodion heartily pats his shoulder and reassures him, "You do not need to worry about that." Ironia is still fast asleep at this moment, however it is just an act and is quickly exposed. "Ironia, why are you pretending to sleep?" Finally, Ironia sits up and asks, "How did you know?" She wonders why Otis is still here. Usually the one staying behind would be one of the other two. Or does he want to talk about something? No way, if things continue like this, everyone will end up in a bad ending again. She clenches her two hands, thinking to herself, "I do not want to see that happen again. Before being dragged into something, I must find the spy. Should I tell Otis? But if I speak of it and change something, then everything will go back to square one." Ironia snaps awake and opens her eyes wide. "Of course The voice of Otis pulls her back to reality. "Ironia." At this moment, Ironia cannot help but feel flustered, stammering, young master, please excuse me, I must leave now." Saying so, she intends to leave this place, but Otis blocks her and advises, "Wait, Ironia, your body has not fully recovered yet. Where are you planning to go?" Ironia suddenly collapses. Otis worriedly calls her name, "Ironia." The two of them bump into each other. Otis asks carefully, "Are you all right? Your body has not fully recovered yet." Ironia thinks to herself, "So close." Otis advises her, "Do not do anything like yesterday, just rest first." Ironia tries to avoid it and stammers, "I am fine." She thinks in her heart, who would have thought he would get so close like this? Otis places a blue paper rose into Ironia's palm and says, "Here, take it." Ironia also recognizes what it is. It is the thing Otis often folds. Otis explains, "This is the rose I folded for you." He lowers his eyes and continues, "Ironia, when you fainted, I was extremely worried. Only now do I see that the ground is covered with papers of different shapes." Otis earnestly reaches his hand out to Ironia and calls her Ironia. He guides her hand to touch his forehead. "Do you remember when we first met? Back then I was still young, so I treated you somewhat coldly. Now that I think about it, I think you cared a lot about me, but I was not sincere back then. So from now on, I really—" Ironia stares intently at him. Right at this moment, Rodion's voice rings out from outside, interrupting their atmosphere. "Brother Otis, what are you doing? Let's go." Otis cannot help but sigh. "Ironia, let's talk about this later. You must answer me next time, okay?" In the blink of an eye, only Ironia is left in the room. Looking at the blue paper rose in her palm, "My answer." In the quiet of the night, the carriage rolls forward. Veronica looks out the window and sighs. "Ha! This is the price to pay to find backing and help for building power. If he had lived a bit longer, the ones sent to El Ben would not be me, but those 3 brothers." Instead, she frowns and thinks to herself, "And of course Knox will belong to me." Right at this moment, Charlotte suddenly speaks up. "Calm down, Lady Veronica." She says in a sweet, fake tone, "After all, you are still young, that is all. The one who cares most about the Laverty family is indeed you, Lady Veronica. When will the young masters understand this?" Hearing this, Veronica sighs and replies, "Charlotte, your words are always correct. They will soon realize they are making a mistake. As long as things stay like this, the wheels will keep turning." Suddenly, the carriage brakes hard, causing both women inside to panic. "What is that?" Veronica angrily opens the carriage door and asks the driver, "What is going on? Why has the carriage stopped?" Rodion laughs softly and immediately answers her question. "The driver has disappeared. So Aunt had to stop." Hearing this, Veronica is stunned. Seeing who the newcomer is, Veronica stammers, Rodion." At this moment, Rodion casually continues, "How could I let an old weasel come to my house, cause a mess, and then just leave?" Hearing this, she is too angry for words. Do you know where this is?" In the quiet of the night, Rodion cheerfully replies, "Where? This place is in the palm of my eldest brother's hand, of course. Are the carriage wheels all right? Why did they fall off, I wonder?" The more he speaks, the more Veronica trembles with rage, gritting her teeth at the name Aben. Rodion continues, "The advisor role is only temporary. Once my eldest brother becomes the head, who would want to be under the thumb of someone who only plays nonsense tricks like Aunt?" Veronica does not back down and replies, "If it were not for your brother, you would have been kicked out of the house long ago." She warns him, "I must re-educate you on your arrogance." Rodion then pretends to be scared and asks her back, "Does Aunt plan to shoot me with that gun?" "How scary." Veronica sneers and snaps her fingers in disdain. "You fool, Rodion, do you think I would go anywhere without an escort?" Right at this moment, another group of people appears and surrounds him. Veronica triumphantly declares, "This Sector 7 is my territory." Rodion is no pushover either. He immediately retaliates. "Even if Aunt is stubborn, you cannot leave here unscathed, can you?" "That should be my words, shouldn't it?" The sword in his hand is activated with magic power. Rodion unleashes his power, ready to charge and attack. Elios! Very quickly, Veronica's escorts are defeated one by one. She cannot help but exclaim in astonishment, "Impossible! That thing was sealed!" She curses inwardly, "Damn it, Aben, how dare you deceive me about them?" Vanguard combat power of the Lavrenty. Family, if things keep going like this. Charlotte holds her head in fear on the side. "What is going on anyway? I am so scared. Someone please save me." Right at this moment, someone calls Charlotte, startling her. "Hey, do not just hide in there forever. Get out of the carriage. Do you hear me?" Charlotte screams in terror, "Ah, help me." Charlotte's eyes go blank as the opponent continues, "I will not kill you, so stand up and get out of here." Charlotte is momentarily captivated by his beauty, and the words leave her mouth as a single, "Yes." Charlotte steps down from the carriage. There were many escorts, but they are all dead. It is all because of this man. Rodion speaks directly first. You will escort my aunt back to Elben." Charlotte is stunned. "Yes, me alone." Rodion continues calmly, "This area is full of Elben's people. They will help you anyway. I am leaving." Hearing this, Charlotte quickly says, "Wait a minute, are you going to leave a girl here all by herself?" Rodion cheerfully leaves a remark for Charlotte and vanishes. "Of course, let's not meet in the future." At this moment, Charlotte's heart suddenly skips a beat. Rodion Lavrenty. In the dim room, Ironia rubs her eyes and wakes up groggily. She thinks to herself, "When did I fall asleep again?" Suddenly, a voice rings out, "Are you awake, Iron?" The light from the candle illuminates part of the person's figure, startling Ironia. Immediately after, Ironia recognizes the person and cries out, "Eldest young master." Aben places the lamp down on the table and speaks first. "Otis said when we went out, you were already awake. If I had known, I would have stayed a bit longer." Ironia politely replies, "In any case, then I will just go back to sleep." A faint scent from somewhere catches Ionia's attention. The scent of sweet flowers is nearby. Then she is startled. "Roses." Aben explains, "Iron, I thought you liked flowers, so I brought them. They will help relax your mind and make you comfortable." Ionia lets out a sigh of relief and replies, "I made you worry. I am still fine. Now is also the time to slowly wake up." Aben cannot help but correct her. "The words I hear most from Iron up until now are 'I am fine.' But that will not fly now. Lie down." Saying that, he gently places Ironia down on the bed. Aben even carefully tucks her in. Ironia cannot help but blush. She thinks to herself that since transmigrating into this game, this is definitely the first time she has received care from anyone. However, treating her like this with a maid working in this mansion, they are just trying to stop me from resigning, right? I will definitely leave this mansion, so everything will also end pointlessly. Ironia turns her face away and says to Archibald, "Even if you treat me well like this, I will still resign." Archibald brushes her hair up and sighs. "Your heart is too cold, how terrible. I already said it before, Iron, you are mine. It is only normal for my people to receive such kindness." Archibald's warm words make her feel weak. Still, expecting a little for a brief moment is worth it. The two gently touch. The darkness enveloping the mansion comes to an end. Lise thinks to herself that she is coming here again today. She lifts the cloth covering a basket filled with food, wondering if she should have come after she fell asleep. Lise tiptoes in with the prepared items. She thinks this is all she can do. She hopes Miss Aronia will recover soon. Suddenly, Aronia speaks up first from behind, scaring Louis out of her wits. "How many more times do you plan on sneaking here?" Being caught. Louis can only smile awkwardly and reply, "Miss Aronia, you are awake." Ionia sits up, intending to get off the bed. She confesses, of course, because I cannot just keep stealing Lucy's dinner. Hearing this, Louis is startled and asks, how do you know that? Is my dinner? Lucy has to work hard here just because of a large debt. She cannot buy food with her own personal money. Ionia wonders. To herself, why are you treating me so? Well, then Ionia directly speaks her mind, asking Louis, Miss Louis, don't you find it tiring? The other is stunned. Yes. Ionia looks at her with heartache and continues, I am asking if you are not tired. Now you even have to do my work, which will be much harder, so why do you do this? Louis smiles. She takes Ionia's hand and confesses, I really like you, Ionia, so I hope you recover soon. Ionia cannot help but fall into her own thoughts. No, Louis, you are wrong. I am not as good as you think. You know nothing. You do not know what painful situations I have dragged you into in this world. In the beginning, I liked you too, Lise. In a place devoid of humanity like Knox, to me, Lise was an even more special existence than a best friend. But in order to return to the real world, I pushed Louis into trouble many times. In the end, I killed Louis 3 times. Furthermore, I promised myself that I would no longer get close to Louis. I do not understand why this is happening anymore. Louis excitedly asks Ionia, lying like this, isn't it just like a slumber party? When I was a child, I went to slumber parties a lot. Ionia replies half-heartedly. Just to be polite. That is right. Louis turns to look at Ionia and continues, no matter how one looks at it, you seem like a very decent person, Miss Ionia. Ionia intends to reject this statement. You think too highly of me. Louis quickly explains, no, not at all. I am always grateful to you. You helped me so much. Ionia does not reply, but thinks. To herself, of course. Louis confesses, you. No, Miss Ionia, do you really want to leave this mansion? Lise admits. I thought I would work at this mansion for the rest of my life. Actually, my father failed in business, so my family ended up in deep debt. Ionia also understands that. I know Louis's father had a massive debt, then committed suicide and abandoned Louis. To pay off the debt, she cannot quit her extremely high-paying job at the mansion. Louis continues, actually, before this, I thought staying here and working with you forever would be great, Miss Ionia. Ionia is somewhat awkward about that. Louis's next sentence makes Ionia stun. Ned, but I want you to be happier, Miss Ionia. Even though it was our first meeting, you treated me so warmly. Although you are a bit quiet, you are a better person than anyone else. As she speaks, Louis's eyes grow heavy, so Ionia sits up and rubs her head to comfort her. Louis, even if our time together keeps repeating, I still hope you will always be happy in this life. At this moment, a dog is specially brought in. Ta-da, I was worried Lee would be sad, so I brought him here. Ionia looks at the dog in slight surprise, just as expected. What a wonderful fellow. She thinks to herself, people keep coming and going. I must quickly return to work to feel more at ease. Rodion caresses the dog's head and says, with this fellow around, no one else can get close to Lee except me. Then he looks at Ionia and excitedly requests, praise me, Lee. Ionia looks at him, speechless. Rodion seems somewhat different from usual. Could it be that he used Elios? Elios is a magic-filled sacred relic that is believed to have disappeared until now. It is something left behind by the ancestors of the Laventy family. Although the power of this sacred relic is great, no one can use weapons made from Elios. Therefore, the genius of alchemy, Edith Laventy, used lucky talent and successfully made her son, Rodion, a suitable user. Even though he has obtained great power, that does not mean he only has power. Ionia suggests, young master, please sit down first. Rodion sits down and laments with pity, if I get stabbed a few more times, I might get to come here. Ionia replies helplessly, don't say such things. His bold actions and sincere words are different from usual, and his current appearance cannot hide his true feelings anymore. This is all the influence of Elios. She is dazed when Rodion suddenly hugs her. Unexpectedly, young master Rodion, please, I hope Lee will recover soon. Ionia hugs him back soothingly. She asks, how has Lola been these past few days? Rodion flinches. He looks at Ionia in confusion and asks her, why did you suddenly bring up that girl? Ionia replies, because right now she is doing the work that we are supposed to do. That is why I am worried. Rodion honestly relates, I saw her a few times when passing by. She often loses focus and causes trouble when doing things. Ionia sighs inwardly, of course. She gently rubs her temples and sighs, thinking this is the very reason why they bother her like this. Rodion continues, furthermore, I want to say, Lee, I think she is hiding something from us. This sentence of his startles Ionia. Someone's shout rings out along with towels fluttering in the air. Seeing Ionia's face covered by a towel, the other person quickly apologizes. I am sorry, Miss Ionia. Ionia silently thinks that although she already knows, the other person is still frantically explaining and apologizing. I tripped. Sorry, I am so sorry. Ionia thinks to herself, Lise is not suited for work. Although she is a bit clumsy, saying there is no problem is far from the truth. That girl is hiding something from us. A few days before she came to the mansion to observe the situation, she and that girl left the room. When Lee was poisoned by the paralyzing scent and fainted, a person who treats wounded and bloody patients like it is nothing, and is not surprised by gunfire like her. But she panicked when Lee fainted. Isn't that very strange? Panicking when someone else faints is just like when Rodian fainted. The suspicion is correct. For someone we have only just met, why does she behave so intensely? Something must have happened to Lewis because of a system error. Lewis on this side is still excitedly talking to Ionia. These past few days I keep falling. It is not normally like this. Ionia wants to confirm it again, so she asks, is it really only during recent days? She confesses, yes, my feet also unconsciously slip. Seeing this, Ionia quickly cries out, wait, Lewis, that is dangerous. Fortunately, Ionia catches Lewis by the waist. Ionia carefully reminds her, Miss Lewis, you must be more careful. Lewis is still in a daze, thinking to herself, she just called me Lewis. Seeing that she has not said anything, Ionia asks again, are you okay? Your ankle? Lewis quickly replies, I am fine. Completely fine. Suddenly pain radiates, causing Lewis's face to pale. She bends down in pain and cries out, I am sorry, the newly washed clothes, let me wash them again. I will wash them as fast as possible. I will not bother you, Miss Ionia. Hearing this, Ionia gently brushes her hair back and bends down to help her. Miss Lewis, it is fine as long as you are not hurt. We can wash them together. Lewis is momentarily touched. Miss Ionia, Ionia suggests, let's go to the laundry room before it is too late. Lewis immediately replies happily, yes. Ionia leans against a pillar, exhausted. I have observed all day but cannot find anything wrong with Lewis. In any case, I should handle the spy issue first. Ionia frowns because that part in the original work is not far off. In the next section of the original novel, Henrietta's plan is to force Archibald and Charlotte to marry. Displeased with Veronica, she came here and sent a spy to bribe the painter sent by Henrietta to assassinate Archibald. But the assassination failed, the portrait was incomplete, and it was covered with the blood of that unfortunate painter. If Veronica has planted a spy inside this mansion, then she has highly likely tampered with the painter already. Therefore, before the painter arrives, I must act first. In the decorated room, the canvas and brushes are ready. Ionia bends over and thinks, it is good that I prepared in advance. This luminescent dye has been mixed with a special eye drop that others cannot see. Apply this on the painter's tools. When he meets the spy, I will know who the spy is. Sadly, due to side effects, it cannot be used many times, and it is also needlessly expensive. Just as Ionia is carrying out her plan, a voice rings out and startles her. Still preparing, seeing who the newcomer is, Ionia is stunned. The eldest young master. Archibald anxiously asks Ionia, do you feel better? Ionia replies, the doctor has told you many times that I am still fine. Aben worriedly says, it is possible. It left after effects. Iron, can you help me a bit? You always help me. It is difficult to do it alone. Ionia suggests to him, if you are not used to it, it will be hard. 3 layers of clothing, a tie, cufflinks, gold accessories with a ruby and the great eagle signet ring. Everything on Archibald is her choice. If there were a few more simple ornaments, he would become a perfect statue. It is exciting to look here and there. But now he is the next one preparing to marry, yet he does not even know who his partner is. The mood is a bit done, he exclaims. It is funny. It looks like I am preparing to marry someone I have never known. Iron, nothing is beyond your reach. Ionia advises him, don't worry because you are a wonderful person, so no matter who the partner is, she will definitely like you. Aben asks her, is there any reason why you think so? Ionia evaluates him. First, you are very handsome and have a great body. Archibald is surprised to hear this. Right after, he cannot help but burst into laughter. Ha ha! Iron, I did not think you would think of me that way. Ionia calmly replies, oh, but I do. Where else could one find a wonderful person like you? Ionia thinks to herself that he seems to have calmed down. Ionia advises him, so do not worry too much. Young master will definitely be a good husband and you will receive love from her. I still remember it clearly. When I was young, I always looked at a girl with a young face and tied-up hair. That girl? Aben unconsciously looks towards Iron. He gazes at Iron playing origami with Otis and feels sad. Unlike his immature younger brothers, he was always busy with lessons for the heir of the Laventy family. He always watched Iron playing with his two half-brothers. He looked outside, longing to play with her. It looked fun. Even if it is just folding paper, Right at that moment, Iron turned back to look at him. Otis saw her looking elsewhere and asked curiously, "What is wrong?" She looked up at the mansion's window and answered, "I feel like someone is watching me," making Otis very surprised. He asked her again, "What? Who?" And she said, "I must have been mistaken." But how could she know that as soon as Archibald saw her look up, he quickly hid behind the wall? His face flushes red, and his heart also beats wildly. That is the first time he has had such a feeling. After that, he just keeps gazing at Iron. Since that day, I cannot take my eyes off Ironia as she helps Rodion get familiar with pets in the backyard of the mansion. The second time is when I first learn how to shoot and discover my talent. I know that I do not need a nanny like Aronia, but I cannot ignore her. The warm scenery seems to make me sad. Therefore, I do not know since when I became jealous. Of her, he tightens his hand and asks, "Do you believe me?" Iron raises her eyes to look at him firm. "Yes, I believe you." Hearing this, his eyes visibly cloud with sadness. He silently tells Iron, "You know nothing, I want." She looks at him with eyes of absolute trust, more than anything else in the world. Suddenly, Aben tightly grabs her arms and slowly says to her, "You say you trust me, but why didn't you tell me there is a spy in this manor?" Hearing this, Iron opens her eyes wide, looking at him in shock. He mentions that when she fainted from inhaling the fragrance of the agent administered, she spoke of a spy. "I want to know why you chose to remain silent, but she turns her head away, wanting to avoid him. Regarding that, she thinks to herself that she should not have mentioned the spy from the very beginning. She did something useless after all. Archibald speaks first. "I was very happy when you said you trusted me." His hands slowly release her. His eyes look at her with clear disappointment. "But am I not worthy of your trust to that extent?" Just as she is about to explain, "It is not like that, young master," Joseph approaches to inform them. "Young master, today's guest has arrived." Hearing this, she is extremely surprised. Has the painter arrived? So Iron leaves him there and quickly runs off. Before leaving, she does not forget to say to him, "I will go escort the painter, young master." When she leaves, his face darkens again. While walking out with Joseph, she thinks to herself that Archibald's face at that moment was full of hurt, and she only wants to keep beautiful memories before leaving this manor. At this moment, Joseph turns his head to look at her and urgently says, "Ironia, I think you need to hurry. I have left Louis to take care of that noble lady, and I am really worried that something unfortunate might happen." Hearing this, Iron immediately feels that something is not right and freezes in her tracks. She asks Joseph in confusion, "A noble lady? Isn't a painter supposed to come?" He waves his hand in denial. "Not a painter, it is Lady Charlotte from LB. On Charlotte's side, as Louis pours tea for her, she asks, "Oh, what is your relationship with Lord Rodion Laventy?" This leaves Louis confused as to what Charlotte means. "Relationship." Taking a sip of tea, she says, "Speak the truth, because I only want to know." She blankly says, "The young master is the master, and I am the maid," but she cuts her off. Then Charlotte slams the table and yells, "Don't play with me, I heard you and the young master talking before." Flashback to a few days ago when she is looking for Rodion. "I am sure I saw him going this way." She even imagines a romantic scene between them. "During our garden tour, I got lost. Could you take me to the tea room?" But when she sees him and wants to call out to him, "Found you, Lord Rodion," she sees Louis and Rodion talking. One sentence from Louis, "We are sleeping in the same bed," makes her heart skip a beat. Her eyes widen in shock. "What, that maid and Lord Rodion?" Back to the present, she says furiously, "I heard you say you are sleeping in the same bed as Lord Rodion." That is when Louis finally remembers and explains, "At that time I was talking about another maid." But she grabs her skirt and yells, "She does not believe you at all. Are you lying, do you think I will believe you? You are looking down on me." Even then, she still firmly says, "I am only telling the truth, my lady." But what answers her is a stinging slap. She points at her, "You lowly thing." While Charlotte is still throwing a fit, "When I become the mistress of Laventy, I will kick you out of the manor immediately." Ironia also arrives. She steps forward and speaks loudly, "What is going on here?" Seeing her, even though she has just received a painful slap, Louis still looks at her with a smile. Looking at Lise like that, Ironia feels deeply sorry for Louis. "Are you all right?" Then she instructs her, I will take care of the guest. You leave this place quickly. Louis hesitates a bit, but she speaks first. I am not just letting you leave. I have a few things to say to you. Then she whispers in Lee's ear. No one knows what she says, but right after hearing it, Louis runs off without paying any attention to Charlotte's words. Who? Who allowed you to leave? I am not done talking. When Louis leaves, Iron turns around and slowly says to her, My lady, as a guest who came to this manor without an invitation, how dare you lay a hand on the workers here? This is too much. She slams her hand down again and raises her voice. Who do you think you are to lecture me? So she bows her head and respectfully replies, Apologies for the late introduction, my lady. I am the head maid here, Ironia, and from now on I will escort you on Louis's side because she is worried. About Ironia, she rushes to find Rodion. Young master, third young master. At this moment, he is happily playing with his pet cat. Seeing her arrive in this state, he asks in confusion, Why are you in such a hurry? Did something happen? Then he notices her swollen cheek and quickly asks, Wait, what happened to your face? But she urgently says loudly, That is not important. Lady Ironia told me to tell the young master. Hearing Iron's name, his face suddenly turns red with embarrassment. She spoke to me? Louis then reports everything Iron told her to say to him. I need a hunting dog. Hearing this, his face suddenly darkens. A hunting dog? He asks Louis. Why does she need a hunting dog? Is it to scare Lady Charlotte? Then he asks where she is without even waiting for Lise to answer clearly. Yes, you already turned away, then glares at Lise. I asked where Ironia is. Charlotte is once again an ambitious character, but because she respects the wrong person, she is considered a piece of cannon fodder. Every time she comes to the manor, she bullies Louis. This is because Louis is always close to Rodion, whom she likes. I have tried my best not to interfere with the plot, but seeing Louis's face, I just can't. Iron is in a difficult position. She looks at the spilled tea on the table and thinks to herself. After hearing what Charlotte said, she thinks Charlotte probably misunderstood Louis's meaning. She is trembling with anger. I have always believed he is not the type of person who would easily notice a common maid. He is a strong and wonderful person. At that moment, Iron speaks up to explain for Louis, the maid who slept in the same bed with her is me. She is like a child, so I treat her like a younger sister, and we slept in the same bed last night. When Charlotte wants to shoot back, do you think I will believe those words? Iron yells, My lady. Then she says something that makes her freeze. The one who will marry you is not young Master Rodion, but young Master Aben. Please do not forget this, because my lady's misunderstanding can harm the reputation of the Laventy family. Therefore, please apologize. Hearing this, she is extremely shocked. Instead of apologizing, she even argues, Why should I apologize to that maid? Iron slowly replies, The young master deeply hates anyone laying a hand on his servants. She relies on her family background again. Even so, they won't get angry with me, will they? My aunt heads this family. Hearing this, she immediately replies, If my lady is referring to Lady Henrietta Laventy, the servant my lady just struck is the servant Lady Henrietta cherishes and sent to Laventy. This leaves Charlotte extremely shocked. Her next words, and they also frequently exchange letters, make her feel like the sky is falling and her world darkens. She remembers the words of warning from her aunt, Charlotte, do not disappoint me, which makes her even more terrified. No, no. Then she grabs Iron's shoulders and urgently says to her, Call that girl here immediately. I will apologize to her, and please do not let Lady Henrietta find out about this. At that moment, she pulls her hands off her shoulders and says, Calm down, my lady. I will definitely do my best to ensure that does not happen. Before my lady meets Lord Rodion, I think my lady should turn back. Suddenly, the door is flung open. Rodion approaches, her words still echoing in his mind. I need a hunting dog. The promise that Rodion makes to me to solve. To understand why she likes it, one has to go back several years. It is definitely from the moment I become Rodion and Otis's nanny. Back then, endless gossip goes around among the servants about her. Why does only Ironia receive special attention? I have to do so much just to get the young master's attention. If I knew, then I would have accepted being a nanny. Even Iron knows that the gossip surrounding her is not easy to deal with. I, at that time, am always hated by the other maids. As someone detested by the other staff, the button for my devoted maid uniform is stolen, or I have to deal with their childish pranks. She stands up, and in her exhaustion, she can only sigh internally. I have been doing this maid job for it would be weird to start provoking them now. I must get out of here quickly. No one here is on my side. Her hands quickly brush the dirt off her dress. Looking at her scratch-covered hands, she can only ignore them. It is over, and now it is time to go wake Rodion up. Iron gently opens the door to Rodian's room and softly calls inside, "Third young master, it is Ironia." She enters to remind him. "Young master, it is time to wake up." "Now what will happen if you continue to sleep?" Meanwhile, Rodian is still lost in his sleep. Seeing him sleep so soundly, she stands to the side and gazes at his face. He looks just like an angel while sleeping, so cute. Fortunately, I managed to borrow the gloves in time. She gently takes his hand and sits down beside him, thinking to herself that she has to wait 5 minutes as usual. Every morning, Rodian wakes up late, giving the other servants a headache. If I hold his hand like this, he will wake up right away. At that moment, Rodian also feels her hand. He silently thinks her hand is so warm yet wet, he pauses. Upon seeing her wearing gloves, he immediately sits up. Abruptly, "Are you awake, young master?" Rodian looks at the red stains on the glove in panic. "Lee, are you bleeding? Does it hurt?" She can only sigh. "I am sorry if I make you uncomfortable with the gloves." But he does not feel uncomfortable at all. On the contrary, he is extremely worried about her. "What are you talking about? It is not fine. If you are injured, you must take care of yourself first." "Lee," he hastily asks her, "is someone bullying you?" She sighs and denies it. "No, that is not it." Then she makes up an excuse. "I was just careless and tripped. I will be more careful next time." But Rodian is not that easily fooled. His eyes show clear sadness. "Liar!" He cradles her hand, softly asking, "Hey Lee, have you ever gone hunting?" "Before," she replies, "No, I have not." So he explains, "When hunting, hunters bring a hound with them. It is more useful than I thought. It can chase prey, retrieve shot birds for its master, and even protect them. So, he suddenly scratches his head in embarrassment, then grins and says to her, "Let me become Lee's hound." Hearing this, she is very surprised, then bursts out laughing. "A hound! That is indeed a very Rodian-like thought." She immediately thanks him. "It is my honor." "Thank you, young master." That is also the reason why, upon hearing Louis relay the words, "I need a hound," Rodian immediately rushes to her. Seeing him standing tall before her, she looks at his serious face and thinks to herself, "A hound? There is no way Rodian does not know what is going on." Upon seeing him, Charlotte hurriedly runs over to him. "Lord Rodian, once again, thank you very much. Thank you for—" But unexpectedly, he asks her, "Who are you?" Leaving her stunned. He glares at Charlotte, warning, "Do not block my path, move aside. It is really annoying." Just then, Iron speaks up. "Third young master, that is Lady Charlotte, one of the candidates to be engaged to young Master Aben." He calmly scratches his head. "Really? But I did not hear that such a guest would arrive." Charlotte stammers in response, That, I came to see Lord Arkaban." "Ban." Before she can even finish, he grabs her shoulder. "Even if you are the one close to being engaged, coming to see my busy brother without prior notice like this, is this action not far too discourteous?" Hearing his tone, she is terrified, her face darkening. "Discourteous action?" Then he explains, "I am just a bit worried about the person who will become Lavrenty's master, hence my rash behavior." She slowly steps forward. "Oh, I am sorry," then runs away in sorrow. Meanwhile, Rodian watches her retreating figure and wonders, when did I even meet her? At the same time, Iron speaks up. "Thank you, young master." He is slightly bewildered. "What? I thought there was an emergency. Are you done speaking?" She replies, "Lady Charlotte has a major misunderstanding about our relationship, which is a problem." This leaves him confused. "Misunderstanding?" She recounts. "Yes, according to what I heard, the young master and Lady Louis slept in the same bed yesterday." This startles Rodian, filling his head with question marks. He asks back in frustration, "What, me and that toy rabbit?" She calmly asks, "Is that not the truth?" He denies it immediately. "Of course not." So Iron curiously asks, "Then why did such a rumor appear?" Hearing this, he is a bit embarrassed and remains silent. Only after a while does he speak up. "Well, the reason is because everything goes back to that day. Louis is sitting with him in the garden. Word after word, Louis does nothing but praise Iron. I like Lady Ironia very much. With that talent and gentleness, she is good at everything." Then Louis looks at him, eyes shining brightly, and asks, "Why is she so perfect? Can I become someone like Lady Ironia one day?" This makes Rodian feel utterly helpless. I do not know how many times you have talked about this already." Then he sighs and asks, "How long have you been with Lee?" "Whenever I get the chance." "Lady Ironia, she." "Iron," Louis speaks up, "but this is first time I feel close to someone." It is like destiny, which leaves him unable to understand her meaning. "What destiny? It could be that you spoke up back then." Suddenly, Louis seems to remember something and quickly stands up. "Right, there was one time I almost fell down the stairs and she caught me." Her action makes his heart skip a beat. "You scared me to death." Then she flashes a friendly smile filled with playful mockery and asks, "Young master, have you ever experienced that?" It makes him burst with anger. "Oh, please, I'm not jealous of you," he boasts proudly. "I wake up in Lee's arms every morning." Hearing this, Lewis pouts, "I'm not jealous either. I have a relationship with Lady Ionia that is more than special." This leaves him completely puzzled, not understanding what she wants. To say, "What did you say?" Then she excitedly boasts, "We share a bed." Her voice is filled with immense pride. Returning to the present as he recalls his conversations with Louis that day, he looks completely dazed. "No, I can't say that." At this moment, Iron asks again, "So are you sure you won't tell me what happened?" He can only explain that it is nothing, that she is just imagining things. Then, like a sad child, he asks in confusion, "But Lee, isn't there any praise for me?" "I mean, I gave up my important work because of you." He looks at her like a pitiful puppy. Looking at him, Iron secretly imagines that he is like a puppy whose toy has been stolen. The thought makes her laugh happily. She then gently opens her arms toward him. Looking at the scene in front of him, he is slightly dazed. When she says, "Come here," he happily runs over and hugs her. Until now, he is the only young master who still flirts with me like this. Rodion is not satisfied yet, so he asks, Lee, can you say that I am special?" She gently pats his head, thinking to herself, "You are indeed special." Rodion is the only one compatible with Elios. Instead of just granting the user magnificent power, Elios later makes that person cruel and bloodthirsty. Because of Elios' influence, Rodion becomes brutal, and no one can get close. To him, at that time, the only nanny who could soothe him is me. She recalls the day she saw Louis hugging him, thinking it is just like what Louis did with Rodion before, which always calms Rodion down. "I know this caring action doesn't belong to me, but Louis can do it. Therefore, it is best for me to push him away now." Iron tells him, "Instead of saying I am special, you should say we are closer than all the other young masters." Hearing this makes him very happy. "Really?" Suddenly he turns sad again like a small puppy, grabs her and asks, "But you are about to leave this mansion. Will you abandon me like that too?" It makes her feel completely helpless. Why does the plot suddenly head in this direction? Now she steps back from him, which saddens him slightly. Then he says to her seriously, "Lee, even so, I still think I need you by my side. I still need you to be by my side." Then he asks her, "Lee, can you stay by my side if you want to leave the mansion?" "I will." She holds his hand. "Young master." Then she reminds him, "Even without me by your side, you will still live well. You will get used to it quickly." This disappoints him deeply. At this moment, she leaves first, only leaving Rodion with one sentence. "So before the artist arrives, please let me leave first." She also reminds herself that she needs to leave this place before the plot progresses any further. Rodion cannot bear to let her leave. "Wait, Lee." But then he stops. "I will get used to it." Then he secretly vows in his heart, "No matter what, Lee, I still cannot let you go." A moment later, on the other side, Lise is sitting in the garden. She sighs while stroking a kitten. Suddenly, footsteps sound. The little cat opens its eyes to look. Seeing its owner, it lets out a happy meow. Hearing its cry, she sleepily rubs her eyes. "What's wrong, kitten?" When she looks up, Rodion has appeared before her. Seeing Louis, he asks in surprise, "Why are you still here?" She replies, "Third young master, this little one keeps following me, so I can't leave." Hearing this surprises him. "No one can touch this little guy except me. Come here." "I brought it here so Lee could see it." This surprises her. She curiously asks him, "Does Lady Ionia like cats?" He says, "I don't know, it's just that she previously said I look like a black cat." To his surprise, she asks innocently, "Isn't it a dog?" This makes him very annoyed. "Shut up, you noisy stuffed rabbit." It was Lee who said that. She freezes, "Stuffed rabbit." Then she angrily snaps back, "Young master, you are a stuffed dog." He argues back, "Do I look that much like a dog?" She quickly explains, "Don't say such nonsense, I said a puppy." Then she says, "When I said hound, you didn't say anything." At that moment, he falls silent, thinking to himself, a loyal hound. Animals always stay by their master's side and protect them. Animals always stay by their master's side and protect them to keep them around. They can break their collars and run after their master with a pitiful face just to be near them. Seeing that he remains silent for a long time with a solemn expression, Louis speaks up first. "What's wrong? Why do you look so serious? Am I being too harsh?" Only then does he slowly tell her, "You said you like Lee too. At the end of Lee's contract, she will leave. Do you not feel anything?" Hearing this question, she replies sorrowfully, "If you mean to ask if I am okay, I am actually not okay at all. I really want to be with Lady Ionia because even after being away for just a little while, I already miss her." She then flashes a sincere smile at Rodion. "But despite all my greed, I hope she will be happier." This surprises him greatly. He glances elsewhere, pondering her words. "Hope Lee will be happy. I can definitely bring Happiness to Lee, late that night. Lee sits up. She looks at Iron beside her and asks, Lady Ironia, are you asleep? But there is no response, which means Iron is already asleep. She thinks to herself, are you asleep? I still want to talk to you. I just want to say that I am very happy to have just helped you. To understand this, we must go back a little. Lady Ironia, what are you looking for? Iron looks around and replies to her. A larger oil barrel that looks like a wash basin used to wash small portrait paintbrushes. But Iron adds, you don't need to help me. Lewis smiles and objects. How can that be? You just saved me. Besides, I also want to lend Lady Ironia a hand. Hearing this, Iron asks, then can you help me find the right oil barrel? Hearing her request, Lewis enthusiastically agrees. Yes. A moment later, she looks up at the oil barrel high above, then says to Iron, what Lady Ironia is looking for must be up there. At this moment, Iron stands on a chair to reach it. Let me go up and get it. This makes her very worried. She keeps watching Iron's actions and warns, be careful, be careful. Suddenly, an idea strikes her. Lady Iron, her eyes light up as she looks at Iron. Come down quickly. Don't worry, I am holding it for you. Iron replies, thank you. After getting the oil barrel, Iron smiles sincerely at Lewis. It is indeed very dangerous, but thanks to Lewis's help, I am fine. Thinking about this, Lewis feels a bit sad. Just as the young master said, Lady Ironia is going to leave this place. But before that, I want to preserve beautiful memories of her, even if I can only help her a little. But before long, she shiftily pulls up the blanket and tells herself, don't think about it anymore. I have to wake up early tomorrow. After lying down for a while, she still cannot sleep. I can't sleep. A few hours ago at the LB mansion, Charlotte enters like a lost soul. Her face is completely vacant. Right at this moment, Veronica calls her name. Charlotte, you are back. Hearing this, she raises her head. Seeing her, she calls out Lady Veronica as a greeting. Then the woman asks directly, what do you think of Lavrenty? She becomes anxious and makes up a story. Well, they kicked me out and said they would have a guest arriving soon. Hearing this, she laughs out loud and walks toward her. Of course, those brats are all equally foolish. How could they let you in? Then she asks, besides, isn't today the day the painter sent by Henrietta arrives there? Charlotte asks, is Lavrenty's guest a painter? She tells her, so Henrietta hasn't told you yet. At this moment, she thinks to herself, Henrietta making Archibald and this brat marry. Each other is also the plan to redeem her right. The story of the two conspiring. If I just stand still, it will be a mistake. Then she laughs wickedly. The reason I want to send you to Lavrenty most is that while you are treated carelessly like that, my people can move earlier. She asks Charlotte, did Aunt Henrietta, whom you respect the most, say nothing? She can only think silently. Aunt Henrietta might also see me as prey. At this moment, Lady Veronica touches her face, pretending to show concern. Oh dear, you don't look very well. She can only force a smile and reply, I am fine. As long as I can help Lady Veronica, everything is fine. After a series of statements from her, she also understands the reason she was sent to Lavrenty. So, from the very beginning, sending me there is to observe the movements of the Lavrenty family. There must be a reason why Aunt Henrietta didn't tell me. Suddenly, she grabs her chin and says to her, poor Charlotte, you must choose the person you want to follow very carefully. She whispers in her ear, if you keep trusting Henrietta like that, one day you will be sold by the Edgen family to whoever they choose. Suddenly, another familiar voice speaks. Up, that is enough. It turns out to be Edith walking over. She looks at the scene in front of her and asks, what are you doing with that child? Seeing her, Veronica only laughs. What is wrong with the dead person from the laboratory? Edith. Charlotte looks at her in utter astonishment. That person is Master Rodian's mother, so she puts on a friendly face and steps forward to greet her. Lady Edith, why are you here? She says thoughtfully, I just ran out of coffee, holding out her coffee cup to show her. Then she asks, but what are you two doing? Veronica finds it strange and asks back, why do you suddenly ask that? Aside from studying, are you interested in anything else? She approaches Charlotte and says, I heard this young lady just returned from Lavrenty. Edith asks her, did you meet my son? How is he? Is my son doing well? Just as she is about to answer, Veronica cuts her off. She sneers, the world's #1 Edith actually knows how to show concern. Even if you threw that child away, he is still your child, right? Your purpose here must be curiosity. Why ask now? Why don't you shut up and go back to studying? Edith ignores her words, gently pushes up her glasses and says, I have some things to discuss with the girl. I am very busy. Right now? But she does not let it go, continuing to ramble. So Edith says, I already know everything. When Henrietta returns, I must tell her what important matters you two have to discuss with her. To discuss with each other, this makes her furious. Edith! Then Edith accidentally drops her coffee cup. Witnessing this, Edith calmly says, "That is too rude. You suddenly screamed, startling me and causing my hand to slip. Since you scared me like that, I decide not to leave the laboratory anymore." After that, Edith pushes Charlotte along. "Let's go, young lady. Come here, stay there, watch out, or you will get hurt." Watching the two of them walk away like that, she is mad to death. To the core, before leaving, Edith even tells Veronica, "Help me clean up that spot. I am borrowing this young lady for a moment," making her extremely angry. "Lady Edith, stop right there." She runs up and yells, "Edith, you do this to me and act like it is nothing." Edith sneers, "Then it is nothing. The only one who gives you a sense of necessity is me." A moment later, as Edith walks, she says to Charlotte, "I have some things to discuss with you, which is why I called you here." This confuses her. "Do you wish to ask me something?" Hearing, "I need some specimens," she becomes utterly terrified. "Specimens." Edith continues, "So I must find the right person." Hearing this, her whole body trembles with fear. So the rumors about kidnapping others to perform experiments on them are true, test subjects. Seeing her unusual expression, Edith understands why she suddenly looks uncomfortable. "Are you afraid I will experiment on you?" Finding her fears exposed, she quickly denies it. "No, of course not." At this point, she explains, "It is not an experiment. I just want to confirm a few things. Young lady, you are falling in love with someone, right?" Exposed, she does not know how to explain. "That," Edith speaks first, "there is no need to deny it. I already diagnosed you a few days ago. It is love sickness, isn't it?" Then she teases Charlotte, "Truly miraculous. This is the first time someone enjoys being by my side like this. Everyone around me is of that sort, after all." Then she hands her a mysterious vial, saying, "This is a gift for you." This leaves her very unexpectedly. She then introduces it as a love potion that first increases the user's anxiety, then makes them think it is love. Hearing this, Charlotte finds it hard to believe, a love potion. Then she asks, "Why are you giving me this?" She only replies, "I need to find out the required dosage for the target to fall in love, so just find someone you like and test it. Then their behavior toward you will change." She still cannot believe it and asks again, "Can I really make that person love me?" The woman chuckles and replies, "No, love is impossible. This is just a potion experiment, so do not expect too much from it." Then she suddenly lowers her voice, "I do not know what will happen if they take too much. Will they end up like my son?" Then she pushes Charlotte out while instructing, "Above all, the potion only works until mid-month, so you must have them use it during this period. That is it, you can leave now." Even though she wants to ask more, "Wait, Miss Edith," she is still kicked out. Holding it in her hand, she thinks to herself, "A love potion sounds like a children's joke, but this is the potion that Edith gave her. As long as she has this, she can achieve happiness." Over at the mansion, even though it is already late, Iron is still awake. She walks and thinks to herself, there is no need to rush. But with Charlotte arriving at the mansion so early, things keep changing. She can no longer delay. She must catch that guy, the spy who is colluding with the painter. A few days ago, she applied a special eye drop onto the painter's belongings. As long as she drops this medicine into her eyes, she can know where the painter went, so she drops it into her eyes. Right after, she sees golden lights, which makes her very happy. "I see it." She tells herself that as long as she follows this trail, she will find the spy. Then she traces the path. Iron follows it down the stairs and toward the greenhouse. The trail leads to the greenhouse. Suddenly, she stops. Before her is a figure. Someone is inside, so she hurriedly runs over because she wants to make sure he does not escape. To her, if she loses this opportunity, she will never know what the spy will do in the future. She must find out his identity today. Every place he passes has highly visible traces left behind. It is definitely this guy, so she grabs the person. "Stop, wait a moment." But the person in front of her surprises her greatly. "Second young master." Iron looks at him in utter bewilderment. "Second young master, why are you here?" Hearing her question, Otis is also stunned. He thought she recognized him, but the reality is not as he imagined. "Didn't you know it was me? Otherwise, why did you grab me?" Iron is still pulling his hand, but she hesitates before reacting. "That, because it is too dark, so I couldn't see clearly." She quickly calms down, retracts her hand, avoids his gaze, and replies casually, "So I mistook you for someone else." Otis's face darkens. "Someone else, who?" Feeling highly displeased with that person, he demands in a stern voice, "What is that person doing in a pitch-black place like this?" Indeed, one lie must lead to 1,000 other excuses. Iron stammers and makes up a random reason, "Because that person forgot something here." He asks irritably, "Searching in the dark of night like this, is that thing so urgent?" What else can Iron say? She is completely at a loss for words. "What should I do? I cannot think of any other logical reason." Seeing her silence, he sneers and approaches. "Can't you think of a more believable reason?" It turns out he saw right through her from the very beginning. He looks at her guilty expression helplessly, his voice bitter. Irony, I do not know what to think about this situation anymore. Otis falls silent. Doubt, confusion, and anxiety well up inside him at this random coincidence. Because Irenia looks like that, he can only think of bad things. In the middle of the night at the greenhouse where no one comes, she is not even surprised to meet someone. Furthermore, how rushed was she to be dressed like this? Right now, Iron is still wearing a camisole nightgown with a shawl loosely draped over her shoulders. He intently observes her every gesture and expression. Though he does not want to overthink it, does everything not point to a single conclusion? Never before has he felt that his overly intelligent and sharp mind is so redundant. Even so, he stubbornly deceives himself. Otis grabs her shoulders and asks Irenia in a hoarse voice, "Is the reason you dare not speak because you want to secretly meet someone?" He tries his absolute best to stay calm while asking Iron that question, but his face cannot hide his urgency and desperation. His voice sounds like he is on the verge of tears. Please say it is not so. Otis's heart aches with pain, bitterness, and unwillingness since that time, ever since his heart twisted with longing for a girl. Actually, I have liked her since I started viewing her as a human. For me, a lonely person left behind, love is just an unnecessary emotion. Because self-rejection is the only thing a lonely person receives. I live thinking it is something I can never reach. So when I meet her, my heart keeps racing. Even when I see her talking and laughing with Archibald, Otis at that time can only stand and watch sadly. I was angry because my friend was a thief, so I decided to deceive myself and run away from Lavrenty and her. After some time, I meet the people Henrietta chose. I also talk to other girls when they introduce themselves. But my love and desire fade when I see eyes full of disdain and ambition. Then he suddenly pauses when he hears whispers in the crowd. Come to think of it, if you are at the Rowan's house, you can see Lake Diable. I hope to go to Lake Dia. With you one day? Otis stands frozen in place, lost in thought. I immediately recall a different face with a smile on her lips. That person is none other than Iron. She smiles brightly. I want to go to a lake or a beach. Her face lights up and feels so real, as if she is standing right in front of him, smiling. For some reason, seeing those eyes with my own, I remember Fenton's poetry. Leaving Lavrenty and her feels like a joke I am trying to play. Returning to the present, Otis speaks in a low voice, trying to suppress his turbulent emotions. If you tell the truth, I will let it go this time. Before he can finish, she interrupts. A servant. Iron knows she cannot hide it from him sooner or later, so she has to act. Actually, I came here to meet another servant. We are extremely busy all day, so we cannot be together if not for this time. Otis sighs wearily. Have I ever told you that your lying skills are very clumsy? He caresses her cheek, exposing her without hesitation. Iron looks at him with difficulty and hesitates. Young master, you are making me do clumsy things. You do not believe me at all. He is deeply hurt to admit this. In the middle of the night in a place like this, is there any other reason besides meeting someone else? Clearly, Otis is about to burst out shouting when Iron stops him in time. She says seriously and briefly, there is a suspicious person in the mansion. She knows she must speak up today, otherwise she will certainly not be able to leave quietly. Otis is stunned, quietly processing the information. Young Master Otis is unpredictable. Iron does not know what will happen if he finds out she is tracking the spy. She decides to show her cards first. If so, she pulls his arm and urges, please come over here first. Why do I have to hide? She whispers, I told you there is a suspicious person in our mansion. Iron pulls him and they both quietly hide behind a large bush. She looks at him with a sincere face. I am tracking that person. Otis is deep in thought. A suspicious person if it is the spy that my brother told me about earlier. The spy is that person, he smirks. Looking at her, he sighs helplessly. If I knew things would turn out like this, just as you said, it would be better if I were secretly meeting someone. Otis feels entirely relieved. Ironia, you do not know, do you? Just having those beautiful lips not utter the name of Lewis, who occupies all of your love, or the names of my brothers, has already calmed me down. Otis goes on the offensive. He gently hugs Iron from behind and whispers in her ear, then meeting me in secret is fine too. Tell me more about that spy. A moment later, inside the room, so even if it is revealed it will be hard to catch him, which is why you decided to keep quiet. He frowns. Can't you trust us? As Iron lights a candle, she says, because I do not know where people might overhear. I think I should act more carefully, but now that things have turned out like this, I can no longer hide it. She slowly recounts the situation at that time. I watched when that suspicious person left the greenhouse, so I followed that trail and met the young master. Otis sighs and looks at her. I thought I would never reveal this. Iron is surprised. You already know, so it is not just me. He crosses his legs with a casual, indifferent look. We all know about the spy's existence. For us, this is not very surprising. Looking at her cute, dazed face, he chuckles. Because I do not have Arania's trust and did not hear you talk about this. Yet asking you to tell this story now is quite funny. She lowers her eyes, feeling she did something a bit redundant. I should have told you sooner, so right now I need the young master's help. I lost track of the spy just now, so I do not know when there will be another opportunity. She is slightly disappointed. Otis suddenly makes a proposal that astounds Iron. If it does not come, we will create it. She is bewildered. How, seeing her interest, which is exactly what he wants, Otis smiles very slyly, raising a highly attractive issue. For example, a rumor between the two of us. As he speaks, he smiles and skillfully pulls her into his arms. Iron is as dazed as a lost deer. Rumors? In the dark night, under the dim light, a figure is busily rummaging and searching for something beside a carriage. From behind, someone silently approaches without him realizing. I wonder what cowardly mouse is scurrying around here. The other person speaks mockingly, making him startle and look back. Joseph frowns and questions. What is this? Aren't you the painter's assistant? Ethan tries to keep his composure, smiles, and greets him. A servant? What a surprise. Why strike up a conversation with me while wandering around? Joseph puts his hands on his hips and barks angrily. Hey, we are the same. I have been working here for a whole year. Anyone who mentions this servant title triggers his explosive temper to pick a fight. What is the purpose of this? Hurry up and leave, or do you want me to report this to the superiors? Ethan quickly backs down, knowing he cannot go head-to-head with this brainless guy. All right, I am leaving right now. Joseph walks away first. He is extremely annoyed, his face dark, cursing inwardly. Now even a common servant looks at me with strange eyes. How annoying. From the carriage, there is another rattling sound. Ethan tries to hurriedly rummage through the pile of things to find something. He is worried. How strange, I am sure it is. Here, if I do not find it, I will be scolded. On this side, Joseph walks over and sits on a roadside bench, feeling resentful. If it were not for the salary being higher than other places, I would have never set foot in this mansion. He snorts coldly and starts placing blame randomly on people who have nothing to do with his miserable life. It is all because of that woman. Even though we are both servants, she relies on the young master's trust to climb up. If I knew things would turn out like this, I would have gone to Delton to work with my brother. Suddenly, someone slowly appears, their voice full of praise. What a coincidence. Miriam steps forward, smiling fake sweetly. I agree, I am not the only one who thinks so. Joseph is startled. Miriam. She sneers and begins displaying her professional badmouthing skills. Isn't that right? This entire mansion is influenced by that brat. Even the eldest young master gives her authority like a head maid. Does no one know she can spin this mansion however she wants? She even pretends to sigh wearily, but she is still better than the jealous backbitters. It is just that our saintly lady does not use her power. If she were to spin the entire mansion as she pleased, would there be any room left for this woman to stand? Miriam covers her mouth with a self-pitying look. There are many times I want to leave, but because Lady Henrietta is in this mansion. Well, who is stopping you? Just pack your bags and go. Joseph acts arrogant. What do the young masters see in her anyway? Her face always looks as stiff as a statue. After all, a stone statue is a fitting metaphor. They banter and chuckle. She narrows her eyes dangerously, revealing her true nature. Is there a way to kick that brat out of the mansion? Joseph laughs in amusement. Kick her out of the mansion? That is too cruel. Miriam looks at him knowingly. So what? You also benefit. The two of them chatter lively in a corner of the garden, completely unaware that Ethan hears every single word. He pulls his hat down to cover half of his face, smiles wickedly, and leaves. Meanwhile, inside the room, Iron is flustered by his proposal. Rumors. Yes, rumors. He holds her in his arms and smiles. He is making plans. In the next 3 days, I will attend the Marquis's birthday party. Hearing this, Iron suddenly remembers. Wait, a birthday party. Ortiz is still enthusiastically setting things up. If you appear at the party with me, it will be enough to create rumors. She sinks into her memories again. This is the fully romantic segment between Lewis and Otis. The beginning of the Highbury banquet hall. The story is starting to change more compared to the original plot, but she does not want to take the position that should belong to Louis. He guesses for sure. She will agree, so he suggests all kinds of romantic scenarios. Of course, we will also regularly show everyone that we are close. Iron quietly stands up from his lap. But young master, you and I grew up together. That won't create any rumors. She turns around, rejecting his proposal. If you go with Lewis, it will be better than going with me. Ortiz quickly proposes another shocking idea that makes Iron unable to believe her ears. Then what do you think about sleeping in my room? She is stunned. What does that mean? He quickly explains. A man and a woman staying together in a room until morning. This rumor will take top priority. He is simply stubborn about creating rumors with her. Ortiz approaches and gently strokes her hair. Of course, it doesn't affect me at all if it's just acting. Ortiz smiles gently, but that smile is like a blue rose hiding sharp, dangerous, and enchanting thorns beneath its radiant petals. Iron clenches her fists, reminding herself not to misunderstand. She knows this smile is not meant for her. Iron feels bitter in her heart. This is like a poison meant specifically for me. Ortiz looks at her expectantly. So, Ironia, what do you think? This is a perfect plan, isn't it? He playfully caresses her beautiful face and fair skin. Iron falls silent, her heart aching from the poison she once tasted. She hurts after the lessons from the time she loved Otis. The two decided to embrace each other and start the path of love, just when she thought everything had finally passed. Thinking of this, the past cuts into her bleeding heart like a sharp blade. She gently pushes away his hand, caressing her face. She has already suffered enough through 4 ruined lifetimes in the game. At that time, she was completely devastated, the future completely dark and gloomy. Will it be a bad ending again this time? What if she cannot return even after witnessing all the endings? What should she do? Terrified thoughts envelop her, nearly breaking her. Living repeatedly only for tragedy to slowly erode her heart. But even harder is dealing with the sense of loneliness in this solitary world. Iron breaks down sobbing. She feels completely lost and aimless with no one to lean on in this chaotic world. At her most desperate moment, a warm voice pulls her back to reality. Ironia. He comforts her with sincerity and love. What Otis says to her wakes her up. It is exactly what she wants to hear most. His eyes are full of affection as he looks at her gently and dotingly. I need you, he confesses his heart. Ironia, only you can control me. Even though she knows she will return to the starting point sooner or later, and even though the feelings are only temporary, she has no other choice but to love him. The two quickly share a passionate kiss. Every time Ortiz says something sweet to her, the fear she has to face vanishes, and they sleep in each other's arms until morning. Holds him tightly, happily listening to those whispers. Ironia, you are the only one who is always by my side. If they can stay together like this, she can endure a repetitive life that could end at any moment. Her heart is filled with sweetness and joy. She thought she could live like this. As the two are embracing in bed, a voice sounds from outside the door. Young Master Otis, it's me. Can I speak with you for a moment? He freezes. Lewis. She is still fussing outside. Sorry for being late, I forgot. As soon as he hears her voice, he immediately gets up and gets dressed. He tidies himself up and walks straight to the door, leaving her stunned behind. Young Master, where are you going? The young master does not reply, not even turning his head. The devoted sweetness from moments ago seems like a mere illusion, leaving Iron shocked and unable to believe it. The person who just said he loved her walks away decisively without even casting a glance. She never knew until now that the two of them speak so intimately at the door. Afterward, they rush into a tight embrace as if she does not exist. When the crucial part of the original plot moves towards the climax, the system discards unimportant people like me. The moment Lise comes to see Ortiz, I become non-existent. I wish that. From the beginning, I had not listened to those sweet words, so I wouldn't be this heartbroken. Uncontrollable tears stream down her cheeks as the feeling of loneliness returns. Just that is enough for her to give up on doing anything meaningful in this world. So this time, I won't love you anymore. Returning to the present, she coldly avoids his startled gaze. I don't think that's a good idea. You aren't even serious about me. Ortiz frowns, feeling pained. I am serious. He takes her hand. I didn't know you don't believe in things like love. Iron is puzzled. Why is he making such a sad face? While he is feeling touched, she suddenly hears a very soft clacking sound. Iron is suspicious. I think someone is coming to this room. Ortiz guesses, isn't that Archibald's footsteps? She is surprised. Archibald, why is Archibald here? Hearing the footsteps drawing closer, Iron panics. Archibald, she feels extremely anxious if right now she runs into Archibald here, it will be very awkward. Remembering that moment, he pressed close to her and asked in a low, somber voice, Ironia, why didn't you tell me about the presence of a spy? In this mansion, his expression looks at her with a hint of bitterness. Don't you trust me? After that incident, she thought it was fortunate she did not bump into Aben again. In truth, she always tries to avoid him, keeping contact to a bare minimum. Ortiz also seems to sense her awkward avoidance. He asks seriously, "You don't want my brother to know you're here?" Iron is startled. Is she that obvious? She turns her head, not answering his question. Without another word, he reaches out and gently lifts her up. Before Iron can even finish loading, he carries her princess style. Bewildered and frightened, she stammers, "Young master, what are you doing?" He places her on the bed and quickly pulls the blanket over her. He adjusts the blanket to cover her head, leaving only her face exposed, and warns, "If you hide like this, he won't see you. This way he will think I am sleeping, so even if he opens the door and sees, he will just leave." But Ortiz deliberately drags out his words. He looks at her with a teasing smile. "If you sleep like this, there will definitely be rumors as planned." Iron stares wide-eyed at him. She has been loading from the moment she was carried until now, as quick and efficient as a system routine. Looking extremely cute Chibai, she asks anxiously and timidly, "But is this really necessary?" Ortiz smiles kindly and pulls the blanket over her. "You have to stay close to me for it to work." "Right," he holds her in his arms and coos, "Now just close your eyes." Iron blinks. Her eyes, "I still can't sleep right now." She lies silently in his arms, pressed against his firm chest. She can hear Otis's heartbeat. That familiar sound that was once meant only for her, sometimes she misses it. Deep in thought, she falls asleep before she knows it. Ortiz gently brushes her hair aside, gazing at the beautiful and charming girl lying next to him. He says silently but firmly, "Ironia, even if you don't like me, it's fine, but I still hope you will need me." He holds her tightly and affectionately. Early the next morning, the bright, warm morning sunlight shines down, piercing through the glass door to illuminate the entire room. The light wakes her up in a daze. As soon as her brain functions activate and she remembers the situation, she quickly sits up and looks around, searching. Where is he? Turns out he is dozing off while sleeping on a chair. Even while sleeping sitting up, he still looks incredibly handsome and charismatic, truly the privilege of a good-looking guy. A full 360 degrees without a single bad angle. She approaches, feeling a sudden pang of guilt. Did he sleep like this all night? Should I wake him up? She reaches out her hand, intending to shake him awake. So, I occupied his bed all of last night. Right at that moment, he opens his eyes and smirks slyly. Perhaps because she followed his script perfectly, he is delighted. He catches her hand, smiles, and asks, "What are you planning to do?" Iron is startled. The distance between them is too close, so she quickly steps back and replies apologetically, "Sorry, I didn't mean to. I fell asleep yesterday without realizing." He smiles meaningfully at her. "That doesn't matter." Now the servants are all awake. Ortiz walks over to the window. He tilts his head, the bright light obscuring half of his face, but it is not hard to see the abundant joy in his eyes. Even though she doesn't like it, creating a rumor seems inevitable now. Iron sighs and covers her face. "Just as you said. If that's the case, I will go out." "Get away." Ortiz quickly stops her. "Wait, hold on." He explains awkwardly, who goes out looking so normal after spending the night with their lover. Iron has no choice but to sit down with him to mess up her appearance as if they just had a passionate night. She has to make do. "Is this okay, or should I mess up my hair a bit more?" "Yes, young master." She parts her hair and points to her neck, asking, "Could you leave a mark here? If there is a trace left, no one will suspect anything." After a moment of surprise, Ortiz is bewildered. "Ironia, are you serious?" She looks at him seriously. "Everyone in the mansion must be convinced." He is puzzled. "Then why not say I seduced you?" Iron glances at him. Her current appearance is incredibly captivating. The other young masters are no exception. They cannot be fooled by mere looks. Therefore, they need a reliable method. In her mind, she recalls the image of a maid who has an ambiguous relationship with a servant on her body. So had such marks, anyone looking would understand. Ortiz covers his mouth in thought, speaking haltingly. "Sometimes when I look at you, it feels like I'm drawn in, but there's no reason to refuse either. I have no choice but to listen to Aronia." Saying this, he slips behind her, wraps his arms around her waist, and gazes at her passionately. He slowly leans close to her fair neck and gently places a kiss on it. The kiss grows deeper and stronger, sucking as if trying to draw in her flesh. Iron suppresses the pain and reassures herself. There is no need to worry. After all, this is just a play. She constantly reminds herself that this is just a play. Scene change. In Aben's study, Ortiz peeks in. "I heard you were looking for me." Aben continues to work intently, speaking suggestively without raising his head. "Since this morning, this mansion has been noisy. They are talking a lot about something I don't know." Ortiz seems indifferent. "Are you really curious about these rumors?" The pen in Arkaben's hand pauses, causing the ink to heavily saturate the nib. He frowns and gets straight to the point grumpily. "Explain to me quickly what is going on." Ortiz still plays dumb and laughs. "What are you talking about?" Archibald angrily slams his hand on the table with a boom. Ortiz, what on earth are you planning? In the meeting room, the atmosphere is extremely tense. The nobles' gazes sweep around like predators, not hesitating to show their distorted, evil nature. One of them loses patience and speaks up. I am very disappointed in you. The Count calmly and politely speaks formal words. No matter what I said, secretly taking away Sector 7 from Veronica is an act of disrespect. Another person shows a clear attitude, agreeing, exactly. Veronica must have been so shocked that she couldn't attend this meeting, shedding tears to show loyalty. The reason they side with Veronica is probably because of her illegal garbage dump in Sector 7. Honestly, it is no different from a famous casino that rakes in money like trash for her. This time, after taking it back, when the massive profits they made are cut off, Aben sits quietly, analyzing and calculating. The nobles are still clamoring for a say. How else do you plan to degrade the loyalty of other seniors towards Knox? He violently protests. This goes completely against the hierarchy that the organization has set. Standing before these hypocritical life philosophies, his father's words from the past echo in his mind again. He coldly instructed, Aben, Knox is not a place where high ranks possess loyalty. Here, everyone is only out for their own self-interest, so do not trust anyone, including yourself. Those bone-chilling, cold words are always pinned into his brain. Enough! Archibald slams the table in annoyance, causing the entire meeting room to fall dead silent. Papers, the old men who were loudmouths earlier, are now completely silent. He emits a murderous aura that warns the living to stay away. What a pity, since I cannot manage all of them anyway. Therefore, if anyone has a different opinion, speak up. He sneers and raises the red booklet. If your heads are still attached to your necks after I inspect this. Returning to the present, Archibald is questioning Otis. Otis, what are you trying to do? He smiles and praises his talented older brother. Even though you are busy with executive meetings, you still catch on to rumors very well, don't you? He frowns in annoyance at that nonchalant attitude. You are creating a scandal right inside the mansion. Otis shrugs. Our lives are already like this anyway. Are you planning to scold me now just because of those rumors? He squeezes the papers tightly. You know now is not the time. As he speaks, his blood boils and he throws the stack of papers in Otis's face. From my marriage issue to your mother throwing you out, the nobles are gossiping just to get their hands on you. He flies into a rage and scolds Otis harshly, but the papers still flutter. About from being thrown forcefully, along with the harsh voice, in this peak period, Otis quietly looks at him and asks, do you really care about external matters, or perhaps not? He bluntly exposes the truth that it is because Arania is ignoring him. Dear brother, Aben freezes as his secret is exposed. His face darkens as he warns, Otis, watch your mouth. He helplessly thinks, whatever you are thinking is written all over your face. I am always in second place behind him. He looks at his older brother calmly. Just with this, you are already overreacting to the scandal. In his heart, his mind is made up, but this time I will stand before you. With a face full of arrogant boasting, he leans toward Archibald and smiles. No matter what you say, we are thinking of going to Lens. He questions doubtfully, do you mean you and Arania are going to Lens together? Otis announces, she also. Agreed, Archibald gnashes his teeth. In silence, suppressing his emotions, he calmly arranges, since you cannot take a maid out of the mansion on your own, I will go talk to Arania. Otis sneers, you are so thoughtful, as if you have no feelings for Arania at all. His voice is warm but sounds thorny solely because the other party is Arania. We brothers made a promise to hide our desire for her. In front of her, they all wear a mask to conceal their lust and true faces, refusing to become greedy for what does not belong to them. Because I know the end of those who fail to hide their desire. They fear that their own desire will lead to a tragic end, even a tragedy for her life. As long as everything remains on that precarious boundary, none of us will lose it. Otis sighs in exhaustion and rubs his forehead. Doesn't Arania already have someone in her heart, even if we yearn for Arania so much? Hearing his brother lament, Otis laughs. He asks a difficult question. And then Arania loses trust in us. Brother, even if she intends to leave this villa, you still will not do anything, only daring to watch her from afar, being asked like. This Archibald freezes as blood rushes to his head again. Agitatedly, he grabs Otis's collar. Don't use Arania to provoke me. Otis is not one to back down either. He stubbornly declares, no matter what you're thinking now, from this moment on, I will not be patient anymore. He sneers, I don't want to hide my desire anymore. The next day, a cool, gentle breeze blows and a luxurious carriage is ready. Otis sits inside, looking incredibly handsome and dapper. He subconsciously looks out the window, musing that despite saying all that, his brother will not be able to make a move in the future. Because unlike him, his brother has to shoulder so many things. Thinking of this, his heart feels extremely light and he unconsciously smiles foolishly. Now he must think about what to do with Ironia when they reach Lens. He thinks of a cool, clear blue lake. Should we go look at the lake together? A place with only the two of them will be highly romantic. Then I will recite my favorite poem by Fenkin. We will have a pleasant conversation. Up until now, I have never even thought of leaving the mansion. Instead of wearing a maid uniform as usual, you will wear the dress I personally gifted you. Then you will shine brighter than anyone else at the party. The tight purple dress hugging her seductive curves combined with that exquisite face. He imagines her joyful face when she sees him. She eagerly calls him in a coquettish voice, Otis. Will you smile at me like that then? Then the two of them will have a romantic dance. The mesmerizing beauty combined with the magnificent luxury of the jewelry makes her ravishingly beautiful, making it hard for Otis to escape his daydream. He has to remind himself several times, I know all of this is just my imagination. Arania is always like that. No matter how beautiful the dress she wears, she will still look at him coldly. How could she possibly smile so sweetly at him? Although he confidently said those things in front of his brother, he still cannot imagine how everything will unfold. Otis helplessly mocks himself. How pathetic. Meanwhile, in the mansion, a maid is whispering, I knew this would happen one day. The people around her also chime in. It turns out they are bad-mouthing Iron. I heard she came out of young Master Otis's room this morning, right? What on earth happened between them? Iron quickly glides past the malicious gossip of those maids. She tunes them out. That's right. Rumors are spreading rapidly throughout this mansion. She stealthily glances at the group of maids behind her. It is a good thing I used eye drops beforehand. If these rumors continue to spread, then soon the real spy will be found. Suddenly, a high-pitched voice rings out as if intentionally letting her hear. How dare a maid create such a rumor? If Lord Henrietta were here, this wouldn't have happened. It turns out the speaker is Miriam, and coincidentally, she is stained with the luminescent substance. An idea suddenly sparks in Iron's mind as she recalls a certain woman, Miriam, a maid who has worked in the mansion for a long time. Not stopping there, Iron continues to calculate the possibilities. If she were a spy, she would investigate things more thoroughly. But from what I see now, she only spreads idle gossip. At this thought, an image of her mocking and whispering rumors to the maids flashes by. Just recalling that scene, Iron immediately crosses her off. So Miriam might not be the spy. Having eliminated one target, Iron continues her search for the truth. The luminescent substance also appeared on the temporary employee. At this thought, an image of a boy carrying a pile of painting tools and holding a scroll of paper appears in her mind. As the painter's assistant, due to his working environment, he could not avoid touching the painting tools. However, the timing does not match when her resignation letter was leaked. With another person crossed off the suspect list, Ethan can be ruled out. After thinking it over, Iron focuses on the sole remaining candidate, Joseph. An image of a red-haired man wearing elegant clothes, casting a backward glance, appears in her mind. Looking at him, Iron begins to evaluate. Though he outwardly appears to be an irrelevant extra in the original work, Joseph has an older brother who is a member of the Delton organization. At that, a piece of information flashes in her mind. Actually, when Lees died, he betrayed Knox and sided with Delton. With this new realization, Iron reaches her own conclusion. He is the most likely spy. Having obtained the answer, Iron begins to shift her attention to another matter. If so, what will happen since the luminescent substance is on someone like him? At this thought, she becomes deeply pensive. Now, the final task is to not keep herself waiting too long. Iron enters a room, begins searching for evidence, and checks the letter that Lewis sent to Henrietta. Then, Iron bends down to open the cabinet door and starts rummaging. As she searches, she secretly feels guilty. Sorry for doubting you, but in the original work, Lees indirectly became a spy without even knowing it. After searching for a while, Iron finally finds what she needs. Found it! Iron quickly grabs the letter, tears it open, and starts reading the content. As she reads, she speculates, what if the rumor was leaked by someone other than the spy because the plan failed? After reading the entire letter and seeing the flower on it, Iron's speculation is confirmed. Just as I thought, the pink energy code is also mentioned in the letter. While she is mid-read, a panicked voice rings out, Lady Arania, Lady Arania. Hearing someone approach, she hastily slips the letter into her skirt pocket. Lewis runs over in a frantic rush to report the situation to Iron. Lady Iron, we have a big problem. Hearing this, she is utterly bewildered. What happened, Lewis? After catching her breath and calming down, Lewis stammers. It is the young lady. Lady Charlotte has come to the mansion again. At those words, the image of a beautiful pink-haired young lady dressed in splendid attire appears in both girls' minds. After a moment when she regains her composure, Iron begins to dig up information about the person just mentioned. Charlotte, Aben's fiancée. Charlotte is a supporting character who appeared in the game. She would arrive unexpectedly and unpredictably to harass the player. Thinking of this, Iron speculates about Charlotte's real motive. But compared to coming to the mansion, it seems she usually harasses Lewis or meets Rodion more often, not holding any important role. After pondering this for a moment, she brushes it aside and focuses on the main issue. But above all, the urgent matter right now is to report the spy information to Otis. Her decision made, Iron turns to ask Lewis for an update. "Lewis, where is young Master Otis?" The question confuses Lewis. "The second young master." Though confused, Lewis honestly answers, "He went out. Didn't he say he is going to the theater?" Hearing this, Iron's mind immediately races. The theater in District 7. After a brief shock, Iron becomes visibly anxious. She is one step too late. Now there is no choice but to send a letter. Ultimately, Iron accepts her fate with resignation. She assigns the task. "I will host Lady Charlotte, so you may leave, Lewis." Lewis awkwardly complies. "Yes." After Lewis leaves, Iron walks quickly down the empty corridor, thinking that it will take a lot of time to restore the theater in District 7. Otis's workload will definitely increase as a result. "I cannot ask for help right now. I must handle Charlotte first." At this thought, Iron grows much more serious. Right then, a girl's voice rings out, "Are you planning to show your face or what?" Not stopping there, the other person appears directly in front of Iron, demanding, "Is this how you greet guests, making them wait so long?" The woman is none other than Charlotte. Placing her fan on her shoulder, she tilts her head and asks, "Are you planning to disappoint me again?" Iron quickly shifts into a serious state, bowing respectfully. "My apologies for the delay, lady. May I ask what brings you here today?" Charlotte, now satisfied, replies haughtily, "This time I really came here to meet my fiancé." Hearing this, Iron keeps her posture while silently denying it. "Liar, you only came here to bully Lewis or meet Rodion." Although she thinks this in her heart, Iron still carries out her duty. "I am truly sorry, but the young master is busy with work until late tonight." Charlotte stubbornly insists, "In that case, let me have tea with someone else instead." Fearing Iron will use an excuse to send her away, Charlotte directly drops a bombshell. "Ah, Lord Henrietta has already permitted this." The answer successfully freezes Iron, leaving her speechless. She remains expressionless on the outside, and her heart is much the same. Since Otis is not in the mansion right now, only Rodion is left. "If you are fine with it, I will ask the third young master." Hearing those three words, "third young master," Charlotte blushes deeply, her voice stammering like a maiden experiencing first love. "Oh, is it really Rodion?" Charlotte places her hand over her chest, her eyes wide with shock. Instead of answering her question, Iron carries out her duty. "If you wish to return, I will pass a message to the eldest young master." Charlotte quickly waves her hands to decline. "No need, I can wait as long as it takes." Right then, Rodion comes downstairs. "What is all this noise about?" Seeing who just appeared, Charlotte is speechless. "Ah, Rodion." Iron also quickly turns to look at him, pointing toward her to announce, "Lady Charlotte invites you down for tea." Faced with this request, Rodion scratches his head in annoyance. "Tea, I hate that stuff." Just when it seems he will continue to refuse, a few minutes later, Rodion does a complete turnaround. "Ah, actually, I suddenly feel thirsty, so I guess it is fine." Witnessing the entire process, Iron is 30% helpless and 70% resigned. Immediately after, she recovers and takes the initiative to lead the way. "Then let me guide you to the tea room." Observing the entire interaction, Charlotte is stunned. Immediately after, Charlotte smirks maliciously, her hands clenching into fists. Outside the mansion, the scenery is extremely peaceful with a blue sky and white clouds. Iron hands a strange letter to another maid and instructs, "This is an urgent matter, so please hurry." After handing it over, Iron does not leave yet. She returns and stands there watching the girl run away. Only when that person completely disappears does Iron walk over to close the gate. "I have already sent my resignation letter. The only thing left to do now is to keep an eye on Joseph and find evidence of the spy." Just when it seems everything will proceed peacefully, a strange noise rings directly in her ears. Panicking, she turns to ask the other frantic maids, "Where did that sound come from?" A maid stammers in response, "I think it came from the tea room." Hearing this reply, Iron widens her eyes in horror. "If it's the tea room, then it must be Rodion." While Iron is still dazed, someone approaches and tightly grabs her hand. Recognizing who it is, Iron clutches her chest and asks anxiously, "Lewis, did you hear anything from the tea room just now?" Instead of answering her question, Lewis says in a rush, "Miss Iron, the third young master." The more she speaks, the more panicked Lewis becomes. Only after a long moment can she manage to say a complete sentence. "The third young master." He fainted. Hearing this, Iron completely freezes in horror. She repeats the information in her mind in utter disbelief. Rodion fainted at a time like this. Thinking about this, Iron loses her composure and begins to panic. No, the timing is wrong. This never happened in the bloody portrait segment. The more she thinks, the more terrified she becomes. Contemplating further, she loses her footing and stumbles, raising a hand to cover her face. Witnessing this scene, Lewis panics. "Miss Arania." Iron ignores Louis's panic and remains submerged in her own thoughts. It seems the end of the original work is still far off. Why now? Cold sweat beads on the beautiful face of Iron. Just like that, Iron cannot help but sink into her memories. An image of a frail Rodion with bright red blood flowing from his mouth appears. "Iron, can you hold my hand?" Even though his body is battered and bruised, Rodion still uses all his remaining strength to raise his hand. At his request, Iron places his hand on her cheek. A moment later, Rodion's hand falls limply. At that very moment, tears stream down her cheeks. "Thank you." That scene is so haunting that the present Iron looks at her empty hand in confusion. After thinking for a moment, Iron closes her eyes to calm her emotions. She returns to her usual state, gently brushes off Lewis's hand to her surprise, and begins giving orders. "It is all right, Miss Lewis. I am fine. Go summon the doctor and the eldest young master as soon as possible." Having finished issuing orders, Iron quickly turns and leaves. Before disappearing completely, she does not forget to look back and instruct Louis. "I will go check on the tea room." Very quickly, Iron arrives in front of the tea room, reaching out to turn the doorknob. She sees the broken teacup on the floor, the beautiful carpet soaked with tea, and the overturned table, making her worry. "Young master, are you all right?" However, she receives no answer. Instead, she sees Charlotte smiling slyly as she supports the unconscious Rodion's head, intending to do something. She holds his head in place, preparing to give Rodion a passionate kiss. Stunned, Iron cannot help but ask out loud, "What is this?" Disbelieving her eyes, Iron approaches them, her voice full of disbelief. "This cannot be." This noise startles Charlotte, forcing her to stop. The more Iron looks and thinks, the more unacceptable it becomes. To think she wants to kiss someone who has suddenly fainted. At this point, her attention shifts back to Rodion, who lies there unconscious with his head tilted, showing no response whatsoever. As for Charlotte, upon being caught trying to do something shady, she stands up awkwardly and snaps. "What is it? Why didn't you knock?" With a threatening glare directed at Charlotte. "Do you even hear what you are saying right now?" Without stopping there, Iron demands directly, "It was you. What did you do to our young master?" Faced with this accusation, Charlotte feels guilty but stubbornly retorts, "That is what I should be asking you." Though she claims otherwise, Charlotte's mind races back to when she secretly slipped something into his tea. "I just used the love potion that Miss Edith gave me. I only slipped a tiny bit into his teacup." Back in reality, Iron leans in close, cornering her with questions. This situation leaves Charlotte at a loss. Why did things turn out like this? Snapping out of her thoughts, Charlotte feigns innocence to the end and shifts the subject. "Excuse me, Lord Rodion will be fine, right?" Seeing that she has no intention of admitting her guilt, Iron ignores her, walks over to Rodion, and casts a warning look at Charlotte. "The only reason I have tolerated your rudeness, Lady Charlotte, is because you are a guest in our mansion. But now you have gone too far." Iron drops her professional attitude and shifts into killer mode. Glaring daggers at Charlotte, she says, "You will definitely regret ever setting foot in this mansion." These words leave Charlotte frozen on the spot, unable to believe what she just heard. Iron has already moved closer to Rodion, letting him rest his head on her lap. After a moment, once she snaps out of her shock, Charlotte realizes in dismay, "You dare threaten me? You will make me regret it." Just thinking about this, her expression darkens. Her body trembles as she tightly clutches the hem of her skirt in frustration. "You are just a maid, yet you dare speak to me like that?" The more she thinks about it, the more Charlotte cannot swallow her anger. "Do you think I am some laughable girl who will just sit back?" She raises her hand to slap her, but before she can complete the motion, her wrist is tightly grabbed by someone else. "What do you think you are doing?" Charlotte quickly pulls her hand back, feigning innocence as she denies it. "Ah, no, I was only trying to correct that maid's way of speaking." As soon as she finishes speaking, Aben can no longer watch and shoves her. Charlotte falls backward onto the floor while he rushes over to Iron. "Are you all right, Iron?" "Yes, please check on the third young master." Sitting on the floor, Charlotte has still not recovered her wits. What is going on? Then she recalls Iron's words from earlier. You will regret ever setting foot in this mansion. Charlotte stands up, looking in dismay at the people running back and forth. Can I help with anything? Bring a stretcher here immediately, Iron calmly demands from below. Lewis, quickly have the staff prepare a bed for the young master. Lewis replies immediately, yes. Without stopping there, Iron continues to issue orders. This scene leaves Charlotte in a daze. Ironia, she is the one who can control everything in this giant mansion. In another corner, an irritated man crushes a cigarette butt under his foot. Damn it! That person is none other than Joseph. He currently grits his teeth, cowering in guilt. Lately, I've had an uneasy feeling that I'm being watched. If anything happens, I'll be in danger. Just imagining that scenario makes Joseph even more anxious. How can I slip away quietly? After pondering for a while, he finds a solution. That's it, the painter's carriage will return. To Len, just thinking of that, Joseph cannot help but flash a smug smile. If I threaten the painter to return at dawn. The more he thinks about it, the more he indulges in the fantasy of secretly leaving the mansion and escaping. He pulls a pistol out of his breast pocket, a crazed smile spreading across his face. I cannot die here. The next day in Archibald's study, Amer stands before him with his arms respectfully crossed over his chest. Are you back, Amer? Amer quickly replies, yes, I have a letter from young Master Otis. That he places a letter on the desk. Archibald picks up the letter and reads it intently. He rubs his forehead with a headache. The people of Leon truly never tire of their tricks, even going as far as bribing a servant. Hearing this, Amer understands everything. You mean Joseph? He has worked here for quite a long time. Archibald does not deny it, tapping his fingers on the desk. Correct. He escaped with the painter this morning. Amer has nothing more to say. So you already knew. Archibald does not hide it and admits, I noticed it beforehand. Fearing he might not understand, Archibald explains, the painter's sharp assistant witnessed everything and ran to report to Joseph when there was a threat. After explaining, Archibald issues an order. Amer, I will leave this matter to you. Yes. As soon as Amer receives the order, a sinister smile appears on Archibald's face. But anyway, that is something my aunt left at the mansion. It would be better to return it to her. The next day at Lipen Mansion, Veronica sits in a luxurious room, leisurely reapplying her lipstick. Just then, a servant rushes in frantically. Madam Veronica, seeing that she does not speak or react, the servant gets straight to the point. A letter and a gift have been sent to you from Laventy Mansion. Hearing this, Veronica finally stops applying her lipstick and turns her face in disbelief. A gift for me. Right after that, the servant hands the gift box to Veronica. It is a dress box. She reaches out to take the box and cannot help but exclaim, Oh, Archibald, I guess you have finally grown up. With those words, Veronica eagerly opens the box, still immersed in joy. He even knows to gift a dress to his aunt. However, when she sees what is placed inside the box, Veronica's eyes widen in sheer terror. A moment later, in shock, she knocks over the entire box, causing the roses, soaked in a dark red liquid, to roll all over the floor. A rose accidentally stains her high heels. Looking at the pile of roses, Veronica immediately understands that it represents the servant at Laventy Mansion whom she bribed. Next, her attention shifts to the enclosed letter. Veronica picks it up and begins to read. I heard that Aunt could not attend the gathering with the elders because you were feeling unwell. I have wrapped up the thing Aunt left at our mansion. Along with a few flowers that might help soothe your worries, I hope Aunt will recover quickly. From Archibald. After reading, Veronica's face distorts. She cannot believe her eyes. The more she reads, the more she cannot swallow her anger, unable to contain. Gritting her teeth in sheer resentment. Finally, after another moment, Veronica can no longer bear it and explodes, knocking over all the items in the room. What a useless piece of filth. Why is there no one who can do their job properly? After thrashing everything, Veronica stands there, her eyes bloodshot and filled with murderous intent, gritting her teeth in bitter anger. I knew it. I will have to take care of this matter myself. Just as she finishes speaking, her hand holding the letter cannot help but clench, tighter, crumpling the paper out of shape. A room filled with brewing apparatuses. Looking at it for a moment, she turns to leave. Before disappearing completely, Henrietta does not forget to make a snide comment. This place is always a mess. Henrietta even turns around to arrogantly remind her, you know the maids can clean this up for you, right? These words make Edith, who is already gloomy, look even gloomier, the dark circles under her eyes reflecting her mood. If you are only here to nag me, then please leave. Henrietta still pays little heed to the complaint and feigns concern. Oh, Edith, you do not look very well. She stops trying to kick her guest out and directly demands to know Henrietta's purpose. What brings you here? Faced with this question, she does not answer but complains, "How cold?" Finally, Henrietta stops joking and states her purpose. "I only wanted to let you know that I have sent Charlotte to Laventy Mansion." Faced with these words, Edith remains unfazed. After a brief daze, Edith replies, "Then I suppose she will not be returning any time soon." Hearing this, Henrietta smiles with satisfaction. That was her goal from the very beginning, after all. Without stopping there, Henrietta opens her eyes and looks at Edith threateningly. But this time, the biggest mistake is yours, Edith. Edith looks at the woman in front of her, highly confused. Why is it me? Henrietta raises her fan to hide her expression, her eyes curving in a friendly smile as she speaks. Because you gave that bottle of love potion to her when I was not here. With that, she snaps her fan shut, her red lips curling into a smile as she gently reproaches, "You should not recklessly hand such a potion to such an ambitious child." Saying this, Henrietta lifts Edith's face and speaks suggestively, "Because it interferes with my plans." Faced with this, Edith maintains her cold expression. Seeing that Edith remains silent, Henrietta condescendingly reveals her true goal. "I intended to match Charlotte with Archibald, but now I have to find someone else." Hearing this, Edith's face visibly darkens. Seeing Edith still remain silent, Henrietta spreads her fan to cover her face and issues a threat. "From now on, you will be more careful, won't you?" Cornered by the threat, Edith's face darkens as she says with resignation, "I will try." Having agreed, Edith turns around to resume her work, politely dismissing Henrietta. "I have work to do, so please leave." "Ah, there is also this, Edith, do you know?" Henrietta smiles brightly at Edith, speaking suggestively. The sudden movement startles Edith. "You startled me. What is it?" Without keeping her waiting, Henrietta voices her query. "Do you remember the maid named Ironia?" Hearing that name, Edith thinks to herself, "That name sounds familiar." Without waiting for her reply, Henrietta continues, "I am sure you know her. She used to play with our sons. She was practically the nanny who grew up with the boys." At this point, Henrietta's mood sours. "I heard that girl has an appointment. Something with my son." Whatever she says next does not enter Edith's ears. She only cares about one single thing. This name sounds really familiar. After thinking for a while, Edith finally remembers. "Ah, I remember now." Hearing this, the image of her anxiously holding Rodion in her arms flashes in her mind. That girl's name is Aronia. While taking care of Rodion, a satisfied smile appears on her face. "The only maid whose name I remember is Ironia Casimir." Cutting back to another corner, a young Rodion wearing pajamas and holding a bunny plushie stands in the middle of a sunlit hallway. Right at this moment, Edith's voice rings out. "Rodion?" Seeing who is coming, Rodion smiles as bright as the sun. He excitedly runs with all his might to where Edith is standing. Young Rodion grabs his mother's cloak and smiles proudly. "Mommy, I didn't cause any trouble today. I'm a good boy." But instead of praising him, Edith only cares about work. "Did you detect any side effects?" Rodion does not mind and honestly replies, "No." Edith tightly holds the boy's hand and sighs in relief. "That's good." Edith places a purple pill into Rodion's hand. "It's time to take your medicine." Rodion holds the pill, staring at it in silence with a hint of resistance. This state does not last long. Rodion quickly cheers up and looks at his mother gratefully. It is a purple pill. "I like purple." After marveling, Rodion lowers his head, lets out a sigh, and hesitantly speaks, Mommy, after taking this, can I go outside?" Rodion hangs his head and asks timidly. Edith silently raises the report to review it. Finally, she agrees. "That's right." Hearing this, Rodion snaps his head up. Edith turns to instruct Rodion before leaving. "You can go outside if the experiment is successful, so be patient." Hearing this, Rodion becomes incredibly excited. Rodion beams and replies to Edith, "Yes, mother." Edith returns to her daily task of brewing medicine. She places a blue test tube down on the shelf. Looking at it, a sense of joy rises within Edith. At this rate, the experiment will definitely succeed. After finishing everything, Edith mutters to herself, "I feel like I forgot something important." Right then, a small glass vial with 3 purple pills appears. Edith picks it up and stares at it in confusion. "I threw this vial away because of its side effects, so why is it here?" Edith stares blankly at the vial for a moment. Finally, she remembers something, and her face turns pale with fear. Edith turns her head in panic upon realizing her mistake. "Damn it, how could I make such a blunder?" 2 identical medicine vials sit on the table, except one is empty. Edith suddenly realizes in horror that she gave the boy the wrong medicine. Realizing her mistake, Edith runs in such a hurry that she does not even notice her slippers. She clutches the medicine box in her hands and runs toward Rodion's room with all her might. As she runs, Edith tells herself that she must hurry up. Her face tightens as she thinks of the consequences she might have to face before the power of Rodion increases to an uncontrollable level. This idea just popped up. Edith searches through the information about the disease he is suffering from. Ilios can easily overwhelm the user and make them lose control of themselves due to their power. This is why, as Rodion grew up, she created a stronger medicine to control that power. But right now, the boy is not yet capable of taking that medicine. Thinking of this, an image of a silent Rodion drowned in a purple substance appears. Thus, right now, the boy is no different from a ticking time bomb. Soon, Edith arrives at Rodion's room. She uses all her strength to slam the door open. Upon entering, the sight of a cup rolling on the floor with water spilling everywhere catches Edith's eyes. However, Rodion is not in the state she feared. His face is currently flushed, panting heavily as Iron cradles him in her arms and gently comforts him. It is all right. Iron holds Rodion close to her chest, patting him while whispering comfortingly. You are safe now, young master. Edith, completely out of breath from running, stands frozen there, panting and unable to believe her own eyes. What is going on? Edith places the medicine box on the table and slowly approaches. Her mind is still baffled. An outbreak of Ilios cannot be calmed down so easily. How did that maid do it? Just thinking about this, excitement surges within Edith. How interesting, her composed attitude and that gaze of hers. Edith walks to the bedside where Iron is carefully tucking Rodion in after he calms down. She observes the situation while writing her report, looking slightly different from her usual mature self. Looking a bit longer, Edith's purple eyes flash with calculation as she starts speculating the reason. It is as if the girl foresaw this happening. After Iron settles Rodion down, Edith voices the suspicion in her heart. How did you do it? Faced with this question, Iron freezes for a moment. Right after, she stands up, pretending to be clueless. Do what, my lady? Edith is not angry and continues to question her. How did you get the boy to sleep? While asking, her hand continues to write rapidly on the paper. Hearing this, Iron, who is tilting her head back, freezes instantly, but that state does not last long. Very quickly, she sits up straight, lowers her head, and answers casually. It isn't that difficult. He just needed a little hug. Edith still does not give up her determination to find the answer. How did you know what to do? Iron stands up, picks up the blanket nearby, and answers. I happened to realize it when I stopped him from throwing things. Hearing this, Edith asks one last question. Is just a hug enough to calm him down? Iron clutches the blanket in her arms and slowly walks toward the door. Yes. Having received the answer she wants, Edith asks a final question. What is your name? Iron honestly replies. My name is Ironia Casimir. Edith thinks of something and taps the end of her pen against her pale chin. Ironia Casimir, is it? After pondering for a moment, Edith makes her decision and calls out to her. Irene, I want you to take over the duty of caring for Rodion from now on. This decision freezes Iron in her tracks while she is holding the blanket. The intention behind that decision is that she needs to keep an eye on this girl. Edith resolves in her heart. Returning to reality, Iron sits anxiously by the bed of the unconscious Rodion, who has yet to wake up. Beside her, Archibald stands in silence. Iron looks worriedly at Rodion, who lies exhausted on the bed, his face flushed and panting for air. I don't know why he hasn't opened his eyes yet. I've never seen this kind of poison before. Hearing this, Archibald asks in a panic, Is it life-threatening? Iron gently refutes, No, but I cannot identify the exact ingredients used in this medicine. After examining a bit longer, the doctor helplessly gives up. I'm not capable of creating an antidote. Only someone like Lady Edith can make it. Iron pays no attention to that conversation, instead holding Rodion's hand and staring at him in silence. There is no way he would swallow poison on his own. Rodion is Edith's most precious test subject. After all, Iron tightly squeezes Rodion's hand, her body trembling in fear. Witnessing her state, Archibald steps forward and places his hand on Iron's shoulder to advise her. Iron, go get some rest. Archibald looks at Iron gently, still trying to persuade her. If you keep this up, you'll get sick. Although she shows no sign of agreeing, Aben still uses all his eloquence to persuade her. You need to rest too. Hearing these words, Iron only remains silent. On the outside, she remains silent, but inside, she is trying to search through what she knows. Rodion will not die from this. But if this causes his magic power to surge, it will be a major problem. If I do not do something to calm him down when his magic surges, everything will collapse. The image of Rodion collapsing in a pool of blood flashes by. Next, Iron recalls the image of herself, ignoring the binding thorny vines, struggling to run toward the light. I'm afraid of having to repeat the regression endlessly, enduring these long hours alone and unable to reach the future I want. Iron grimaces, trying to hold on to the tiny bit of light at the end of the path. Will I start things like this forever? Iron asks in confusion. Just thinking about this, Iron's whole body slumps, her face turning pale. Sensing something is wrong, Aben asks, Iron, are you okay? Everything goes numb. Iron does not answer, clutching her hand into a tight fist in front of her chest. The more it goes on, the more Iron feels herself sinking deep into the dark waters with no way to surface. I cannot breathe. Right at this moment, someone reaches out and pulls Iron. Calm down, Iron. Archibald pulls her into his chest and gives her a kiss. This action leaves Iron stunned for a moment, but she quickly closes her eyes and enjoys it. Immersed in the kiss, Iron's mind is filled with a mess of thoughts. As soon as I can breathe again, the memory of that day resurfaces in my head. What if it is just a coincidence? Thus, Iron drowns in the past. That day, Aben is standing in front of a phonograph, focusing on adjusting it. Just then, she arrives to report. Young master, there is a guest looking for you. These words startle Aben. However, instead of going to greet the guest, he focuses on another matter. Are you new here? This question makes her freeze for a moment, but she quickly bows and replies respectfully. I've been working here for a while, sir. Archibald replies, I thought so. It seems like things will stop there, but Archibald asks further, so what is your name? Iron honestly replies, my name is Ironia. Hearing this name, Archibald rubs his chin, pondering. Ironia, Iron, sounds good. That's right. After thinking for a bit, Archibald reaches his hand out and looks at her happily. Welcome to the mansion, Iron. Hearing these words, Iron freezes. Archibald always calls her by her nickname affectionately. Not stopping there, he steps forward and gently strokes the hair behind her ear when she stands before him. Right after, Archibald steps closer, intending to do something. I keep feeling like a protagonist. However, he does nothing but show her a beautiful little butterfly on his hand. Look at this. Archibald smiles and shows it off. It seems someone else has also just arrived at the mansion. Iron blushes and gasps. Oh! Very quickly after, Iron's face turns as red as a tomato out of embarrassment. Fearing she cannot control herself, Iron makes an excuse to leave in a hurry. I will take my leave now. Stepping outside the door, Iron stands with her back pressed against it, her face not getting any better. Iron shyly rubs her face. He is someone beyond my reach, yet I have developed feelings for him, at least on the day of the incident. The image of someone lying in a pool of blood under the heavy rain flashes by. The next day, Lewis links arms with Iron as they chat happily while walking into a shop. As the two girls enter, the bell on the door chimes pleasantly. Lewis tightly hugs Iron's arm, her face beaming as she exclaims, Today is so fun, Lady Iron. Hearing this, instead of being happy, Iron worriedly turns to ask Lewis, You don't mind spending your entire day off with me? To Iron's astonishment, Lewis tightly grasps her arm, snuggling close as if surrounded by countless pink bubbles. Of course not. Today is very special to me because of you. The two of them are halfway when droplets of water start falling from the sky. Lewis suppresses her excitement, staring in surprise at the heavy rain pouring down. Ah, it's raining. Before Lewis can react, Iron is already running off in a flurry. Wait a moment, I'll go get an umbrella for you. Lewis stands behind, frozen, helplessly watching her run away with nothing she can do. Wait, Lady Aronia. Even when her figure is far away, Lise remains in the same posture, sighing helplessly. She will catch a cold if she keeps running in the rain like that. Finally, Lewis accepts her fate and quietly stands waiting for Iron to return with an umbrella. But in a corner she does not notice, two men silently appear. The two look at her with sinister eyes and creepy voices. Hey there, little lady, why don't you stay and play with us? Lewis turns her head to look at them in fear. A moment later, Iron silently returns, her face blank and without any reaction. I know how the plot will unfold, she looks at the items scattered everywhere on the road, soaked by the rain, her mind in a mess. When the thugs kidnap Lewis, Archibald will blacken after Rodian's death, so he will use that excuse to eliminate the wicked. The scene shifts to when Archibald presses his forehead against Lewis's, his gaze gentle. That is the happy ending of Lewis and Archibald. If that ending happens, I can return to my real world. So I am sorry, Lewis, but I cannot help you right now. However, while Lewis is at a loss on how to face the two thugs, she notices Iron's figure standing in the distance. In her panic, ignoring the thugs restraining her, Lewis cries out with all her might to Aronia. But instead of begging for help, Lewis shouts a warning, Run away, Lady Aronia. These words make Iron freeze in her tracks, her eyes wide with shock. Iron stands frozen there, neither running away nor stepping forward, a psychological struggle raging in her heart. Don't get involved, Ironia. You know what happens in this scene. Although she knows this, seeing Lewis's outstretched hand, Iron cannot bring herself to. Against her conscience. You know what will happen? But in the end, Iron still chooses to listen to her heart and reaches out to grab Lewis's outstretched wrist. Iron pulls Lewis with a powerful tug, helping her escape the clutches of the thugs. Lewis, having been pulled, is still unable to recover her senses. Iron doesn't say much. She stands protectively in front of Lewis, turning her head to instruct. "It's very dangerous, so stay behind me." Instructed, Lewis can only mindlessly comply without understanding anything. Iron also gets into a combat stance, presenting her umbrella. The thugs are triggered by this entire scene. "What the hell are you trying to do, babe?" Having asked, they look at Iron's guarded posture with the umbrella in her hand and sneer. "You think you can fight us with that?" Not only the leader, but the thugs next to him also laugh along. Not stopping there, he plans to continue mocking. "What do you think you can do?" However, not letting him gloat for too long, Iron appears right in front of him. Taking advantage of the thug's inattention, Iron uses all her might to strike a powerful blow. The thug groans in pain, clutching his nose, and falls straight backward, losing control. Incapable of swallowing this defeat, the fallen leader quickly orders his lackeys, "Why are you still standing there? Grab her." Witnessing this scene, Iron bites her lip, her expression growing heavy. "Damn, there are too many of them." Taking advantage of her distraction, a thug successfully approaches and tightly grabs Lewis's neck. After restraining Lewis, the thug threatens Iron loudly, "I've got her. Stand still." Due to this commotion, Iron loses her focus on the thugs in front of her. Even though Lewis is restrained, she refuses to resign herself to her fate like last time. She bites down hard on the arm of the thug holding her, causing him to groan. Pain, the thug quickly releases her, but just as quickly draws a short dagger from somewhere. "How dare you bite my hand?" At the sight of the weapon, Iron panics. Lewis is also terrified when she sees the knife in the thug's hand. However, Iron uses her own body to shield Lee's. Before Lee's stunned and dazed eyes, the stabbed area quickly bleeds, soaking her dress. Just like that, Iron's entire body loses all strength and collapses. Lewis collapses to the ground, screaming in sheer terror, "Lady." Ironia, the pain from the wound radiates through her entire body, making Iron's face turn pale and her body tremble. Seeing that she is not responding, Lewis begins to cry, tears streaming down her cheeks, her voice shaking. "Lady Ironia. Hang in there, Lady Ironia, Lady Iron." Just as Lewis is about to say more, a powerful blow strikes the back of her neck. After knocking Lewis unconscious, the thug pulls her into his arms and grumbles, "Why do these worthless girls dare to resist?" Iron can only watch helplessly as Lewis is carried away by the thugs. She can only use her remaining strength to try and hold her back. "Lewis, Lee's." The rain pours heavier and heavier with no sign of stopping. The sky gradually darkens and the streetlights begin to light up. Iron lies in the middle of the street, rainwater and tears mixing together. "I'm sorry, Lewis, for putting you in this situation." In the end, Iron does not even have the strength to open her eyes. "Perhaps in the end, I still can't change anything." Right at this moment, the sound of footsteps approaches and a figure stands in front of Iron. Rainwater soaks the person's leather shoes. The person calmly rebukes, "Why did you do something so foolish?" The person who just appeared is none other than Aben. Holding an umbrella, he stands before her with a serious face. His appearance astounds her. Iron looks at him and uses her weak voice to inform him, "Young master, Lady Lewis is?" Archibald cuts her off before she can finish. "Yes, she has been kidnapped." With that, instead of taking Iron for treatment, Archibald begins to reproach her. "You only needed to watch from behind like you usually do. Why did you interfere this time?" These words cause Iron's already dim eyes to turn completely pitch black. "Ah, that's right. Archibald already knows." After a moment, Archibald throws down his umbrella, letting the rain soak him completely. He kneels in front of Iron and asks, "Is this what you want?" He places his hand on her shoulder and begins to gaslight her. "Stop deceiving yourself. You can't change anything." Right after those words, Iron clutches her bloody shoulder, unable to stop her tears from flowing. Archibald's heartless words hurt her deeply. The more she thinks, the deeper Iron sinks into negativity, as if he is telling her that she is just an extra, someone with absolutely no status in this game. Returning to reality, the two of them finally separate after a passionate kiss. "I thought my feelings for him had already ended on that day." Archibald pulls Iron into his embrace and asks gently, "Are you feeling better?" Seeing her dazed, speechless expression, Archibald places a hand over his mouth to clear the awkwardness. "I'm sorry, Iron. You look like you're in a panic. Please accept my apology." This makes it impossible for Iron to understand why he keeps getting closer to her. Snapping out of her thoughts, Iron answers honestly, "I am fine, young Master Aben." The two do not realize that their entire conversation is overheard by Otis, who is standing outside the door. Right after she finishes speaking, Rodian's hand begins to move, tapping against the blanket. Following that action, a groan of pain escapes Rodian's lips, his face now pale. Witnessing this scene, Iron pushes Archibald aside and quickly sits down by the bed, anxiously calling out to young Master Rodian. After calling him affectionately, Iron asks gently, "How are you feeling?" With a pale face, Rodian weakly holds her hand. "Ren, I feel like you are right beside me." Iron guides his hand to touch her cheek and gently reassures him, "Because I always am." Keep his hand on her cheek for a moment. Iron places her hand on his forehead to check his temperature. After a brief check, she begins to assess the situation. "He is quite warm. As I thought, he also has a mild cold." With a flushed face, Rodian remains still and lets her examine him. Seeing him awake, Archibald also steps forward anxiously to ask, "Rodian, are you feeling better?" However, contrary to his brother's worried look, Rodian shows an extremely hostile attitude. Even though he is sick, he uses all his strength to sit up. Right after that, he pulls Iron toward himself, hugging her tightly in his chest to her utter surprise while glaring daggers at Archibald. Not stopping there, Rodian even lets his two fangs show, growling at Archibald, "Get lost." Witnessing everything, Iron turns her head to look at him in surprise. "I've seen Rodian like this many times before." Thinking of this, she looks down at the hand tightly wrapping around her waist. With his fangs bared, she quickly understands what is happening. His overprotectiveness and his rapid heartbeat. After analyzing the symptoms, Iron finds the cause. Perhaps it is the symptom of a Leo spiraling out of control. Although openly threatened by his younger brother, Archibald doesn't blame him at all but asks instead, "Iron, is it what I think it is?" Iron places her hand on Rodian's hand, glances at him, and answers, "I think so." After his bristling phase, Rodian finally calms down. Seeing him close his eyes on her shoulder, she feels something is more unusual than previous times. Iron hesitantly cradles Rodian's head as he looks at her with utmost tenderness. He is calmly clinging to her right now. Iron observes for a moment longer, then turns to report the situation to Archibald. "Actually, he is not in danger yet. The only problem is that he refuses to let me go." Following her gaze, Rodian glares unhappily at Aben. After a moment, Rodian's arms tighten around her waist. It doesn't stop there. He even places a kiss on her neck. Iron doesn't pay much attention and continues discussing, "And he is still quite gentle with me." With that, Iron pushes Rodian back, leaving him looking like a pitiful puppy abandoned by its owner. Iron still focuses only on the main issue and asserts firmly, "So I can handle it." As soon as she lets him go, Rodian reverts to his hostile state, looking at Archibald with murderous eyes. This time, Archibald doesn't back down either, returning the look with equal intensity. "I don't think so." After another moment, Iron stands up fully to face Archibald and proposes a solution. "If he becomes too agitated, I can give him sleeping pills." Hearing this, Archibald is still not quite satisfied and brings up another equally important issue, "But we still haven't found the medicine he ingested." Hearing this, Iron looks up at Archibald and makes her request, "Young Master Archibald, how about I speak with Lady Charlotte?" At the same time, inside the dungeon of the manor, the screaming plea of a girl echoes. "Sniff, sniff, please let me out." Although no one answers her, the girl still begs loudly, "I've told you everything I know." Right at this moment, footsteps approach. Soon the dungeon door is opened. Along with it, Iron's voice rings out, "Have you taken the time to repent instead of sitting there screaming to be released?" Charlotte, eyes filled with tears, looks at the person who just entered. After a moment, Charlotte finally recognizes who it is. "It's you." Iron doesn't react much, looking at her with dead fish eyes. In stark contrast, seeing her appearance, Charlotte excitedly jumps up. "You've come to help me leave this place, right?" Seeing her silence, Charlotte runs over. She grabs Iron's skirt, trying to persuade her. "I already told them everything I know." Before Iron can say anything, Charlotte rants continuously. "I heard that Rodian is feeling better, so you'll let me go, right?" Iron remains silent, offering no reaction despite Charlotte's desperate pleading. "Please let me leave this place." When Charlotte falls silent, Iron brushes her hand away and walks backward to her utter surprise. Iron sits on a nearby chair and drops a bombshell on Charlotte. "I think Lord Archibald still wants to keep you imprisoned here for longer." Hearing this, Charlotte's eyes widen in terror. "What?" Finally, unable to take it anymore, Charlotte instantly breaks down. "No, I can't take this anymore. Why must I stay in this cramped, filthy dungeon?" Waiting for her to finish complaining, Iron finally speaks up. "Please calm down, Lady Charlotte." Seeing that she has fallen silent, Iron states her purpose for being here. "I am here to help you." Hearing this, Charlotte, who is bowing her head, snaps her head up. Charlotte looks at Iron with disbelief, her voice trembling. Really? Iron confirms firmly, of course, if this meeting goes well, I can help you leave this place. With that, Iron doesn't beat around the bush and goes straight to the point. First, can we talk about the love potion? Hearing this topic, Charlotte quickly explains, I already told them everything. Lady Edith didn't tell me it was poison. Right after she finishes speaking, a scene flashes in Charlotte's mind. Ah, I remember. She thinks for a moment longer, then speaks hesitantly. The drug will cause hallucinations. Having organized her thoughts, Charlotte seriously relays what she knows. She said it would stimulate the nerves and make the person develop feelings for me. Upon receiving the information from Charlotte, Iron begins to ponder. A love potion. Edith is a woman who highly values rationality and efficiency. Why would she brew such a ridiculous medicine? She wonders. Iron rubs her chin thoughtfully. She created something that affects love and affection. Thinking about it, I seem to have seen a similar item in Edith's laboratory. Connecting it to the present, Iron wonders, what is she trying to do? I don't feel very safe, so I have to go check it myself to be sure. The decision having just been made. Iron pushes herself up. Iron closes her eyes and leaves without looking back. You have been very helpful, I must go. Seeing her about to leave, Charlotte stands up to stop her. Are you just leaving like that? But it is too late and the dungeon is locked once again. Wait just a minute. Charlotte grips the bars with a worried expression, trying to hold her back. There is one more strange thing I haven't mentioned. Saying this, she hesitates, her hands gripping the iron bars tighter. When I put the poison in his tea. In Charlotte's memory, her past self is stealthily pouring something into the tea. Rodion sits casually on the chair, smiling as he watches her carry the tray of tea over. As she approaches, Rodion asks, You put something in my tea, right? This question leaves Charlotte stunned, her face turning pale with fear. But instead of pouring the tea away, Rodion requests, All right. Then give it to me. Having learned of this, the words make the walking iron freeze. A few years ago at the Lavrenty Manor, Lady Edith's scream echoed through the hall. No, I don't allow you to do that. If my documents are lost or damaged, who will take responsibility? Ironia turns to look into Edith's room. Why is it so noisy? Lady Edith stands with her arms crossed in frustration. She warns the servants in the manor, I won't refuse going to Riffin, but I won't allow you to enter my laboratory. A maid asks anxiously, But Lady Edith, we need to help you pack your things. Lady Edith gently pushes up her glasses and speaks with supreme confidence. Most of the research is in my head, so I will only bring a few things. Please stay away from my research room. You are exiling us to Riffin, so can't you at least do this? Archibald is addressed by his mother in a deep, dangerously low tone. Archibald smiles and replies, Yes, of course. How could I not help you when you have to leave? Other than not entering that room, is there anything else you need? Lady Edith doesn't even look at her son's face as she answers him, No. And I only need that maid to help me. Ironia doesn't expect Lady Edith to personally designate her to serve her. Ironia walks while looking around the office. Edith's work, she cannot believe she is in Lady Edith's laboratory. This is the first time anyone is allowed in here. Edith suddenly stops and says to Ironia, I am going over there, so gather all the materials and pack them up for me. Ironia bows her head and replies, Yes, lady. Edith, as soon as Edith turns her head, Ironia raises her head with a smile. Ever since she got stuck in this game, Edith still does not know that she can read, so this is her chance. She has never entered this area before, so she might find new information here, just as she expects. Most of the research documents in here are about Elios, along with a few studies on dyes and glowing eye drops. What is this? In Ironia's hands is a rather thick book researching the connection between love and destiny. Ironia does not think Edith would have documents on this matter. Love and destiny. Why is she researching this, if it has nothing to do with Elios? Then why could she be researching the connection between the affection level in the game and the ending? Is it possible that Edith also comes from another world? No, she does not think so. If that is the case, she must definitely know how this game works. If so, she would not do such simple research. But when did she conduct these studies? And for what? How she knows about this connection is a mystery to her. But perhaps she can find a way to return to the real world with this. Right at that moment, Edith returns. What are you doing? There, I told you to pack things up, not read them. Ironia is startled by Edith's sudden appearance. She exclaims in fluster, Lady Edith. Edith looks at Ionia and remarks, "Well, now you are sneaking a look at my research documents. Do you find anything interesting?" Ionia hastily says, "I am sorry, I only glanced at the book because I did not know how to classify them. I did not mean to read them." Edith smiles and says, "It is fine. It is encrypted anyway, so you cannot read it. That is my research on love and destiny." Ionia does not expect Edith to have an interest in that. Destiny. Edith looks at her research documents and says, "It might not sound like me, but I truly believe in destiny." Ionia thinks to herself, "Destiny?" Then she guesses this is their destiny set up in this game. Ionia looks straight into Edith's eyes and says sincerely, "I think this is a pretty wonderful idea." Edith is briefly stunned, her eyes flashing. She smiles and nods. "It is nice to know there is someone who thinks like me. Everyone looks at me with mocking eyes when I talk about things like this, so it is ridiculous for a researcher to believe in destiny. But what if our destiny is shaped by the amount of love we give to someone? Isn't that wonderful? With this knowledge, I can even shape my own future. I want to know where destiny takes us. I will do everything I can to find out." Ionia thinks about the things that troubled her before. At that moment, she suddenly starts to think that this must be a hidden trait of the character Edith in this game, unless she has realized that this is not the real world. Otherwise, Edith's research will always be stuck in her belief in destiny. That is what she thought. Before, Ionia recalls Edith's smug words, "I can shape the future." There is also Charlotte's warning. She said that it would stimulate the nerves and make that person like me. Irene is so terrified at that time that she runs away. I am the one who is always trapped in that story, not Edith. I have always been wrong. Edith definitely applied that research in this case. Why didn't I think of destroying this game? It is a much simpler method, but if I destroy the game, what will happen to the people here? Ionia bites her lip slightly. She does not want to regret her choice. Ionia seeks a solution to the problem. First, I must meet Edith. I need to meet her and find out what she is hiding, and I cannot go to Riffin alone, so I should discuss this with Archibald. Suddenly, Ionia is startled by a loud noise coming from inside Otis's room. She cries out in panic, "Otis!" Ionia opens the door and looks inside. Surprisingly, not only is Otis there, but young Master Archibald is also in the room. Otis hears the knock on the door from outside and flatly says, "I do not want to talk to anyone right now." "Are you listening to me?" Archibald still pushes the door open and walks inside. "Otis, we need to talk." Otis turns around abruptly and shouts at Archibald, "I said I do not want to talk to anyone." Archibald quickly interrupts Otis. "I came here to apologize to you about that." Otis cannot believe his ears. "You came here to apologize? Is that apology for kissing my woman or for insulting me?" Archibald explains to Otis that before Rodion woke up, Ionia was very anxious and seemed panicked. So he wanted to find a way to calm her down. Otis cuts off Archibald's explanation. Don't try to justify it anymore. I am sure you have found a perfect, justifiable reason for everything. Because if not, you would just be a piece of scum who lusts after his younger brother's woman. But what hurts me even more right now is that the things between me and Ionia never happened. Archibald asks anxiously, "But what about the rumors spreading recently in the mansion between you and Ionia?" Otis answers, "Older brother, Ionia asked for my help, so I created those rumors to help her. That is why you do not need to apologize to me." Archibald still seems to want to say something more to his younger brother. "But," Otis shouts at Archibald, "do you really want to claim Ionia for yourself even though she is mine? So don't act so surprised about everything. In the end, you are still just a filthy man like the others, unable to hide your dirty desires." Archibald does not expect his younger brother to react so fiercely. Archibald shouts, "Otis!" Otis angrily shoves Archibald backward. Otis gnashes his teeth and hisses, "That filthy desire will not only ruin you, but also Irene, the woman you love." Ionia walks in just in time to witness this shocking scene. "Why, young master, what is going on here?" Archibald flusteredly tries to explain. "Iron, it is nothing, do not mind us." Otis wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth and asks Archibald contemptuously, "So I guess if someone breaks into the Lavrenty house and punches his own brother in the face, that must be normal." Archibald glares at Otis. "Shut your mouth, Otis." Otis sneers, "If I were born before you, perhaps things would not have come to this." Archibald warns his younger brother. It seems you have grown too comfortable here, so you are acting out, aren't you? Do you want me to send you to Riffin to teach you a lesson? Otis laughs maniacally. Haha, teach me a lesson? Who the hell are you to lecture me? Ironia cannot listen to this any longer and shouts, both of you stop it right now, this is not the time for you two to fight. Rodion is currently in a very bad state, so stop wasting time on these foolish actions. You know there are still many issues in the mansion that need our resolution. Resorting to violence like this is not like you at all. Ironia is unconsciously defending Otis without even realizing it, but Archibald notices. He clenches his fist and hides it by his side. I made a mistake this time, I apologize. Archibald leaves Otis's bedroom, feeling utterly exhausted. Archibald cannot help but look back at the room at the end of the hallway that he just stepped out of. He thinks to himself, Iron is probably treating his wounds. This time he did not think before acting. It is truly difficult to remain calm in matters involving Iron. Even when she wants to push him away, all he wants to do is pull her away from whoever is standing behind her. He does not know what he will do to have her. Archibald is so lost in thought that he forgets someone is calling him. Young master. It is Ironia. She looks at Archibald hesitantly. Pardon me, I have called you many times but did not see you answer. Archibald is very surprised. Iron. Don't you need to tend to Otis? Ironia looks at Archibald seriously and says, Actually, there is an urgent matter I need to discuss. With you, it is very important, Archibald suggests. To Ironia, come to my room. The two of them quickly go to Archibald's room to talk. So Edith created the drug in Rodion's tea, and she is conducting research that could harm the Lavrenty family? That is hard to believe. Ironia unconsciously clutches the hem of her skirt out of anxiety. I think it will be very difficult for him to believe my speculation. I cannot discuss the details right now, but if you can help me have a serious conversation with Lady Edith, Archibald suddenly says to Ironia, if you say so. Then that is how it is. Ironia raises her head to look at Archibald with disbelief in her eyes. So you believe me? Archibald chuckles softly. Of course you are not just anyone, you are Iron. Thinking about how much she trusts him to come here makes him feel happy. He is truly beyond saving. Do you already have a plan? Archibald silently blames himself for being foolish. Ironia happily says to Archibald, first, I need Lady Edith to be alone in Riffin. Outside, a torrential rain pours down, but Ironia is still busy with Archibald. She says, finally, we can execute the plan. I need help from both you and young Master Otis. Archibald looks outside through the window. Iron, I understand. Then let us do it in 7 days. Do you hear anything? Irene asks Archibald while looking outside. Do you mean the thunder? Archibald does not reply. He keeps looking outside. At this moment, Ironia happens to see Otis in the pouring rain. Otis, the rain is very heavy outside. Archibald dashes down to the courtyard and shouts, Otis, wait! Otis, where are you going at this hour? Otis turns away coldly. None of your business. Since when do I have to report everything to you? Archibald is extremely angry. He grabs Otis's collar and shoves his younger brother to the ground. Archibald warns Otis, if you are acting like this out of rebellion, then stop it. I do not have enough patience. Otis slowly stands up. While you sit there wasting time, I am going out to get the antidote for Rodion. If Rodion does not get better, Ironia will have to satisfy his childish, unreasonable demands. I cannot just stand by and watch. Otis glares at Archibald with hostile eyes. However, Archibald still maintains his rationality. Archibald hesitates and says, Iron needs your help. Sure enough, Ironia's name has a huge impact on Otis's attitude. Her. Right at that moment, Ironia appears behind the two of them. She steps forward to the astonishment of both of them. Young Master Otis, please help me. That is something only you can do, please. Bring Miss Charlotte to Rowan's with you. After that, Ironia is brought into a room with a fireplace. Lewis asks Ironia, I am very surprised indeed. Miss Ironia, why are you drenched in the rain in the middle of the night like this? Ironia says apologetically, I am sorry for waking you up. You can go back to sleep now. Lewis exclaims in embarrassment, I cannot do that while you are sitting here all soaked like this. Can you tell me what happened? Ironia turns her face away and replies softly. Louis says, no need to worry like that. I chased a cat after it ran away in the rain. Louis laughs. Oh. I guess you have no other choice, do you? Ironia thinks to herself. She does not want to deceive her, but it is not exactly a lie either. Louis cries out in panic, oh no, Ironia, do you have a cold? Ironia quickly reassures Lise, I am fine, Louis. Louis suddenly remembers something she has, speaking of which someone gave her some tea that is very good for colds. Wait a moment, I will bring the tea. Ironia wants to stop Lise, wait. However, Lise quickly runs outside. I will be right back. Ironia is deeply moved. Louis takes such good care of her, even though she does not have to. Lise really goes to find a healthy drink for Ironia. Ginger. Tea, where is the ginger tea? Louis searches the cabinet. Louis cheers softly when she spots it inside. Ah, here it is, Louis seems to spot something among the items in the cabinet. Ironia feels quite curious about it. Louis glances over the information in the letter. This is the letter she intended to send to Lady Henrietta. Why is it here? Louis quickly returns to the room. Louis calls out to Ironia. Ironia, the warm tea is here. She is asleep. She must be very tired. Louis places the cup of ginger tea on the table. She thinks to herself the person who sent her letter is probably her. Surely she has read it carefully, so I guess she still doubts me. I think you do not fully trust me yet. Ironia. I do not blame you, sometimes. I do not even fully trust myself. But I still like you, Ironia. I do not know why, but I feel comfortable being with you. I feel a bit sad and nostalgic, as if I am in a dream. Am I dreaming again? My body is so heavy, I do not want to wake up, if I can sleep. Unlike this, I will not have to return anymore. That warm light, who is it? A soft hand firmly holds Ironia's hand. Ironia looks at Louis in panic. What is she saying? Louis whispers into Ironia's ear, I will not. However, Ironia cannot hear clearly. I think she is saying something important, but I cannot hear her. Lee's voice continues to echo. I still. Ironia opens her eyes and looks around. She sees Louis dozing off at her feet. Louis Lise is dreaming of something pleasant, so she smiles. And I think the young masters are slowly opening up to me. Young Master Rodian and I have become closer. Spending time with him makes me feel like I have an older brother. That makes me happy, Ironia pats Louis' head in relief upon hearing that she is settling in. The next morning, Ironia wakes up from her feverish stupor. She immediately turns to look at Archibald upon hearing his deep voice. I intentionally did not wake you because it seems I overworked you. Ironia truly did not expect the person watching over her sleep to be Archibald. Young Master Archibald. How long have I been asleep? Archibald waves his hand. Don't worry, everything is going according to plan. Otis is heading to Rennes with Charlotte at noon today. Hearing this, Ironia immediately cries out, Ah, I must quickly prepare to see him off. Then Ironia falls silent as her arm is suddenly pulled by Archibald. He suddenly lifts her up. Archibald speaks up. Iron, I have a question. How many maids are in this mansion? Ironia hesitatingly replies, Yes, 14. Archibald asks again, How many servants work here? Ironia honestly answers, Including those currently working, there are 20. Archibald looks at Ironia. Then why do you always eagerly do everything yourself? Can you explain that to me? Ironia is stunned. She stares at Archibald without blinking. Feeling self-conscious, Archibald holds Ironia tighter. He tells her that, of course, if she explains, he will double her rest time. Ironia still cannot adapt to such good news. Her heart is beating in a very familiar way. I thought I had let go of the feelings that pierced the deepest part of my heart. In the end, Ironia still goes to see Otis off. She says, This is for young Master Rodian's sake, but thank you for doing this. Otis does not have enough courage to look into Ironia's eyes as he answers her. I must stop him from acting like a child somehow. Ironia calls out to Otis. Young Master Otis, it is a pity I cannot go to Rennes with you. Please take care. Otis tells Ironia that he will return soon. Ironia watches Otis's carriage depart. Otis sadly looks at the scenery along the road. Charlotte wants to chat with Otis so he will not be too gloomy. Charlotte softly calls out, Lord Otis, I want to ask because I do not know what is happening. Where are we going? Otis replies to Charlotte, We are going to Rennes. Charlotte is very surprised. Do you mean that area with the beautiful blue lake? That Rennes? I have always wanted to see Lake Diable. They say the blue lake sparkles like the jewelry of noble ladies. Otis feels Charlotte is a bit too hyper. He coldly says, I prefer it when you are silent and trembling in the dungeon. Mort, Charlotte hurriedly explains, I am like this because I want to forget. This miserable situation I find myself in and the fact that I was used and abandoned. I just want to believe that she is very terrible. What I find most painful is that I still think Lady Henrietta will send someone to rescue me and lend me a hand, just like what she did in the past. I still have not given up on that hope, because Lady Henrietta is someone I greatly admire. Otis thinks to himself, she admires his mother. What is there to like about a woman who treats her own son? As merchandise, Otis calmly looks outside and sighs. Otis says to Charlotte, that apology cannot change the fact that you drugged Rodion. Charlotte does not expect Otis to flatly reject all her efforts like that. Otis says again, so I guess you have something in common with my mother. Charlotte awkwardly explains, I did that because I was too desperate to make him love me. Has Lord Otis ever wanted to have someone who is solely your own? Otis takes Charlotte's words to heart, someone he wants solely as his own. Seeing no reply, Charlotte happily exclaims, I knew it, you have a lover. Otis is quite surprised by Charlotte's phrasing. A lover? A lover is someone who will love you. Charlotte laughs and says, even so, you have already given your heart to someone. Otis brushes it off. I prefer a quiet trip to Rennes. Yes, I have someone and I want to view Lake Diable with her. Inside the room, which is filled with various colorful test tubes. There are also thick books. Edith pours a blue solution into a test tube. She also takes a test strip to check another pink solution with a thoughtful expression. She thinks about wanting to create a stronger pesticide that does not harm the plants. She casts her eyes down, thinking she needs more time. Veronica angrily slams her hand on the table, raising her voice. Damn it, you have to do something, Edith. She looks extremely terrifying, widening her eyes and clenching her fists as she says, at this rate, everything will be destroyed and there won't be any wine left, she says. The pesticide has no effect on these pests and they are eating all the grapevines on my farm. She tightly grabs Edith's arm, becoming even angrier, and says, do you know how hard I worked to reclaim the business that was taken from my territory? She orders her to develop a new pesticide for her. Hearing this, Edith does not react, only pushing up her glasses. Seeing her reaction, she says she needs it right now. Witnessing Veronica's desperation and greed, Edith quickly grabs both of her arms and says encouragingly, all right, I will help you. Hearing this, she says happily, thank you, I will definitely. But before she can finish her sentence, Edith interrupts, but there is something I need you to do for me. Holding a file in her hands, Edith looks at them intently. At this point, she thinks cultivating a new grape variety that insects cannot eat will be faster. Suddenly, she sees a familiar name on the paper, Phylloxera, Phylloxera. The more she thinks, the stranger it feels, and Edith's expression becomes highly thoughtful. She reflects that Phylloxera is a pest that operates in late spring when the weather is warming up, but the temperature is not yet hot enough for Phylloxera to break through its shell. In nature, anomalies can happen at any time. Edith rests one hand on her chin, lost in thought, but something still does not feel right. Suddenly, there is an extremely loud knock on the door. Henrietta forcefully barges into the room with an angry expression. She raises her fan and says, Edith, what are you going to do about this? Are you behind this? Answer me. Her tone is extremely furious. In response to that intense tone, Edith only looks at her calmly. She looks up at Henrietta and says softly, what is this? I thought you hated impolite people, so why are you shouting like this? Hearing Edith's sarcastic words, she gets even angrier, pointing her fan directly at her as she says, watch what you say or else I will deal with you. Hearing this, Edith blocks the fan in front of her face with her hand and says calmly, first it was Veronica making a fuss and now it is you. She says calmly, I thought we are cooperating. Seeing Edith turn away, Henrietta demands, are you ignoring my question? I am talking about the thing you gave Charlotte. Hearing this, Edith turns around and replies, oh, that. It is a love potion. Is something wrong? Henrietta frowns at her cold demeanor and says, Charlotte said she intended to give it to your son, Henrietta adds, but I think my son drank it. Edith is startled and widens her eyes. Otis, why did your son drink that? Henrietta sits down, retracts her fan, and says, that is what I was going to ask you. She raises her hand to her forehead and says, I am certain Charlotte gave that potion to my son. Hearing this, Edith asks, why do you think so? She opens one eye and replies, the spy I planted. Inside, the mansion rushed here to report the news. Her announcement makes Edith's eyes widen. Otis went to Ren's with Charlotte yesterday. Unless Charlotte gave my son that potion, why on earth would my son do that? Hearing this, she quickly thinks that even though Charlotte is Archibald's fiancée, they definitely have no intention of letting her go, so she might have given Otis the potion to seduce him and leave the mansion. That is what I taught her. Henrietta holds her face in helplessness. Sigh, this cannot be. This completely destroys my plan. Edith asks, could there be another reason? What if Otis fell in love with Charlotte? She quickly denies it. Impossible. She raises her voice, saying, I already told you, Otis is wholeheartedly in love with that maid Ironia. Hearing this, she says, when that maid was caught up in that scandal, you remained calm. But why are you so angry now? Henrietta says furiously. That is exactly why I let it go. No matter what influence she has in the mansion, she is just a maid. Didn't you think she would give up once she realized her status? She clenches her hands and says, but I cannot allow this. I have decided to marry my son to the only daughter of a political family. Hearing this, Edith says calmly, I guess there is no other choice. Then, she takes a potion bottle out of her coat pocket and says, this will immediately neutralize the effects of the potion. As long as it is not too late, it will be effective. Hearing this, Henrietta happily clutches the potion bottle and says, Ned, you would have a way. Henrietta returns to her normal self with a joyful smile. She quickly embraces Edith and says with a laugh, thank you, Edith. She says, I trust you. You are the only one I can trust. Saying so, Henrietta turns around and leaves. Happily, well, I am off. Let's talk later. Henrietta leaves and Edith watches her figure disappear. Edith touches her forehead and sighs in exhaustion. Sigh, they say. Otis has a hot temper. Seeing Henrietta's behavior just now, she can confirm it, but now she understands where that personality comes from. Outside the bright palace, dazzling rays of sunlight stream in. Louis sits with her chin resting on her hand, sighing in deep exhaustion. Iron sees her tired look. Suddenly Iron says, Louis, let's talk for a bit. She is startled by Iron's words, but seeing no reaction, Iron calls out to Louis again. Louis quickly walks away. Louis, Iron can no longer see her figure. She calls Louis, but she still does not answer her. Iron thinks to herself, whether she is overthinking or if it is because of her evasive attitude, Iron thinks she is avoiding her. She wonders in her heart if she did something to make her uncomfortable. She has been too busy taking care of Rodion, thinking back to earlier, young Master Rodion, and she became closer. How happy she still likes. Suddenly, Iron understands something. Oh, she thinks, so this time Louis loves Rodion. Iron is stunned. When she thinks that this might be the reason she is avoiding her. When she sees the notice paper outside the door of Rodion's room, Iron is even more shocked. Rodion refuses to stay with anyone except her. Thinking of Louis, she realizes she must be in a lot of pain because of it. Iron thinks she will eventually end up with Rodion, but she does not know that. She walks alone in the hallway thinking, but now Elios has occupied his mind. I am the only one Rodion wants to be with. She thinks she has to do this to reduce the risk of him suddenly losing control. Iron does not feel happy, but now she feels terrible knowing Louis has to suffer. She steps to the door of Rodion's room, knowing that only when Rodion chooses Lise instead of her will she not feel guilty. She knocks on his door and says, Young master, it's Ironia. The door quickly opens. Seeing her, he is joyful and excited. Ren. Quickly, his expression changes, his face turning aggrieved as he asks, What took you so long? Iron replies, I can't be by your side all day. She touches his forehead and says, It seems you still have a mild fever. Seeing her concern, he feels satisfied. She says, The medicine is working already. Seeing the medicine bottle nearby, Iron picks it up to inspect it. She gasps, Wait, did you not take your medicine again? He says, But it makes me so sleepy. Rodion casually says, I want to spend time with you before I sleep. Iron coldly says, No, you must take it when you are supposed to. He reaches out to wrap his arm around her waist, pulling her close to him as he tells her to feed him. Rodion looks at her sincerely and says, I will drink it if you do that. Looking into his eyes, Iron feels she cannot say anything more when he acts like this. Iron looks at him, not knowing how to react, sensing the distance between them getting closer and closer. She thinks she cannot let him be like this. Why now? Fortunately, he does not move any closer. Instead, he wraps his arms around her waist. Iron sighs, quickly grabbing the medicine bottle and taking a gulp in. To Rodian's astonishment, she says, "Tilt your head up." Then she cups his face to feed the medicine into his mouth. She actually feeds him the medicine mouth to mouth, and because of this, he drinks all the medicine. Afterward, they separate. Iron looks at him and says, "See?" She wipes his mouth and calmly says, "It's not as difficult as you think." After saying that, she covers her mouth and says, "The medicine is so bitter I can still taste it." Rodian laughs and says, "I told you its taste is terrible." She turns her face away in embarrassment. She says to him, "You will feel the effect of the medicine soon. I am leaving first." Seeing her wanting to leave, Rodian stops her and says, "Wait, the light." He wraps his arms around Iron and says, "Stay with me for just a bit." She is startled by his reaction. She pushes his head away and says, "No, last time I stayed with you for over an hour." He still does not let go, pressing his face against her and saying, "But before sleep is the hardest time for me." He buries his face in her shoulder and says, "I feel better when you are by my side." Iron calls out, "Young master." He grabs her hand tightly. Suddenly there is a knock on the door outside. Someone calls out, "Iron, are you done yet?" Hearing this, she quickly responds, "Yes, young Master Archibald, please wait for me a moment." She tells Rodian, "I have to go now." He still holds tightly to her hand and does not let go. His face looks quite disappointed. She comforts him, "I will return." Later, he still tightly holds her hand, but then he releases her hand. "All right." Rodian sits on the bed and tells himself, "I will wait." Iron steps out of the room, sees him, and says, "I'm sorry, young master." "Archibald," she asks, "have you been waiting long?" Seeing her face and the clothes on her body are slightly disheveled, he smiles and says, "Not really." He gently touches her hair and says, "You seem a bit disheveled and your face is red too." "Is it because of Rodian?" She brushes his hand away and says naturally, "Yes, I had a slight struggle with him, so my face is a bit red." He observes her reaction and words. Iron asks, "What did you come here for?" He says, "I just received news that Otis's mother quickly left Rowan this afternoon." He adds, "And yesterday Aunt Veronica left to take care of her farm. Therefore." Hearing this, she says that currently there is no one left except Lady Edith in Riffin. Aben nods, "That is correct." He looks at her and says, "Tonight is our chance." In the night, the entire castle is shrouded in silence. Edith tiredly rubs her neck, thinking she finally has some peace now that all the noisy people have left. She looks up at the sky outside the window, wondering how long it has been since Rihafen was this quiet. She mutters that it is as if there is not even an ant here. "I know those two have left the mansion." She looks around, finding it strange, wondering, but where are all the servants? She also finds it bizarre. And what about the guards at the gate? Suddenly, under the moonlight, someone points a gun at her back. Edith gasps in panic. As she is about to turn around, the person behind says, "Don't move." Iron says, "I won't hurt you if you answer my questions." She orders her, "Slowly raise your hands and turn around." The abnormal outbreak of phylloxera and taking Henrietta out of the mansion by making her believe that Charlotte has taken the medicine. Iron lists her actions one by one, leaving her stunned for a moment. Iron says that the pieces of the puzzle are slowly coming together when someone discovers her intentions. Edith smiles. "Ha ha." She turns around to face the muzzle, calmly saying, "So it's you." Seeing the person opposite her, she says, "You sprayed phylloxera onto the farm." She calmly slips one hand into her pocket and says, "And that means my son has indeed taken that medicine. The rumor that Otis dumped you to go to Rowan's with Charlotte is fake, right?" Hearing this, Iron says everything is correct. Except for one thing. She looks at her and says, "No one in Lavrenty has turned their back on me." She raises both hands, pretending to be frightened, and says, "I see. Thank you for the explanation." She places her hand on the gun barrel, touching it, then says, "But could you remove this from my face?" Saying that, she grabs the gun, acting swiftly. Iron is caught off guard by her action. The hat she is wearing gets knocked off. Consequently, the gun also flies. Far away, someone manages to catch the gun. A decisive gunshot echoes through the castle. Iron tightly grabs her hands. Having subdued her from behind, she says, "Don't try anything. There are some things I need to discuss with you." Edith glares at her from behind and says, "If you threaten me just to make me listen to you." Having said that, she quickly kicks her away. She holds a sharp blade and says, "Then that's not good news for me, is it?" She says to Iron, "You won't lose anything even if you don't follow me." Iron looks toward the gun. Damn, the gun is too far away, while the two are arguing. A figure steps in. That person quickly kicks her knife away. The force of the kick is so strong that it causes Edith a serious injury. Clutching her arm, she asks, who is there?" As the knife lands at his feet, Aben says, "You should be more careful." Addressing Iron, he provides information, saying that even though she is a researcher, she must not forget she is a Nox. Seeing his appearance, Iron calls out, "Young master." Archibald, holding the gun in his hand, he asks, "Why are you making that face?" Iron honestly says, "I only intended to threaten her. I didn't want any bloodshed." Edith looks at the man in front of her and frowns. "Archibald of Diable, this won't end easily." He looks toward her. "All right, now that the goal is achieved," he says, "let's talk." Entering one of the rooms, Iron sits opposite her, with Edith's hands tied tightly behind the chair. She looks around and says, "I didn't know there was a space like this in your laboratory." Edith says, "Rodion was here when he was a child. People outside can see inside, but people inside cannot see outside." She calmly adds, "And by the way, for a maid, you sure know a lot. Who taught you how to use a gun, tie knots, and administer first aid?" Facing her barrage of questions, Iron replies, "Well, no one taught you how to be a researcher either." Hearing her counter-question, Edith says, "You dragged Aben into this, yet you didn't want him to hear our conversation. What are you trying to do?" Iron sees that she wants to pry into her true purpose, so she looks at her for a moment. Iron says, "I want your research. Relationship between love and destiny." Iron recalls, "You explained it to me before when I was here helping you organize your things, and at that time I said I was just like you, believing in destiny, which made you wonder why a maid would agree with your absurd idea." Iron calmly says, "Because she knows that the destiny of this world is influenced by someone's love." Hearing this, Edith is stunned for a moment. She asks back, "What?" Iron rests her chin on her hand, looking straight into her eyes as she replies, "I know more than you think." Hearing this, she asks, "Then why have you remained silent all this time?" Iron replies, "Because I decided that your research would be of no use to me." Iron raises a hand and says, "Researching the existence of destiny is of no use to me." But at some point, Edith's actions began to create variables in the game. She looks at her, even though it is limited to what happens to her, there is something that allows it to create variables. She says Rodion, Elios, and Edith's belief in destiny might be the key to destroying the game system. She slams her hand on the table and says, "What I am about to say is my hypothesis." Iron states, "Recently you haven't been acting like an elite researcher. Your actions are rude and bold." She asks, "So why has someone who has been immersed in Elios' research for so long like you become obsessed with the research on destiny?" Iron asks, "Did you find out something through Elios, right?" She looks into her eyes, stating, "You found a way to escape the vortex of destiny." Distressed voice cries out, "Let me out of here." A man kicks the door violently, screaming, "I have money, please. Release me." Seeing the man's suffering, Edith does not react. She calmly observes his expression. "Do you not hear me? GRR." The man clings to the glass door before finally collapsing into a puddle of blue liquid on the ground. Watching him die, Edith notes down, "This is test subject number 56. She crosses his name off the list. "As I predicted, any subject who comes into direct contact with the energy stone dies instantly." She holds her pen, thinking, just using those who are indebted to the Nox as test subjects is still not enough. Holding the energy stone in her hand, she thinks, the first leader of Lavrenty left behind an ancient relic called Elios. She feels that the younger the test subjects, the longer they can endure, but in the end, no human body can withstand the immense power of Elios, especially when it is unstable. She thinks she cannot keep going like this. Holding the energy stone in her hand, she thinks she needs a stable subject, a perfectly designed body that can withstand the power of Elios. Holding the stone in her hand, she thinks she needs a perfectly created child. She sets to work even if she has to sacrifice everything, for her sole goal is to complete this research. Thus, I create a child and carry the pregnancy. I gradually introduce various medicines into the body. She adjusts every cell while it is still an embryo and nurtures it to become the perfect host for Elios. At the same time, a distorted affection, resembling the love of any normal parent, begins to grow within her. The table is piled high with various books. He looks at those books and asks, "Why don't you take a break from your research for a while?" he says, "until you give birth to." Rodian, Edith turns to look at her husband and replies, "The calibration of Aleos is successful," she says, "but I still haven't found the proper way to use it. However, if I can successfully build the observation device this time, I will obtain the purest essence of Aleos." Hearing these words, even he cannot help but frown. She reminds herself while also answering his question, "How can I rest when the apocalypse is approaching?" Looking at the documents in her hands, she glares at them with a terrifying gaze, and then, for the first time in her life, she can touch the essence of Aleos. She thinks it took more time than I thought, but in the end, I did it. She looks at the creation before her eyes and thinks, "I have created a device that can look inside Aleos." She picks up the stone, "So I can stabilize its energy source." She peers inside. "I will be able to apply it safely to the test subjects." She feels joyful about the creation she made. This will be a good opportunity. My child is the first to use Aleos. But something unfortunate occurs. The light wavelength inside is changing. The stone suddenly glows. She stares at it. Aleos is suddenly emitting light. She is startled. In panic upon seeing the surrounding data, she wonders what is happening. She thinks Aleos has created a separate dimension. Suddenly a voice rings out, "Get back!" Rodian is still not completely unconscious. She is surprised. "Rodian?" She sees that she must deal with him before that power goes out of control. She is startled witnessing that dialogue. "Wait, deal with him?" Gunshots ring out. Young man named Rodian is dealt with in various ways, solely to prevent his power from going out of control. It is a destiny that he cannot change. She weeps at the sight as the fragments within Aleos' heart begin to activate her. Emotions, despair, ultimate empty grief, pain that tears the soul apart. She wonders, is that the emotion Rodian felt at the moment of his death? Suddenly, she covers her mouth and escapes the room, reassuring herself, "This is not an illusion. Aleos is showing me a piece of the future." She sees that her experiment will fail in the most brutal and painful way. She wonders, but do I? Should she give up? She resolves not to. Absolutely not. She clutches her stomach, thinking she has put everything on the line. She insists that she cannot let everything collapse like this. So she dives into endless research and discovers the only thing that can be influenced to use Aleos correctly. She realizes that to use Aleos, she must turn Rodian into the perfect test subject. If she hands everything over to Lavrenti now, the outcome will remain the same. But she cannot stop. That is her dilemma. She thinks to herself that having to act within the mold of predetermined fate is ridiculous, even if she sees the future 1,000 times. All she needs is a single thing that can break it. She thinks fate is nothing to her, and she will shatter it. A voice rings out with suspicion. "You discovered something through Aleos, didn't you? You found a way to break the wheel of fate, didn't you?" Edith recalls the moment she looked up to stare at something and recounts. "After that, I continued to peek at fragments of the future through Aleos. Many test subjects died during my research, but I resolved to save Rodian at all costs. Therefore, morality is not an obstacle for me." Iron's eyes widen in surprise and alarm. She thinks to herself, "Those fragments of the future are displayed to a game character. Aleos is affecting the game more than I thought." Edith suddenly gives a faint smile and proposes, "This is a give and take, right? So tell me what you know." Iron looks at her with complex thoughts. She opens her mouth and says, "The truth is time is constantly looping in this world. And I am—" Edith suddenly cuts Iron off in annoyance. "Who doesn't know that? If destiny repeats, then of course time does too. Don't you have anything more interesting to say? If not, do you want me to tell you, Irene, there is someone controlling our destiny in this world?" Iron stands frozen. Her eyes widen as she tells herself, "So someone is controlling our destiny. Isn't this world run by the game system?" Edith looks up at her and speaks mockingly. "You look like you've never even imagined that possibility. The fragments of the future Aleos showed me specifically end before winter next year. But I found a special case that ended before that. It ended right before someone's death." Iron panics. raising a hand to her chin in doubt. Someone's death, but the person I thought died suddenly came back to life, and immediately after that, time. Rewinds, Edith hesitantly continues. Our destiny is constantly being rewound by someone. She suddenly screams in a frenzy, so I am determined to deal with that person. I will find the person rewinding time and break their control. Over us, Iron suddenly thinks. So this is how she thinks she can escape her fate. She nervously asks, then who is that person? Edith softly groans. She suddenly winces in pain as she feels the pain behind her back. Edith looks painfully at the rope binding her and gently suggests a compromise. Why don't we talk after you free me? Then my wound has reopened because I got too excited. Iron is at a loss, only able to rub her chin in consideration. She decides to stand up. After all, she has no weapons and is injured with nowhere to run. Iron walks over to loosen the rope binding Edith. She says happily, "Thank you so much." After untying her, Iron urgently asks again, "So who is holding our destiny?" Edith painfully rubs her bleeding wound. That. Unfortunately, the Elios fragment I have is incomplete, so I cannot confirm for sure. Iron frowns in confusion. Then how can you deal with them if you don't know who they are? In the mirror reflecting Iron's silhouette, Edith says with sharp eyes, I have prime suspects. You know how a person's emotions work, so I believe you know who I am thinking of. Iron lowers her eyes in anguish. So in the end, I still have to put the game characters on trial and eliminate the ones I care about to return to the real world. Edith ignores her complicated expression and continues softly. As I said before, the one who holds our destiny belongs to a higher plane of existence, so they cannot be dealt with in a normal way. The only way I can eliminate them is by using Elios, a substance that also belongs to a higher plane of existence. I already have Elios and my suspects in my hands. Do you wonder why I don't just eliminate them one by one, starting with the most suspicious? Oh, let me tell you first. My son is at the bottom of the list because even after he died, time still looped. Iron covers her mouth in shock, then deduces that in Rodian's ending, Louis died first, so Louis can also be excluded from the list. The silhouettes of two men suddenly flash in her mind. Then, the remaining ones, agitated, Iron grabs the shoulder of Edith and screams, I absolutely cannot let you do that. Edith says triumphantly, I'm sorry, but my experiment has already begun. Hearing this, Iron stands frozen in shock. What? Edith looks straight into Iron's eyes and explains honestly, thanks to your plan, Henrietta believed her son had taken a love potion, so I gave her a bottle. And didn't lie either. It is indeed a way to neutralize the potion's effect. Hand of Iron touching Edith begins to tremble. She mutters in fear, there must be another way. Edith angrily brushes her hand off and demands, then why don't you suggest a better way? I have dedicated my entire life to this research. Don't you think I have looked for another way? Iron says firmly, but even so, I cannot let you murder anyone. That is, as she speaks, Edith's hand slips under the table to pull something out. Then I have no other choice. Bang, a loud noise rings out as a bullet is fired straight into Iron's abdomen. Iron's face goes dark with shock as she stares at her. Edith, still holding the smoking gun, says triumphantly in a sharp tone, I told you I would do anything. Iron falls in pain from the force of the bullet. Edith steps forward, looks at her, and says with contempt mixed with surprise, didn't you anticipate this when working for a Mafia family? Guardedly, Iron tries to crawl back and raises her head in doubt. But you gain nothing by shooting me, so why? She turns around and walks away, mocking her. Why nothing to gain? I can eliminate 2 of my 4 suspects. This way, I have already set explosives outside the laboratory door, so let me ask you a question. Who has been watching us, and what will he do when he sees this door locked? If someone tries to break the door down, boom. Edith waves her hand in excitement and chuckles, ha ha ha. That saves me the trouble of checking whether the person outside is the one controlling our destiny or not. Iron's face darkens with fear as she cries out to Archibald in her heart. Her eyes widen, with her thoughts fading in her mind. No, no, a sound keeps echoing, every minute gradually sinking into pitch-black darkness. Suddenly, a pale and slender hand suddenly appears, clinging to a small, dry branch. Iron sits on the tree wearing a Maid outfit, her hands brushing her fluttering hair. She uncomfortably raises her hand to block the scorching sunlight above her. Iron recalls Henrietta taking the whole family on vacation. Iron sighs, thanks to that I suddenly have to climb trees. She delegates all the chores to me because I am young. She recalls what the older servant told her. Can you pick some plums? I want to make cake. Iron suddenly looks up comfortably, musing to herself, but how long has it been since I felt this peaceful? The sky is dyed with summer colors, the gardens meticulously tended, but right now I can't even enjoy this peace and quiet. 70 years is the average lifespan of a normal person from birth to old age, yet I keep singing the same tune, wandering in the same place at the same time. Now, instead of just existing, I want a real life. I want a life outside of my predetermined fate, a life with a different future. A gloomy voice and a sharp warning suddenly flash through Iron's mind. Restrain yourself, you can't do anything more. Her hand, which was about to grab a fruit on the branch, freezes at those words. Iron sadly looks up at the sky, thinking, is even this tiny hope a luxury for me? I have failed 6 times, yet hope still stubbornly persists. No. I don't care if hope is indeed a luxury. The only thing I am allowed to have in this world is this tiny ray of hope. Iron resolutely reaches out, firmly grasps the plum, and climbs down. She looks at the plum in her palm, admiring its beautiful color. Come to think of it, the young masters used to love plum cake. When they were little, they looked so cute sitting around the table eating cake. Maybe I should pick a few more plums. A loud noise suddenly rings out in the quiet air. Bang! Startled by the noise, birds fly in all directions. Iron turns her head in doubt. That is a gunshot. She screams in pain as a bird flies past her head. Ah! Her foot loses its footing, and she suddenly slips and falls. Iron flails as she falls despite trying to cling to the branch above. Iron freezes, slowly sinking into the cool water, thinking, oh no. The water is so cold I can't move my body. Thank goodness I see someone's shadow on the water. Thank goodness. Even after being abandoned so many times, do you still hope someone will come to save you? No one will save you. Stop hoping. If only I could sink to the bottom of the lake and return to the real world, that would be so nice. A hand suddenly reaches out, firmly grabs her hand, and pulls her up. Iron coughs uncomfortably after being pulled out of the deep abyss by her savior. The person who just saved her suddenly screams angrily. What are you doing? Why didn't you struggle and call for help? He, with an anxious face despite being completely drenched, stares at Iron, waiting for an answer. Iron is dazed and completely frozen, thinking to herself, that is the face of someone who is hurt. But you cannot be hurt. You said you can't do anything. He reaches out to brush Iron's messy hair, sighs helplessly, and speaks. I don't know what you were thinking, Iron, but I know you deserve someone to lean on. Whenever you need it, my shoulder will always be here for you. So stop trying to carry all the burdens of the world by yourself. Iron's eyes slowly lose themselves in Archibald's warm hands. This feeling is so familiar and nostalgic. His trustworthy gaze warms my heart. Just like when I met that boy, the air seems to freeze with the quiet rustling of leaves. A footstep approaches with a question that startles Iron and Archibald. Archibald, what are you doing here? Archibald cries out in confusion. Ortiz, he asks in wonder, what is that in your hand? Are you hunting? Ortiz answers honestly, I was the one who fired that shot earlier, but more importantly, what are you doing here with Ironia? Don't tell me you two are swimming in the lake together. Archibald coldly turns his head, urging Ortiz without looking at Iron even once. Let's go back. My clothes are completely soaked. I can't stay in the forest anymore. Ortiz looks suspiciously at Archibald while his other hand gently helps Iron stand up. Huh, is he possessed? Let's go stand up. Irene. In a corner where no one can see, Aben's face slowly flushes red in the gentle breeze. Fine. Then bright red plums fall in abundance. Iron stands next to Archibald, pointing suspiciously at the pile of fruit and asking, Young Master Archibald, what are all of those? Archibald coldly answers her, I don't want anyone falling into the lake while picking plums anymore, so I decided to move the tree to the other side of the summer villa. I also don't like the tree being hard to see when hidden by other trees. Iron secretly lowers her head to cover her mouth, giggling so hard her entire body shakes. She suddenly raises her head, trying to suppress her amusement, and says, You're right. Gaze of Archibald looking at Iron's smile with gentleness and adoration. He thinks to himself, even. This large tree sometimes needs to lean on others. Iron's face darkens in fear as she screams, Archibald! Her eyes widen. Panics, screaming in a voice that is gradually becoming intermittent. No! A chaotic scene of overturned and broken tables and chairs. The doors also cannot escape that fate, lying scattered across the tiled floor. Louis stands shocked in front of the door, looking inside at Iron's collapsed hand. Iron's face is pale and the back of her head is severely injured, bleeding heavily. Louis sheds tears in heartbreak, repeatedly calling out to Iron, Miss Iron. Iron weakly looks at Lise and softly calls out, Lave. Louis anxiously asks aloud, Are you all right? Iron asks doubtfully, How did you get here? Louis lifts Iron's blood-covered hand and scolds her loudly. Does that even matter right now? Don't move, you are injured. Iron hesitantly speaks up again in discomfort. Her voice cracking, Louis, how is Archibald? Louis says hesitantly, Miss Ironia, young Master Archibald has an image of Archibald being crushed by a concrete slab. Suddenly flashes in Iron's mind. Iron widens her eyes in grief, tears streaming down continuously. No, this can't be. My greed has once again caused you to die. Archibald, I am sorry, Archibald. Louis cries out in panic as she sees Iron closing her eyes and passing out. Miss Ironia, Edith, standing nearby and watching the scene, feigns sympathy. My, how heartbreaking. How much longer are you going to hold on to her? Louis turns her head to look at her in confusion. Lady Edith, Edith points at Iron and says she is almost dead. Tusk, there isn't enough time for this experiment. Lise repeats Edith's words in confusion while the older woman painfully rubs her bleeding experimental wound. She coldly raises her head to explain to Louis. 2 lives are lost, no, 3 lives, but this does more harm than good. Anyway, I need to get out of here. Help me, will you? Lise lowers her head in silence. She angrily thinks, is she planning to leave? How can she be so nonchalant? There are so many casualties in this accident unless... Her eyes suddenly flash as if realizing something. This is not an accident. Edith's eyes are cold, her face filled with killing intent. Lise freezes in shock. A thought suddenly crystallizes. In her mind, Lady Edith attacked them. She said there is no hope for Miss Ironia, but she is still alive. She still has a chance to live if I act quickly. Before she recovers, I must get Lady Edith away from her. Louis approaches Edith and supports her as they walk. Give me your hand. I will help you, but I need to know why you did such things. Edith calmly replies to Louis, Before I explain, I should say this first. Ever since you entered the villa, you have been having strange dreams every day. You even hear or see hallucinations, and you have already consulted Henrietta about these symptoms, correct? A stream of memories. At a certain mansion suddenly flashes. Henrietta is leisurely opening a small letter to read, then exclaims, All of Louis's letters are completely useless. She swings her hand and throws the letters into the trash can. Henrietta again grumbles in annoyance to Edith, who is sitting opposite her. She only talks about herself. This is not why I asked her to write letters to me. Edith calmly sips her tea and speaks indifferently. Doesn't that mean everything at the villa is peaceful? Henrietta grumbles irritably. Then she shouldn't have sent me any letters at all. She is silly enough to write to me about every little thing. Look at this. The content of the letter Lise sent to Henrietta is, I have been having strange dreams every night since I arrived at the Lavrenty Villa. I was bitten by dog, fell down the stairs, or was eliminated by someone in my dreams, and sometimes I hear or experience hallucinations. The anxiety of Louis is clearly shown when someone reads that letter. I see the image of a woman crying or screaming at me, and she looks absolutely miserable. Light footsteps descend. Louis is panicking, picking up the towels she just dropped as Iron walks down. Iron looks at her with a puzzled gaze while Louis hurriedly gathers the blankets. Louis anxiously writes in the letter, I make many mistakes at work because of this, so please give me some useful advice. Henrietta recounts wearily. That is what she wrote, but I don't understand it at all. Edith slightly raises her head and explains flatly. She is having nightmares about being eliminated and seeing illusions of a woman. Henrietta says angrily, if I had known she would turn out like this, I would have sent someone else. Edith suddenly stands up and asks loudly, Henrietta, did she send any other letters about this? In reality, Edith is extremely excited as she leans against Louis, answering her question. Those are not just dreams and illusions you experience. You are seeing parts of your destiny. Lewis warily avoids her and quickly takes a step back. Edith tilts her head, observing Lewis's attitude and guessing, I am sure you understand now after I have explained this much. Lewis remains extremely tense. She asks in confusion, what are you talking about? What about my destiny? Edith reaches out with her blood-stained hand and gently pats her shoulder, continuing, all of these events seem to revolve around you, and you are the final piece I have been searching for, Lewis repeats in confusion. The final piece, Edith casually urges. Lewis, never mind, if you don't understand, let's go. We must get as far away as possible before Aben's lackeys arrive, a voice suddenly echoes from behind. Them, Edith, I didn't expect you to know this much. Archibald stands there with a battered and wretched face, his hand flickering as if semi-transparent. As Archibald's figure becomes clearer, Edith inwardly screams in disbelief, Archibald. Archibald says coldly, Edith, I didn't think you knew that much. How surprising, that is quite an achievement for you. Edith speaks in disbelief while Lewis covers her. Mouth in panic. Archibald, just as I thought, you are the controller of destiny. Archibald suddenly snaps his fingers and quietly spits out a sharp command, ordering the soldiers to throw Edith Laverty into prison immediately. She is the traitor Knox. Edith lowers her head in contemplation. She suddenly raises her head, points at Archibald, and screams in excitement. So it has been you all along. It is indeed you. Archibald suddenly cuts Edith off. Edith, your hypothesis was wrong from the very beginning. If you were going to mess things up like this, you shouldn't have assumed there is only one controller. The sound of continuous footsteps echoes as Edith is taken to a dark prison cell. She is tied up high in a wretched state. Edith looks at Archibald and mutters, you are a controller of destiny. Archibald pulls a pocket watch out of his pocket and says in annoyance, do you have anything to say? I don't want to stay in this filthy place for long, so don't waste my time. Before he can finish, Edith suddenly cuts Aben off. Are you happy? It must be highly amusing to watch us dance to your tune. She suddenly leans forward excitedly and screams, you hypocrite. Aben calmly and silently looks at Edith without uttering a word. She says in dissatisfaction, you just stood by and did nothing even though you knew everything. You owe me an explanation. Aben takes out a key and inserts it into the handcuffs binding Edith. Unfortunately, I cannot meet your expectations, but this is the first time I have recovered my memories without needing to reach the end. The controller of destiny is no god of this world. You wouldn't call someone who cannot remember anything until they die a god, would you? Even I am merely a tool being used to maintain this world. Unexpected things often happen. When time is wound back countless times, sometimes people who should have died do not die, or they die when they shouldn't. I exist to correct the errors. In destiny, the reason I let you live is also to minimize the probability of variables. In that case, I can handle it. Edith quickly cuts Aben off and inquires, so what if you just tell me who the other controller is? Archibald replies coldly, I am under no obligation to answer your questions. Edith stares seriously at him and hits the most crucial point. You are so stubborn. Aren't you tired of wandering in the same time loop? The solution is very simple. You just need to destroy the other one. If you eliminate the other controller, you can escape this fate. Aben suddenly calls out to Edith. She does not care, continuing to entice him to extract information. If you want, I can even tell you how. Aben asks firmly, who ordered you to do this? Edith touches Aben, raising her head to speak in a provocative tone. Then I guess I should ask the other controller even. If you do not want me to, Archibald frowns. In annoyance, Edith feigns ignorance and casually speaks the harsh truth. But perhaps that person will want to escape this exhausting life. Aben steps out of the cell, coldly spitting out a sentence. Let's end the conversation here. Edith watches Aben's retreating figure and says to herself, I have gathered enough information thanks to him. I have cast the bait. Now I just have to wait for him to bite. The preparations have long been completed. She excitedly recalls the image of herself in the laboratory earlier. Edith holds a vial of purple solution and pours it directly onto the sword lying on the table. The gem on the sword immediately glows upon contact with the liquid, and thus the sword named Elios is complete. Edith thinks triumphantly to herself. Ilios only activates when touched by its user, Rodian, but it remains active when fed with the blood of Rodian. Clearly, Nox will try to exploit Rodian, therefore I had better keep this truth hidden, but before that I must test whether Ilios still functions at full power without its owner. Its power is terrifying in Rodian's hands, so this wooden box must. The wooden box immediately reacts as the sword touches it. A burst of terrifying power surges through the room, and the chest seems to vanish. Into nothingness, the Ilios sword falls. Emitting a sharp, clanking sound, Edith is astonished, mixed with a hint of panic. Box vanished. This light is glitched, and this clue is similar to what she saw in the space created by Ilios. So perhaps it is feasible. Edith suddenly flashes a sinister, joyful smile. She tells herself, I started this top-secret experiment with objects, and after transitioning to plants and animals, I tested it on humans. What I concluded from this experiment is that Ilios is a substance from a higher dimension, different from the world we live in, and if used correctly, it can make anything vanish into another dimension. Great, with this we can eliminate the controller. Edith gently touches Archibald's shoulder and says, All right, I guess I should ask the other controller. You might not want to, but perhaps someone else wants to escape this tiring life. Aben touches his chin slightly and thinks seriously. He lowers his head and says softly, I don't know right now. That person doesn't even know they are a controller, which means as long as they exist, time can be wound back at any moment. They are like a gear in a machine, rather than a person. Just like myself before I died, they are merely spinning in the same cycle for a certain period of time. Edith raises her head to stare at Aben in disbelief and asks, You say right now, which means there was some sort of incident before they lost consciousness? Archibald casts his eyes down and says, It was an accident. The day the time manager died. That person is not immortal like me, so I wound back time to make them resurrect, but perhaps due to a cruel twist of fate, they do not seem to remember anything. There is no way a dead person can resurrect, so they must have erased that part of their memories. But another incident occurs during that process, and they realize who they are and what this world is like. And perhaps that is too overwhelming for them, because they split their personality into two. They believe that the manager personality and the resurrected personality are two completely different people, and they deceive themselves into thinking this world is not where they belong. Edith wonders why you rewind time. If the time manager is not immortal, you can escape this restriction and live freely when that guy dies. Archibald questions in a low voice, If you are forced to deal with Rodian to live comfortably, will you do it? Edith lowers her eyes and bows her head, unable to say a word as she thinks of that tragic scene. Archibald continues in a sad voice, Perhaps you won't. Thanks to you, I restore my memories. Now I have a reason to maintain time in this life. But Edith, if you plan to stop me from doing that? Edith raises her sinister eyes and smugly asks, Do you plan to deal with the best variable currently available? You don't dare. Aben's fist lightly strikes the wall. He leans close to her face with a mocking gaze. You are overconfident. It is not that I do not dare, I just choose not to do it right now. Archibald suddenly returns to normal. He turns his head, spins around, and coldly utters, Enough. Edith speaks up again. For a cautious person, you have provided me with a lot of information, haven't you? Aben inserts the key into the lock, turns it, and says with disdain, Anyway, you will not escape from here. I hope you realize your current situation. Aben walks away in annoyance with an unpleasant thought in his mind. Great. How unbelievable she still keeps that attitude after knowing the truth about this world. She loses her mind. Clacking of shoes echoes in the dark prison area. The person's voice sounds urgent. Young Master Aben, young Master. Aben stares in doubt at Lise, who is tired and gasping for breath, and asks, What is the matter? Lewis replies in excitement, Lady Ionia is awake. Edith, inside the cell, is also stunned upon hearing that information. She stands dazed in the cage, thinking to herself that perhaps there is only one person who can make Aben rush, the person whom he will voluntarily give up his freedom to save. Edith lowers her eyes, resolutely recalling the image that Iron confirmed. Irony a Casimir. Rodion excitedly carries a flower in his hand and gently hands it to Iron. Here, take it. Iron bursts into a happy smile and receives it. Thank you, young master. By the way, what do you plan to do with these flowers? Aren't they beautiful? Rodion tilts his head and answers in an innocent, childish voice. I will make a flower crown for you with them. Wait a moment, I will get more flowers. Iron waves at Rodion and says, All right, I will wait here, take your time. She lets out a soft sigh with a doting smile at the young master in the distance. A voice suddenly sounds behind Iron. You seem satisfied with this life. I don't think I have ever heard you complain. Iron looks at Edith and sighs softly. Is that so? But Lady Edith, a simple maid, has nothing to complain about, right? I like everything the way it is. Edith is dazed. She stares in stun at Iron with an evaluating gaze. Her calm face does not resemble a child of her age, and at the end of her gaze is everything she cherishes. Why does she love this scene so much? When does love seep into her indifferent face? Like that, I have found the answer, an axis that makes time run endlessly just by existing, an unwritten law created by a time error. Ironia, she is the time manager. Right before the bad ending, a stream of red blood splatters in the silent night. Cold footsteps stand near the hand that has just collapsed. Iron gasps wearily with a small knife in her hand. She turns her head to wipe the blood on her face. This is the final ending. If the bad ending of Archibald and Lewis is the true ending of this game, then I will not have to relive this life again. But even though I am in a game, to me this is no different from reality. I have had to go through so many deaths to say that I am happy to return. My whole self has completely changed. Iron weakly clings to the tree trunk in front of her. She looks up toward a distant place, thinking. The end is drawing near. In the distance before Iron's eyes, Lee steps back in fear, stammering to the man. In front of her, Archibald. Archibald coldly glares at her and says, Are you running away from me to come here? How amusing. Lewis looks at the sword stained with a bright red liquid and anxiously asks, Archibald, why is there so much blood? Standing behind the tree trunk, Iron thinks to herself, That is their dialogue from the bad ending. Now it is truly over. Lewis shivers uncontrollably. I feel so sorry for her. Just the other day she was so happy. Lady Ironia, you and the person you like finally understand each other. It is all thanks to you, Lady Irene. Aben suddenly says coldly, I only need you. But perhaps I am not enough for you. It is a pity, but I will not let you go. The sword in his hand suddenly swings. Iron stares in shock at the scene before her. That single slash hits Lewis straight in the back. Archibald hugs her tightly and says, I love you, Lewis. A tear suddenly rolls down the young girl's eyelashes. Iron watches the scene from behind in a daze, thinking to herself, the bewildered look in Lee's lifeless eyes gradually fades away, carving itself deep into my mind before I can even realize. Iron's feet gently drag forward. She looks at Louis's fallen body with lifeless thoughts. It is all over. The credits do not appear, so perhaps this is the true ending. Now I can return to the real world. I should be happy. I should be happy. Iron smiles while tears keep rolling down her cheeks. Ha ha ha, her tears fall drop by drop, completely out of control. Iron gently covers her face, crying out helplessly in her heart. I am sorry. Why can't they be happy? Why do I have to lead them to their deaths with my own hands? These hands are stained with the blood of my precious ones. Do I deserve to live another day? No, no, Iron decides, even though her tears continue to fall. It must stop here. A faint, hazy purple glow still hovers everywhere. That light gradually merges into Archibald while he stands frozen. Archibald is dazed and screams in heartbreak, Ironia, you should wait a little longer. He gently lifts his head to embrace Iron while the clock chiming quietly echoes. Iron returns to reality while Archibald stands pensively beside Iron's hospital bed. She bows her head in grief, thinking to herself, I thought I had overcome all endings. I didn't expect to forget such an important event. I remember seeing him through my blurred vision. Archibald sits down gently and speaks. It is highly likely that the shooting incident caused an error in your memory. You must have wanted to forget it that much. It was so painful that you wanted to end Everything? Iron wearily opens her mouth, wanting to say something. Bows her head again, unable to utter a single word. Iron steps down from the bed, then looks at Aben with doubt and asks, "How are the other young masters?" Archibald answers honestly, "I gave Rodian sleeping pills and let him rest and sent a message to Otis. Unfortunately, I also kept Edith alive." Iron wonders, "What about Lewis?" Aben's eyes suddenly fixate on her with a judgmental look. He questions in confusion, "You are the one who is hurt the most, yet you worry about others. Everyone is fine, so please just take care of yourself. Iron, it is not your fault, you only did your best in your position." Tears well up on Iron's small eyelashes. How can I think like that? I have no right after what I did to everyone." Archibald suddenly leans over and hugs her tightly, comforting her in a low voice. "You love us more than anyone else. Even while suffering, you still love and treat us kindly. Thank you for living, Iron." Iron reaches out to hug Archibald tightly. She whispers emotionally, "Thank you." The peaceful window reflects the shadow of Iron and Archibald looking shyly at each other. Archibald suddenly speaks up. "From the very beginning, only I remember the memories from the previous playthrough after it ended. Although only for a moment, being alone is very painful, but I can stay strong until now because you are by my side." Iron looks at him with wide, surprised eyes. She thinks to herself that it turns out he is just like her also, having to follow the flow of destiny and endure lonely days exactly like her. Aben gently takes Iron's hand, pressing it against his cheek tighter. Iron relaxes her previously tense face and tells herself as Aben places a gentle kiss on her palm, "Perhaps even this is destined by fate, but how can I not love him?" Archibald suddenly lowers his eyes and says in a low voice, "Even so, I still you to live without suffering." But since that day, everything changes. In another place, a chaotic and extremely bustling scene unfolds. An annoyed person urges the maids to take the food out of the oven and let it cool. Another commands, "Bring this here quickly." Iron looks helplessly at that scene and thinks to herself. Everything becomes chaotic upon hearing the news that a guest from Riffin will visit suddenly. The servants are still screaming in panic. "Someone get more spices from the warehouse." Iron gently speaks up, "I will get it. It seems the flour is also almost out. The kitchen staff is busy, so I will get it myself." Iron places one foot on the step. She reaches out and grumbles in annoyance, "Why is it placed on such a high shelf?" Iron with difficulty touches the bag of flour high above. Her feet with difficulty stand on her tiptoes, not knowing if it is a coincidence or a miracle of fate. Iron's eyes twitch slightly, sensing danger. Iron flails as her feet slip, falling with items scattering everywhere. But right at that moment, an unexpected incident occurs. Archibald in another place suddenly trembles, clenches his hands, and cries out, "Arg!" He holds his head in pain and confusion. Memories from previous playthroughs are flooding back. Archibald suddenly stands up, relieved with the thought, there is still time before the new episode begins. Why is this happening so suddenly? Archibald's eyes suddenly widen and freeze as he sees a shocking sight. No way. The sight of Iron lying flat on the ground, unconscious, strikes right into Archibald's eyes. Archibald falls to his knees in panic. He thinks to himself, she remembers being saved by someone, but at that time, no one could have saved her. She died in that accident, even though I immediately rewound time. A fatal bug still exists in the system. Her memories of being the time manager have shattered, and she develops self-awareness she shouldn't have. It must be from then she cannot accept being a part of this world. Iron blankly wonders about this place. She suddenly hugs herself, her face pale. Iron's eyes widen and flash. I can't." She looks at her hands in panic. Iron drags her feet, speaking with a tired voice, "This is all a lie. This isn't real. I'm just having a nightmare." Iron raises her head blankly with lifeless eyes as a thought suddenly flashes through her mind. "This is not where I belong. I must return to the world I came from. I must go back. Yes, I must return." In reality, Iron mutters softly, "I don't even know where to go, but I think I must escape this world. That is what I believe." Archibald lowers his eyes, staring at Iron, and gently asks, "What do you want to do now?" Iron answers hesitantly, "I suppose I must find a way. A way to defy destiny without sacrificing anyone." A bowl of hot soup is carefully carried over by a maid. Louis walks thoughtfully with a blank stare. She looks at her reflection in the soup, thinking how glad she is that Lady Ionia has woken up. That accident was too severe. Louis panic recalls the scene when Iron collapsed. Lady Ionia, and also the words when Edith leaned close to whisper to her, "You are the final piece I have been looking for." Louis walks with doubt. What did Lady Edith mean by those words? Why? Did she plot something so dangerous? Louis's eyes suddenly cast down with a gloomy look. She immediately regains her composure and hurries forward. I've been overthinking. Lady Ionia must be starving. I need to bring this to her quickly. Fortunately, I managed to finish cooking this soup. Something suddenly flashes across Louis's mind. She freezes in fear, her hands holding the bowl of soup going limp. The bowl falls and shatters. The spilled soup bowl rolls across the floor. Louis drops to her knees in daze, bowing her head when she suddenly widens her eyes as if realizing something. Louis looks at her trembling hands and mutters, "This," with a panicked expression. She touches her forehead, trembling, "is not my first life." Memories and images flash back of Louis holding hands and laughing with Ionia, or tears falling in bitter pain as she witnesses her loved ones die. The warm smile of Ionia appears. The person she saw in her dreams is indeed Lady Ionia. She is the one who prayed for her happiness. Ionia always laughed happily with Louis and felt sad for the misfortunes she bore. It is all her. Louis clutches her knees as she kneels in agonizing pain. What should I do now? I cannot just live as if nothing happened. If I do, I will feel so guilty. Toward Lady Ionia, can I do something? Can I help Lady Ionia in any way? Lise looks toward the window as rays of light shine through. The fountain stands majestically in the center of the garden. Waves of water cascade down, creating a beautiful sparkle. Cool breezes sway the trees. Archibald in a noble suit looks exceptionally dashing. Standing beside him is Ionia, looking ahead. Archibald lightly rests his hands on his hips and says softly, "A way to defy fate." Archibald and Ionia stroll together through the cool garden of the grand palace. He bows his head to look at her and speaks softly. "It would be wonderful if no one has to make sacrifices, as you say." But Ionia gently points her hand toward the flowers and replies, I know, but still. I must do my best to find a way. That is our responsibility, isn't it?" Archibald's cold voice questions, "Why don't you put your own happiness before your responsibility?" Hearing him say this, Ionia turns her head to look at Archibald. Archibald staggers, clutching half of his face, his parted hair falling. Ionia calls out worriedly, "Young Master Archibald." Archibald's warm voice softly echoes, "You are always the one who puts others before yourself. Do you know that?" Archibald reaches out his hand toward her. Ionia gently places hers onto his soft hand. Archibald murmurs, "I feel sorry that your memories have returned, but at the same time I am happy because now I can talk to you so comfortably, so happy that I don't want to think about anything else." He places a kiss on Ionia's small, soft hand. That face with hair falling over his forehead highlights the dashing charisma of Archibald as his gentle eyes gaze at her. Under the lush green foliage, beautifully illuminated by the morning sun, Archibald's voice softly asks, "What about you?" He gently caresses Ionia's face. She opens her eyes wide and looks up at him. Archibald strokes Ionia's earlobe, pulling her head closer to his face. As their lips are about to touch, Ionia trembles and whispers, I cannot." She turns away, bowing her head. "Young Master Otis has not returned yet, and young Master Rodion is still sick in bed. I cannot." While so many thoughts are tangling in my head, when everything is settled, Archibald's eyes still look gently at Ionia. The two look at each other under the clear sky, Ionia's clear and warm voice reaching Aben's ears. "I will give you an answer." He smiles. "All right, I will wait." From afar, a brilliant red rose witnesses all these beautiful things. The sound of a door opening echoes. Ionia hurriedly and anxiously enters, holding a medicine box. "Young Master Rodion, I brought the antidote." Rodion, with a haggard face and blue veins bulging across his body, rasps, "Ren." Ionia looks at the wounds on Rodion's arms and face. The wounds on his body have worsened. She approaches the bedside, supporting Rodion with one hand to help him sit up, and warmly holds up the vial. "Here, you will feel better after drinking this." Rodion reaches out his hand to take the vial and asks, How did you get the antidote? Ionia replies, I received it from Lady Edith. Rodion suddenly raises his head and looks up. At her from my mother? He bows his head in silence. Ionia stands watching Rodion blankly staring at the vial in his hand. She gently places her hand on Rodion's shoulder and smiles. It was prepared by the doctor of the Lavrenty family, so it will be safe this time. Rodion questions her. There is no way my mother would give you this without demanding anything. What deal did you make with her? She gently answers, there is no deal. Rodion is skeptical. Impossible. Anyway, I will be very sad if you don't want a drink. Ionia places her hand over his scarred hand. Your life depends on this, so please. Suddenly, Rodion's voice cuts in as he looks at her. Back then, you also held my hand like this. She replies, you speak as if it was a very long time ago. I hold your hand every morning. Rodion's raspy voice makes her head spin. I don't know how many times I died, but you were always by my side. Jen, I remember now. All of Rodion's words leave Ionia dazed, staring straight into his eyes. At first, I thought I was just having a nightmare. In desperate pain, Rodion clutches his bleeding chest. That wound makes his hands tremble more and more. But whenever Elios merges into my body, he looks straight into her eyes and says sincerely, I feel that those are indeed my memories. Ionia stammers. Rodion replies, I even remember how I died. As Rodion collapses onto the bed in pain, his body covered in blood, his hands still struggle to reach up and caress Ionia's small face. Or your expression back then, things like that, Ionia thinks to herself. She quickly turns her head to the side, avoiding direct eye contact. She never expected this. Rodion looks up at her with a mournful voice. Did you know, Len? Actually, I knew my tea was drugged. He bows his head, clutching Ionia's hands tightly, and says tremblingly, I knew it well, but I still drank it on purpose. Ionia wonders, on purpose? Why did you do that? Rodion cuts in, because I know. I know that if I am weak and sick, you won't be able to leave me, I know. It is childish, but if I didn't do this, you would truly leave us. Saying this, Rodion bows his head, trembling over Ionia's hands. She gently embraces him. Rodion buries his head in Ionia's chest sadly. Even though it was what I did before my memories returned, I don't regret it at all. Thanks to that, I could meet you again, even if only for a moment. He raises his head close to Ionia's chin. I'm sorry, I always seem to make you worry. Ionia is stunned, unexpectedly looking at Rodion in this weak state. Her hands tremble as she picks up the vial and whispers, if you drink this, the influence of Elios will disappear, and the memories projected from past lives will also fade. I will return to being the immature person as before. He tightly clutches and shakes the crafted vial in his hand. If there is no other way. Rodion shakes his head slightly, raising the vial to drink it in gulps. After drinking, he wipes his mouth and says softly, I brought this upon myself. Yet you still try your best to help. Rodion's hand gently reaches out to tuck a long lock of hair behind Ionia's ear. The atmosphere between them is highly suggestive. Ionia gently replies, it's all right. Ren. He gently pulls Ionia's head close and plants a sweet kiss on her forehead, tenderly wiping away the tears from her eyelashes, whispering tremblingly, I will probably forget what I just said to you, but even so, I love you. Even if I lose my memories, I will surely fall in love with you again. He gently wipes away the tears on her beautiful face. And forever, his tired, narrow eyes gradually droop shut. Rodion slumps his head, causing Ionia to hurriedly support him. Looking at Rodion's pale face and the teardrop lingering on his eyelashes, Ionia softly says, Rodion, I will remember. The sky gradually turns into night. In the dark basement room, Ionia quietly holds a purple-covered book in her hands. A woman's voice speaks up. What is someone like you doing in a shabby place like this? Ionia looks at the woman standing behind the door and says softly, I want to ask you about Elios. Edith, with her gold-rimmed glasses, glances at her and asks, Oh, of course. Laughter rings out. Haha, I have no obligation to answer you, but if your purpose aligns with mine, I might consider it. Ionia silently grips the book tightly, but suddenly, lost in thought, the book falls right at Edith's feet. She looks down in wonder. This is my research data. Elios is a fragment of an uncertain future. The fragments of Elios are fragments of the time manager's memories, carrying emotions or records from the past. Every time they die, information accumulates. More, it is astonishing that you can refine it into a weapon to control destiny. But there is one thing I do not understand, Ironia thinks to herself. I doubt that if Elios has the power to interfere with the system, why have we never seen anything truly disappear? Your research says that when Elios is activated, spatial power can cause everything to dissipate, but when Rodian uses Elios or attacks the carriage, no object, not even a corpse, disappears. She covers the book in front of her face, turning her head with a sinister smile. That's right. In your opinion, why is there a way to activate? How to activate the other Elios? Rodian's blood. A part of Elios flows in that boy's veins. As long as Rodian's blood stains the refined weapon, the power awakens. At that moment, you can erase anything. From this world, have you not thought of it yet? Complete destruction. She bows her head and explains that breaking a fixed gear with that, and the reshuffling of destiny that we both desire, will become reality. Ironia raises her eyes to look at her, but she only wears a sinister smile, approaches the iron door and whispers to her, "It seems you still haven't given up on that naive idea. A bright future where no one gets hurt or sacrificed." Her voice grows increasingly impatient. "Only children believe in such fairy tales. Rattle, you will achieve nothing with that weak mindset of yours to move forward." Right at this moment, the silhouette of a maid nervously listens behind the wall, a distance away from where Edith and Ironia are. Lise panics and covers her mouth, her face turning pale as she hears Edith's venomous voice. In the end, someone still has to die. A few days ago at the banquet hall of the ML Mansion, where music and dances gather. The music is performed by talented musicians, and luxurious decorations are displayed solely for showing off. Otis swirls the red wine glass in his hand, standing dazed in a corner. His face seems to be deep in thought. I am sick of this. The place is surrounded by lively melodies, but to Otis's inner self, none of this means anything. To him, in some room, a door opens along with a man's trembling voice. This time, it is my fault. I am sorry, I need to go out for some fresh air. Currently, Ironia is hurriedly running after Aben. She calls softly, "Young Master Archibald, wait a moment." Suddenly, a hand pulls Ironia back. Otis, whose face is flushed from sipping wine earlier, looks at her and whispers, "Are you planning to go to Archibald's side?" Ironia stares at him blankly. She turns her head and says, "I have an urgent matter to discuss with him." Otis's warm voice rises, filled with doubt. "Is it about that? Is it so urgent that you have to leave me here all alone?" He holds Ionia's hands, trembling in supplication. "Don't go." He gently kisses her soft hand. "Even if it's just for a moment, please stay here." Her rosy lips part. "Young Master Otis, please let me go." Ironia wants to release the hand gripping her wrist, but her strength is no match for his. She looks up at Otis. "This is about the antidote for young Master Rodian. I will be right back after we finish discussing." With that, she gently pulls her hand away. Ironia quickly turns and walks away. Otis witnesses her anxious expression. He looks out towards the door where heavy rain is pouring down, speaking with a heavy heart. "Did I make a mistake again? Ironia, can I never become the most important person to you?" Otis stands quietly holding his filled wine glass, ignoring how the surroundings are immersing themselves in the world of the music festival. Suddenly, a girl's sweet, soft voice makes Otis daze. "What are you doing here?" All alone, Charlotte, wearing a pink dress that highlights her soft innocence, speaks. He glances over and says, "Oh, it's you." Her smiling face tilts slightly to look at Otis. "The banquet is more luxurious than I thought, Marquis. Millie must have spent a fortune." Otis praises her with flowery words. "You suit this luxury very well. You look wonderful." Those words make Charlotte's cheeks flush with shyness. "Really? Thank you." But before she can enjoy it for long, Otis gently sips his wine and says, "Of course I hate all flashy things. It reminds me of my mother." Charlotte, standing beside him, feels a sudden pang of pain like a rock hitting her head. She gently asks, "Then what kind of person do you like?" Otis goes silent for a moment, and in his mind he pictures someone and says, "Someone who is naturally beautiful even without wearing luxury items." Charlotte, with a surprised and confused expression, asks, "Who is that?" Otis's melancholic eyes look somewhere as he says, "I miss her." Charlotte, with her lovely pink hair, pouts her Face, hey, are you ignoring me? Otis steps forward and places his empty wine glass onto a tray held respectfully by a footman. He nonchalantly replies, anyway, I am tired of listening to others. I will rest in the waiting room for a bit. Call me if needed. Charlotte quickly replies, wait, you haven't greeted the Marquis yet. Her panicked, anxious face gently reminds Otis. He has a granddaughter. You should meet her as well. However, Otis does not care and nonchalantly strides forward, leaving Charlotte calling after him. Ah, Totis! Suddenly, the elegant voice of a woman with shoulder-length noble hair wearing a strapless gown resounds. She smiles gently. There you are, Charlotte thinks blankly, Lady Henrietta. She gently feigns anger to tease him. Otis, do you know how long I have been looking for you? Otis, familiar with his mother's coquettish and petulant tone, gently asks, what are you here for this time? He crosses his arms and looks at her. If I had known you would be here, I would have stayed at the mansion. Henrietta elegantly takes a glass of red wine, tucks a lock of hair, and whispers, how cold! I only want to enjoy the party with you. Today is a happy day. At the same time, she holds a yellow capsule in her hand and drops it into the wine glass. She smiles, picks up both wine glasses, swaps them, and says, so let's toast together. A toast. The two glasses gently clink against each other. Seeing Otis's cold posture as he just stands there staring at her, she calls, come on, there are so many people here. Are you trying to embarrass me? He stares at the glass Henrietta hands him. He thinks that once the poison is cured, he can stop this foolish act. Henrietta smiles sinisterly and speaks. Fine. Watching the glass move closer to Otis's mouth, she thinks, end this escape and return here immediately. Otis's eyes droop as if thinking of something. The wine pours onto the floor, creating a conspicuous red stain. She is stunned and hurriedly asks, Otis, what are you doing? Otis gently swirls the empty glass in his hand and calmly speaks. When you stare at my mouth like that, it's obvious you put something in the wine. Panicking, she quickly explains, no, you need to drink. That, besides, how can you throw away a drink your mother gave you so easily? Otis nonchalantly replies, do you mean I should drink it even though I know you put something in it? I am no longer the son who only knows how to obey you. Otis uses his hand to adjust the tie on his neck. Otis gently glances at her. Then I probably don't need to be here anymore. Henrietta is stunned when she sees Otis turning around and walking away decisively, calling out loudly, wait. A moment, Otis. She orders everyone, stop him, don't let him go out. Otis is stunned when everyone around him surrounds him and then hears Henrietta's voice. Otis, why don't you understand that I do everything for you? Internally, he anxiously observes the situation. Damn it, I'm surrounded. She screams louder and louder. It's all for you, so don't do anything, Otis. The entire banquet hall is in chaos and panic due to Henrietta's fierce screams. Everyone leave the banquet hall immediately. Even Otis, who is surrounded by the crowd, stares at her in surprise. Henrietta clenches her hands, trembling. Otis, I am doing this to save your life. Otis's face is completely calm as he replies, that's right, mother, so don't try to resist. He runs to escape from the surrounding servants. They quickly chase after him. Angrily, Otis pulls out a gun from his inner coat pocket. The bullets hit their chests, fresh blood splatters, and gunshot sounds ring out. Otis aims his gun. He whispers, it is you, mother. The guests at the banquet are terrified by the direct confrontation between Otis and Henrietta. With narrowed eyes and a sinister smirk, he raises his gun and says, who shouldn't be opposing me? The entire banquet hall is in panic due to Henrietta's fierce scream. Everyone leave the banquet hall immediately. Even Otis, surrounded by the crowd, looks at her in surprise. Henrietta clenches her hands, trembling. Otis, I am doing this to save your life. Otis's face is completely calm as he replies, that's right, mother, so don't try to resist. He escapes from the surrounding servants. They quickly chase after him. Angrily, Otis takes out a gun from his pocket. The bullets hit their chests, fresh blood splatters, and gunshot sounds ring out. He whispers, it is you, mother. The guests at the banquet are terrified by the direct confrontation between Otis and Henrietta. With narrowed eyes and a sinister smirk, he raises his gun and says, who shouldn't be opposing me? On the floor, bloodstains are splattered everywhere. Otis detects several of her subordinates behind him. He lowers his head and says in a stern voice, fine. Come at me if you want to die. Henrietta panics as she witnesses the scene and screams, "What are you doing? Can't you even capture one person? Don't care if he gets hurt, just capture him quickly." The subordinates obey Henrietta. At the same time, one of them prepares to pull something out. He caresses the whip in his hand, preparing to act. He swings the whip and it successfully wraps around Otis's gun-holding wrist. Otis looks at his wrist in panic. The whip wraps tightly around him, several times causing his hand to tremble. He is on one knee, his eyes glaring up in anger. The click-clack of Henrietta's elegant heels approaches, and she speaks in a reminding tone, "I told you so, Otis." Henrietta raises Otis's chin, his limbs restrained by the whip. Her face is full of doting care with a sinister smile. "It is all for you." She smiles and takes out a purple potion bottle. Otis struggles in pain and whispers, "What are you planning to do?" She forces Otis's mouth open, preparing to pour the potion in, when a hand suddenly pulls Henrietta. The purple potion bottle falls and shatters on the ground with a loud crash of glass shards. Charlotte holds a knife to her neck to restrain her, threatening, "Don't move." Henrietta realizes that the person restraining her from behind is Charlotte. She yells in anger, "What are you trying to do? How insolent!" Otis stares at the scene in shock. The subordinates dare not step forward. Charlotte demands, "Tell them to release Lord Otis immediately." Henrietta's face loses control as she screams in a frenzy, "I taught you everything, and this is how you repay me. Are you crazy?" Charlotte leans in close to her ear and whispers, "Yes, unfortunately, this seems to be the only thing I learned from you." Henrietta stares at her blankly. Charlotte reminds her that she should think carefully. "If that beautiful face of yours gets disfigured with a scar, it will be hard to attend banquets like this in the future, won't it?" She brings the knife close to Henrietta's beautiful face. Panicked and terrified, Henrietta screams loudly, "Hurry up, you all heard her, release Otis." Otis watches in surprise as the whip is untied. Charlotte, still keeping the knife against Henrietta's neck, softly reminds Otis, "Lord Otis, please go this way." Henrietta glances at Charlotte, pleading, "He is released, so let me go." Charlotte laughs out loud. "Who said I would release you? You will have to come with us until we leave this place." Safely, she panics. "What?" Charlotte gently casts a flirtatious glance at Otis. "Come, let's go." Otis looks at Charlotte. "How interesting." Lights shine in the night sky over the magnificent palace. A mocking voice speaks, "This is going to be very exciting." Henrietta is pushed down. She groans in pain. "We will go back." Henrietta turns her head and looks behind her. In the background, Charlotte and Otis are standing and talking. Otis reminds her, "Feel free to send people after us if you want. What just happened here is unlikely to happen again." Charlotte stands beside him, curling her lips in disdain. Henrietta cries out in pain, "Otis, how can you treat your mother like this? I did everything for your happiness." She screams angrily in a loud voice. Otis clutches his stomach and bursts into laughter. "Ha ha!" Henrietta is dumbfounded. Otis is cold eyes look straight at her as he whispers, "You don't understand. From the beginning, you never cared about my happiness. No one thinks about the happiness of a piece of jewelry or a dress they own, because they are merely property. Perhaps you will never realize that the happiness I find is not something you can bring to me." Refusing to accept this, she asks, Why won't you listen to me, Otis? Betrothing the perfect girl I prepared is also good for you." Otis turns his back and walks away, raising his voice, "Yes, it is good for the Lavrenty family. Farewell, Lady Lavrenty." Inside the carriage rolling down the road, a refreshing, cheerful voice speaks up. "How refreshing." Charlotte covers her face and sighs. "I should have ended this relationship sooner if I knew it would end like this. Being used and then locked in a cage. What a nightmare. By the way, are you going to be okay? She is still your mother. Are you all right?" Only to see Otis's entire body shaking. Charlotte looks at him in bewilderment as he covers his mouth and giggles, asking, "Why are you laughing so much?" He smiles and replies, "I thought you were only good at drinking tea and dressing up, but it turns out you are actually quite compatible with Knox." The two laugh and joke together, their eyes curving happily in the carriage atmosphere. Charlotte teases, "Is that so?" The carriage is still rolling down the road. Ortiz Lavrenty, the second son of the Lavrenty family. "I used to be the boss of Knox and a tool for my mother's political negotiations. But in reality, I am just a child yearning for my mother's love." Therefore, I attend the banquet as her son entering meaningless relationships like one of her assets. This fake life feels like my mother is trying to turn me into an emotionless puppet, when I detest everything, the only person I can confide in, just as Ortiz returns home. He sees Irenia standing there and calls out in concern. Irene, why aren't you asleep yet? It is raining, so it is very cold. She smiles and hands him a fur scarf, gently saying, I am here because of the cold and rain, every time. You return from a banquet, you are exhausted. I worry about you. Irenia, you are the only one. The grand palace is illuminated by lights. Seeing him standing still like that, Irenia asks, Young Master Otis, are you all right? Irenia's hand covers Otis's freezing hands. She looks up and asks suspiciously, You didn't drink the potion given by Lady Henrietta, did you? Ortiz rubs his chin in thought and replies to Irene, Just as I thought. From the very start, something felt strange. It turns out I guessed right. My mother sought me out at Marquis Mill's banquet. She never appears unless there is a benefit, so she clearly has another motive. That is why I knew she slipped something into the wine glass, but even if I didn't realize it, I had no intention of drinking that toast. Irenia squeezes his hand, gently saying, What a relief, I am so glad. You returned safely. Ortiz looks at her with eyes full of gentle affection. How could I not return? I do everything just to see your smile. He slightly bows, his gaze laced with sadness. However, Ortiz looks up at Archibald and requests, Archibald, I want to speak with Irenia alone. Archibald, with his sharp, cold face, replies flatly, Is it important? Why do you need to speak? With her alone, Ortiz lowers his head and murmurs, That matter. Seeing the tense atmosphere between them, Irenia speaks up. Calm down, both of you. I am the one he wants to talk to. Let's go. Irenia and Otis stroll out into the flower-filled garden. She softly asks, So what do you want to say to me? Ortiz hesitates, lowering his head. I. Like you, I want you to be mine. I want to live only for you. Irina, I love you to the point of madness, Ortiz thinks as he pulls her into his embrace, burying his face in the crook of Irenia's neck. But I already know, that loving expression of hers, something she has never given to me, will never belong to me. For the sake of your happiness, perhaps I must let go. If there is a next life, I will never let you slip through my fingers again. Young Master Otis, Irene calls softly. This time he laughs it off to hide his sorrow. I just wanted to bid you a proper farewell. I brought you here just to make Aben suffer a bit, that's all. Irenia gullibly looks up and asks, Really? Ortiz smiles gently at Irenia. That is all. Meanwhile, at the wine-red-themed Reen Palace, there is a knocking sound. Knock, knock. Veronica, wearing a haughty outfit with a black rose pinned on her chest, says, Come in. A servant brings in a gold-plated tray holding a letter. Veronica accepts it as the servant reports it is a letter from Lady Henrietta. She opens the letter and reads it intently. Henrietta shows immense confidence, but as it turns out, she is completely helpless against the minor resistance of her son. Veronica murmurs, I remember Knox in the old days when my brother was alive, the power and influence. Everything I ever wanted was in my hands. It used to be like that. Veronica loses her temper, stands up, slams the table in anger and screams, Damn it, you're pathetic, pampered children. We are suffering because you died and left. Then behind, see. Veronica sweeps her hand in a seemingly accidental but highly deliberate gesture, knocking over the framed photo of her older brother. The photo frame shatters to pieces. Veronica glares at the picture and curses. It would have been much better if you had handed Knox over to me from the beginning. I have been patient for a long time. Now I will take back what belongs to me. Amidst the desolate ruins under the sunlight, a man lies covered in wounds. The clicking of high heels approaches, accompanied by a contemptuous, mocking voice. This place isn't anything special, is it? His bruised face wheezes. Do you think you will get away with doing this? Veronica's deep red lips accentuate her cruelty. She questions him. If I get away with it, what are you going to do about it? Veronica grinds the heel of her shoe into his festering wound, sneering in disdain as he screams in agony. What? Are you going to deal with me in this state? You must still think my influence is the same as before, but now I have enough men to face Aben. Veronica ruthlessly finishes him off in a bloody execution, blood splattering onto her malicious face. She narrows her eyes. In thought after the henchman is eliminated. Obtaining intel on the Lavrenti family has become more difficult, but I heard that Jin Rodion collapsed after taking Edith's drug. Even if he wakes up, he won't be able to use Elios for a while. I even sent assassins just in case, so he cannot join the battle. Everything is going in the right direction. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She orders the butler to prepare the carriage. He bows respectfully. Yes, Lady Veronica. Veronica softly says, we are going to the Lavrenti mansion. Inside the mansion, the sound of throwing and shattering furniture echoes across the floor. Servants cower, clutching their bleeding and painful wounds. Archibald and Irnia. On the balcony, Archibald speaks in a loud, majestic, and authoritative voice. What do you think you are doing, Aunt? Veronica, she replies softly. Archibald, you are finally here, my lovely yet terrible nephew. What am I doing? Oh, I am here to reclaim rightful place. I can no longer stand by and watch your tyrannical actions. I heard you locked Edith in the dungeon below, and Otis severed ties with Henrietta. He looks down at Veronica and says in a low voice, they are paying for their crimes. Veronica goes into a frenzy. No, Archibald, I think you are forgetting one thing, since Knox is a family affair. Do you think you can still stand firm in that position after doing such things to the high-ranking members of Knox? Archibald warns in a cold voice. I believe it is not up to you to decide who has the right to what. Veronica sneers. Rights, I don't need such things. With those words, she points the gun in her hand at Archibald. She then shifts her aim toward a maid's head, sneering maliciously. I only need to wipe you out and take over this mansion. But if I do that, your subordinates might rebel, so I should just clean out the entire house and eliminate everyone here. Irnia rushes forward, screaming, stop! However, before she can reach them, the scene unfolds before her eyes. Pool of blood spraying everywhere. He gently and delicately covers her eyes with his hand, whispering, Irene, she will target you next. She knows you are my only weakness. Go up to my office and lock the door. I will be fine, but if you die now, you might lose your memory again. He lets go of her and urges, hurry. Irenia still hesitates, looking ahead where people are still trapped. Suddenly, a hand grabs her and pulls her away. Louis speaks in a panic. Miss Irenia, it is dangerous. You must leave immediately. She is stunned. Louis! From below, Veronica watches them escape together in anger. She turns and screams at her subordinates. Damn it. Don't forget to take care of those up there. Archibald steps down the stairs and speaks authoritatively. I will not allow that to happen. None of you shall set foot on it. Gunfire erupts continuously around the mansion. Bang, bang. Veronica looks at Archibald in a panic. I'm not mistaken. I definitely shot Asterisk. Him, the bullets pierced him multiple times, so why isn't he dead yet? He is not human. He is a monster. Get a grip. I just need to hold out until reinforcements arrive. Just a little longer. Ortiz joins in, saying, even if you buy time, no one is coming to save you. Veronica turns around in a daze at the voice. Ortiz curls his lips, mockingly smiling at Veronica. How could you waste time dealing with these rats who dare trespass on my territory? Staring at his face from afar, she thinks in panic that he used to be on her side. Ortiz whispers, your plot is far too predictable, Aunt Veronica. Those words make her freeze in shock. She cannot believe her eyes. No way, everything is going according to my plan. Why? Asterisk. Veronica loses control, pointing her gun at them in a furious rage, screaming, you fools, I should have been the head of the family. That position belongs to me. Suddenly, something restrains her hand, forcing the gun to drop. Rodion, covered in blood, holds a sharp sword in his hand. Thank you for the gift you sent me earlier. If I had arrived any later, I might have missed all the fun. Veronica clutches her bleeding arm in pain, glaring at Rodion. He raises his blood-dripping sword and murmurs, why not stop here? It is all over. Bound tightly, Veronica kneels on the ground, panting heavily, her eyes wide. In disbelief, are only they left? Otis casually replies, this was resolved faster than I thought. Contrary to his reaction, Veronica cannot hide her madness. Aben orders, then take her Away, immediately guards grab Veronica by the shoulders to escort her out. She screams in panic, "Let go of me! Where are you taking me? You can't!" Archibald lets out a sigh of regret. "How unfortunate, but I will not execute you." He approaches her, looking down with the posture of a victor. "Your petty rebellion was well within my calculations." Of mine, his eyes turn cold, and I hate to admit it, but as she says, this is a family matter. Looking at the resentful woman before him, On calmly hands down his judgment. "I will resolve this by sending you to the prison managed by the Lavrenty family to perform hard labor there." Veronica grashes her teeth in sheer humiliation. Then she screams, struggling in vain. "Do you think this ends here? When I return, I will." But before she can finish, Archibald gently taps her shoulder with contempt. "That day will probably never come," he whispers mockingly. "As long as I live, so farewell, Veronica." Immediately after those parting words, the sound of the room's door slamming shut echoes loudly. Lise remains kneeling outside the entire time, trying to peer through the crack to listen. She turns and says, "It looks like everything is over." Ironia smiles relievedly. "Thank you, Louis, thanks to you." Before she can finish her gratitude, Lise collapses onto the ground in exhaustion. Ironia asks worriedly, "Louis, are you okay?" Louis stammers, I just feel relieved." Seeing her in this state, Ironia cannot help but tease her. "Where is the brave Louis from earlier? You are the one who dragged me in here after all." Louis hurriedly denies it. "Ah, that was," she honestly admits, "my body just reacts on instinct when I think about you being in danger." Louis expresses, "I always only receive things from you, so I want to repay you somehow. Perhaps because of that." Before she can finish, Louis is choked up by a sudden hug from Ironia, with all her sincerity. Ironia says, "Thank you." Louis gently pats her friend's back, thinking of Lady Ironia in the past. At this very moment, Lise closes her eyes and breathes evenly. Compared to what she has done, this is far from deserving of her thanks, but then a sudden chill runs down Lise's spine. It is just like the moment she was so stunned that she spilled the entire food tray. The hot soup spilled all over the ground, but her mind was on something else. Is there a way? Is there any way to help Lady Ironia? Lise stands up from kneeling on the ground, her hands clenching so hard that the hem of her skirt wrinkles. Edith's words echo in her mind. "What you see is neither a dream nor an illusion. It is a fragment of your destiny." Edith's image keeps repeating vividly in Louis's mind. She snaps out of it, lifting her head as if realizing something. Right, perhaps Madame Edith. She might know something. No sooner said than done. Not long after, the heavy prison door shifts. Louis quietly takes cautious steps, but at the cell ahead, someone else has beaten her to it. There is someone there. Lise looks in surprise at the two people before her. It is Edith and Ironia. Curiously, she presses herself against the corner of the wall to observe what they are talking about. Despite her best efforts, Lise can only catch a few words. To move toward the future, someone will have to die at the last minute. These horrifying words instantly make Lise widen her eyes in fear. On the other side, Ironia says bluntly, "I do think we cannot agree on this matter, so saying more is useless. I am leaving." Edith looks as though she has foreseen this. She smiles calmly. "Sure, keep running away." Irene ignores her and turns to walk away, passing right by Louis, who is shrinking into the corner in suspicion, to move toward the future. Does someone have to die? The girl worries as she watches Ironia's back fade away. In the distance, once she is sure there is no one else, Lise finally steps out slowly. Edith still does not seem surprised. She stretches, even humming a tune. "Yes, you should appear now." Only then does she open her eyes, glancing toward the newly appeared Louis. "Oh my," her enchanting voice rises in mockery. It seems a little bird has been eavesdropping on us, but Louis ignores her words and goes straight to the point. "What do you mean, someone has to die? Is it related to destiny and that glimpse from last time?" Her voice is anxious, her fear stopping her from continuing. Edith grins slyly at her expression. "It seems you've remembered something. To celebrate this, let me explain." She continues, "You are the main pivot that decides destiny, while Ironia and Archibald are the controllers of destiny. Ironia wants to escape this cruel destiny. With an unhidden attitude, Edith says bluntly, but unless one of the two controllers dies in a specific way, breaking destiny is impossible. Pausing for a moment, she looks straight at Lise, her image reflected in her glasses. But what about the main pivot of destiny? The smile on her face turns twisted. I told you, didn't I? You are the last piece I am looking for. You can do it too, she coaxes Lise. Does that mean? Edith immediately confirms to her astonishment. Your death can also destroy destiny. Louis freezes, secretly gulping down her saliva. Her own death. While Louis is still in a daze, Edith continues. Of course, you have no reason to do such a thing, but there is no harm in knowing, right? It takes a long time for Lee's voice to finally strain. Out, tell me the special method to deal with that controller, she requests. Stubbornness and determination mix on Louis' still terrified face. She hardens her resolve. Tell me what it is. Memories of a young Louis gradually return like a dusty old film being replayed. I had a normal life, not too rich but lacking nothing, growing up. In the loving arms of a gentle mother and a hardworking father, I thought that happiness would last forever. Until Knox set eyes on my father's business. On the table lie stacks of white paper filled with text which appear to be contract documents. That day, Louis's mother held Louis in her arms, her voice soft. Goodbye, Louis, I cannot stay here anymore. Hearing this, those innocent eyes look bewildered, and she asks in a childish voice, Mother, where are you going? I want to go with you too. In response to Louis is only a choked whisper. From her mother, I'm sorry, Lise. You will meet a better mother in your next life. Louis' small arm reaches out in vain as her mother turns away. Her innocent gaze follows that familiar figure. She has no idea that this is the last time I see my mother. Only much later do I realize that no one is returning to this house anymore. Louis hugs her teddy bear, sitting quietly by the door, waiting for someone to return. At that moment, the door opens and the figure of a complete stranger appears. Then her voice rings out. So she really abandoned her daughter. I heard your mother ran away and your father hanged himself, right? You should be grateful that I've adopted you, so work hard around the house. Who knows, one day you might become a maid. Happiness is indeed fragile. A few years later, no longer able to pay off my father's debts, I start working at the Riffin mansion for the high pay, having grown used to that gloomy workplace. Until one day a voice speaks up. Lise, starting today you will work at the Lavrenty estate. Lavrenty. Louis's voice echoes softly. I am Louis. Today is my first day working at this mansion. I look forward to working with you. Louis holds her skirt, bowing politely. Another maid's voice replies, pleasure to meet you. That is when I met her, Ironia, in her maid uniform, smiling brightly and radiating a warm energy. At that moment, Louis's cold heart seems to warm up. She smiles gently. Outside the estate grounds, laundry hanging on the lines flutters in the warm breeze. Louis's voice sounds cheerful. It's beautiful today, Lady Ironia, she replies softly. With sun like this, the clothes will dry quickly. That's true. As if suddenly remembering, Ironia casually suggests, since it's so nice out, let's have some tea together when we're done. Lise, hearing this, cries out in excitement. Really? I'd love to try that Madeleine cake you brought me the other day again. The mild bitterness of Earl Grey tea blends perfectly with the sweet and sour taste of the Madeleine cake. It all looks so wonderful. Ironia speaks, then we must hurry. Yes, yes. A humming song gently rises, clearly showing her excitement. Tea time, tea time. A stick beats rhythmically on a fluffy white pillow as her voice rises in a warning. Lise, that pillow is old, so be careful. But before she can finish, white feathers burst from the pillow, flying everywhere. Seeing this, Louis says in confusion and cries out, then quickly apologizes, I'm sorry. But as soon as the words leave her mouth, her nose itches and she lets out a sneeze. Witnessing Louis's reaction, Ironia freezes for a moment. Unable to help herself, she quickly covers her mouth, but a few seconds later, she bursts into loud laughter. Louis cries out in embarrassment, don't laugh. The joyful laughter continues. You look like a half-plucked pigeon, Louis, like a roasted duck. Lady Ironia suddenly seems to realize something, and Louis pauses, saying, but we are definitely going to get scolded for this. Flustered, Louis hastily sits down to gather the fallen feathers from all over the yard. I will clean it up. It's my fault, so you should Ironia says softly, picking a feather from her hair. It's fine, no need to rush, we can keep it a secret. Having said that, Ironia gently blows the feather away. Now I'm your accomplice. A while later, inside the room where the fireplace is. Burning brightly, Lise asks, can we really burn it all? Ironia replies casually. The pillow is quite old anyway, and no one will notice. Then she thinks to herself, the others won't issue us new pillows, so I secretly took a few soft new ones like this. As soon as Lise hears this, she dives onto the pillow, burying her face in it to feel its softness, then cries, it really is soft. Here, you try lying down too, wait. Irene says helplessly, I really can't believe you. Louis feels a little shy and speaks hesitantly, honestly, I am only like this when I'm with you. Laughing and talking so sincerely, I mean, I've been so busy lately that I probably forgot what this felt like. Seeing this, Ironia pats her head. I understand how you feel. Louis, do you know what? If you and I were family, I'm not sure, but don't you think we would have been very happy? In the laboratory, everything is silent. Louis sits quietly in the middle of the room in her hand, holding a sharp object. Louis's eyes are glued to it. This is my chance to repay Lady Ironia. I can do it. Recalling the past, Lise wears an extremely tense expression. Speaking, tell me. A special method to know about the controller, tell me what I have to do. Meanwhile, Edith, with her long hair down, gently adjusts her glasses and asks coldly, who do you plan to deal with? Hearing this, Lise immediately lowers her gaze and mutters, I don't plan to deal with anyone. If someone has to sacrifice themselves for the future, I will sacrifice myself. As soon as she finishes, Edith is deeply puzzled. I don't understand why you would sacrifice yourself for others. Don't you want to see a new future? Lise answers with a bit of hesitation. Of course I do. She stares at her own hands, listening to the others. Question, then why? Now Lise slowly clenches her fists, her face lowered. I don't want to be happy in a future built upon the sacrifice of others. Hearing this, Edith shows ironic astonishment. Oh my, how admirable. In another development, the door is gently opened. Louis slowly steps inside in silence. A voice keeps echoing in her head. Under the medicine table in my lab, if you press the small button on top, you will find a secret compartment. Louis uses her fingertips to touch something under the table. Here it is, a dagger made of Aleo's and blood. If you drip Rodian's blood onto that dagger, you will obtain the power to change the future. Edith's figure seems to manifest beside her. Louis stares at the sharp object in her hand. With this, I can end her suffering. Scene changes. The two maids enjoy a meal together under a canopy of a large tree. The two of them always stand side by side. Louis thinks of the beautiful face. Beautiful with sparkling eyes. Lady Ironia, it is my turn to protect you. Her hand tightly grips the hilt of the dagger. Without a word, Louis stabs it deep into herself. Her eyes well up with tears, casting a sorrowful gaze. Goodbye, my beloved. Suddenly a stream of golden light suddenly appears, enveloping the entire mansion. This scene makes Ironia, standing in another corner, widen her eyes in shock. Countless images flood into her eyes all at once. Ironia reels back in panic as someone's memory fragments sink into her. These are Louis' image of a girl beside an oil lamp appears in Ironia's mind, raising countless questions within her. I do not understand why you sacrifice yourself for others. Do you not want to see a new future? Meanwhile, Lise gazes thoughtfully at the starry sky. This will be my last night. I want to say goodbye before the night ends, but I fear my resolve will waver if I see Lady Ironia's face. I should just leave quietly like this. The sound of Lady Ironia approaching echoes. Louis lies down and closes her eyes on the bed. At the same time, a gentle hand pulls the blanket up to cover her completely. Sitting beside Louis, Ironia softly chides. She did not even cover herself. She must be exhausted. Her gaze, filled with sorrow, stares intently at the person before her. She softly asks, in the end, do I still have to make a choice? As SDS said, I do not want to harm anyone, but if this is truly the only way, what should I do? Honestly, I am also terrified. If I could run away, I gladly would. But in the end, I can be with the one I love, so I will try to be happier. Therefore, I will try to protect both my happiness And yours? Louis returns to reality while Ironia still wears a dazed expression. She clutches her splitting head. Why are Louis's memories flooding into her? It is impossible. Louis, she disappeared. Louis is no longer here. After a while, the old butler suddenly asks, Ironia, where are you running to? Instantly, she cannot suppress her panic and raises her voice. Have you seen Lise anywhere? But his response leaves Ironia utterly disappointed. Lise, I have never heard of that name. The butler slowly asks, are you sure about that name? These words leave Ironia stunned. What? He still gently explains. I have worked in this mansion for decades, but I have never heard of that name. The butler is someone who never forgets the name of any staff in the mansion. There is no way he forgot Lee's name. Hearing this, Iron clutches her head, making the butler extremely worried. Iron, are you all right? There is never a quiet day in this mansion. I was about to head out because I heard some noise. I should go. Now, he leaves Ironia alone in her panic as her hurried footsteps search around. No, nothing is certain yet. Lise might still be somewhere in this mansion. Snow falls from the sky as Ironia stands motionless, looking up at the heavens. She instinctively raises her hand. Over there, under the snow, two playful maids giggle with excitement. How magical the rose garden is in full bloom. Blue roses in the dead of winter. Lise wears a happy expression, her fingers intertwining. She looks toward the countless rose vines in admiration. It is indeed a miracle. One of the blue roses is gently touched by the hand of the young woman. It is a real rose system. The system cannot alter seasons or the basic structure of plants. This outcome is also the result of a variable. Spring has just arrived, yet the roses in the garden are already in full bloom. Surely the power of love created this miracle. How strange. Ironia silently sheds painful tears. Her mind merges with the scenery. I thought you would come and talk to me at any time, but now you have vanished from this world. Louis, suddenly a hand reaches out. Archibald hugs her tightly and whispers, Iron, I thought we did not have to be sad anymore. Meanwhile, she continues to cry. Seeing this, he immediately adds, and yet here you are crying. Here, drink this. It is still warm. It will help you calm down. So can you explain to me what happened? But Ironia remains silent, tilting her head sorrowfully. Her reflection ripples in the tea as she listens. To him, I cannot find her anywhere. After a moment, Ironia, sitting on her chair, slowly speaks. Louis has disappeared. Her presence and even the memories of her have vanished as if she never existed. Perhaps she decided to sacrifice herself for us. I think I am responsible for this. At the same time, Aben's gaze turns incredibly pensive. You are responsible, Iron. You always say things like that. Then he gently asks why she thinks so. Ironia immediately replies, Archibald, do you remember Lise? Unfortunately, not at all. Of course, as the administrator, I feel that something has disappeared, but I do not know who or what they were like. Then perhaps I am the only one in this world who still remembers Lise. Of this is my doing. I did not want to leave this world because I love you. That is why I hesitated and Lise. Instantly, Archibald pulls her into a gentle embrace. He softly says, Iron, you are so cruel. In your most painful moment, you still say the words I yearn to hear the most. Lise's death or the burden of responsibility for this world is not ours alone to bear. I'm sure you already know that. Oh, Archibald, why do you always say exactly what I want to hear? And I know this is a selfish request, but I want to hear you say you love me one more time. I have waited for so long. Can you say it again? Hearing this, Ironia stares pensively at the man in front of her. His voice trembles. Surely he is just as anxious as I am. How can I stop myself from loving you? Aben, I love you. I have loved you since the moment we met. Finally, they share a passionate kiss. The system displays the notification. System hidden ending. The world of the endless, grueling winter and infinite loops finally comes to an end. Spring finally arrives at Lavrenty. The wind rustles through the window frame, sending a single petal drifting into the room. Aben's warm, deep voice rouses her. Iron, it is time to wake up, dear. Iron sleepily opens her eyes and suddenly sits up in surprise. She looks at him and instinctively blurts out, Master. Aben, Archibald gently kisses her shoulder and whispers, Are you still half asleep? You promised not to call me that anymore. Iron tells him about her dream. I just dreamed about what happened 2 years ago. Aben asks in surprise, 2 years ago. Iron continues, when you were still the eldest son. of the Lavrenty family, and I was just a maidservant. Archibald smiles as he approaches. Iron, his voice soft. But Iron, you are about to become the mistress now. Then they share a kiss. Aben cannot help but cling to her. Iron quickly stops him. Wait, Aben, it is too suffocating. Stop. I want to stay like this longer, but we cannot be late. Today is the most important day of my life. The guests invited to the wedding have all gathered. Otis and Rodion have also arrived early, but neither of them wears a single smile. Rodion speaks up to break the tense atmosphere. Today is a beautiful day. Can you not look a bit happier, Otis? Otis raises an eyebrow at Rodion. What? You do not look very happy either. Teased back, Rodion replies testily, What do you mean? I am smiling. Knowing he is faking it, Otis retorts, If you force yourself to smile like that, your face will cramp up. Suddenly, Charlotte appears from behind, reminding them to be quiet. Quiet. You two, the bride and groom, are about to enter. Saying this, Charlotte walks away. Finally, the two main characters appear. Archibald and Iron enter the hall hand in hand. On a clear spring day with a cloudless sky, the warm breeze is unusually pleasant. Archibald slides the ring onto Iron's finger as they exchange vows. Iron looks at the ring on her hand with sheer happiness. I become your bride and you become my groom. The two of us promise to love each other forever. After the ceremony, everyone gathers to eat, drink, and dance. Aben is busy welcoming the distinguished guests. The hall is still packed with visitors. The ceremony seems to have been a great success. The balcony door burst open, revealing Iron leaning against the railing to catch the breeze. A voice from behind startles her, making her turn around. Why are you not with the groom? Seeing him, Iron gasps. Oh, young Master Otis, I drank a bit too much, so I came out to get some fresh air. Otis, always caring for Iron, asks in confusion, Alcohol? You do not usually drink alcohol, do you? Iron smiles brightly. Yes, but today is a day to celebrate. Otis stares at Iron blankly for a long moment, lost in thought. The smile on your face is what I always yearned for. Ironia possesses the beauty of a woman in love. If I were born before Archibald and realized my feelings a bit earlier, would you smile at me like that? Though he asks himself this, he already knows the answer. Probably not. Then he offers his blessings to Iron. I am glad to see you happy. Iron speaks her mind freely to Otis. Honestly, it feels like a dream. I feel a complete joy, something I once thought I would never have. Then walks over and pats his shoulder. She speaks to him with the utmost sincerity. Therefore, I hope you will also find happiness. Young Master Otis, true love is wanting the person you love to be happy. Otis thinks to himself, I think I finally understand the meaning of that saying. I heard before. He smiles back and replies, Iron, I will try. Ironia, you should also. Before he can finish, Rodion's loud voice echoes from outside. Otis, what are you talking about with the bride over there? Seeing the two approach, Iron asks in surprise, Young Master Rodion and Archibald, why are you all here? Rodion, already drunk, speaks his mind directly to Iron, explaining that Archibald seemed anxious when he could not find her, so he brought him out here. Hearing this, Iron gasps, Oh dear. On the other side, Aben is exposed and blushes in embarrassment. I can hear everything, you know. Rodion laughs heartily, continuing to tease them. You two cannot be apart for even a second, can you? Seeing Rodion's inebriated state, Otis asks, Rodion, how many glasses of wine have you had? Suddenly, a shooting star appears in the sky. Iron exclaims happily, Oh, a shooting star? All four of them look up to watch them. Though each of us has our own wish, perhaps everyone wished for the same thing that day, that each and every one of us will be happy. After the wedding, Iron returns to her work. She focuses on reviewing the ledger, muttering to herself, How many staff members resigned this time? Iron flips through the files. I need to hire more maids, but I do not really favor any of the candidates I interviewed. Suddenly, there is a knock on the door. Iron calls out, Come in. To her surprise, the person who walks in is Louis. Louis speaks up, Hello, ma'am, I heard you are looking for a helper. Overjoyed, Iron jumps up and tightly hugs Louis. The endless, repeating long winter days have finally ended. The tiny miracle we prayed for on that day has granted me an eternal spring. Thank you for watching today's video. So we have reached the end of this fascinating story. See you in the next video with an even more dramatic and engaging series. Do not forget to like and subscribe to support us and to never miss any new videos. Thank you so much for watching. Have a great day.